there's like no Yu-Gi-Oh presence on Twitch, and you're like, I wonder why there's no Yu-Gi-Oh presence on Twitch. It's because
it's kind of hard to find people on Twitch through Yu-Gi-Oh because, like you were saying, like no one really watches Yu-Gi-Oh through Twitch. It's like through YouTube. So
yeah, it's like all YouTube. It's all Yu-Gi-Tubers. They even call them Yu-Gi-Tubers.
Yeah,
like no one calls them
I've heard that
Magic
name
Tubers.
plenty of times.
Like
I almost became a Yu-Gi tuber.
You said you want to become a Yu-Gi tuber?
No, I almost did. Like
really?
I had like 2 videos for Yu-Gi-Oh, and then I deleted them because I'm like I really don't want to do that because I was starting to get into Pokemon. So I stopped the Yu-Gi-Oh thing.
You got into Pokemon because you stopped Yu-Gi-Oh. That's like exactly the same thing I did. And then I got into Magic after Pokemon.
Yeah, same here.
Really?
So we both went down the same path.
Did you play any Yu-Gi-Oh, Chris?
Oh my god, I played so much as a kid, but I was goddamn trash at the game. How did you guys get into it?
I got into it through one of my friends that lived around the corner from my house. When I was like 12, and he actually had like some cards, and he's like, "Oh, look at this! This is cool." I'm like, "Whoa!" I'm like, "It's like shiny, like it's like holographic." And so I went to the card shop that was far down the street. Took the bus up there, and it's called All American Collectibles. And I went and bought some packs there, and I got hooked on it ever since then. So,
yeah. How did you get into Yu-Gi-Oh, Chris?
Both. Well, my brother Andrew played, and we would just play on like the schoolyard when we were like 7. And back then, those were the schoolyard rules, so everyone would cheat, and you would they would stack their deck before you would start. So Andrew and I, we would pride ourselves on being, especially Andrew, the smartest because he would play like ground assault, which like limited the amount of like monsters your opponent could have. So he would just start the game with his opening hand, just put like 3 ground assaults down, and his opponent would lose, and we would just mop up the snacks.
Wow,
ground assault in Yu-Gi-Oh.
Very smart.
Ground assault, yeah.
I feel like if anyone played if anyone played a card named Ground of Salt, it would be Stratostone.
Yeah, probably.
The cards are really pretty though. Yu-Gi-Oh cards, the foiling and the art is really nice.
On them were amazing.
Yeah, for sure. Like Summon Skull, Summon Skull's perfection.
Oh yeah,
the ultra rare version.
Jinzo.
Not the common version.
Insane.
Jinzo's really cool too. Did you know they have a whole Jinzo archetype now?
Rares, like how they had like the lines that were like diagonal, like the little tiny lines that like you just like flicker it, and it's like some of the most beautiful things that you ever see on the card.
Agreed.
Did you know the whole Jinzo archetype now?
Jinzo archetype.
Yeah. There's a bunch of different Jinzo cards. Yeah.
Damn.
Yeah, like Jinzo number 7, and
you gotta look him up. You gotta look him up, Chris. You gotta get with the times.
I just like the OG that Joey Wheeler had. 2400 power, 1 sack, busted.
Yeah, the best one.
Dude, imagine 2400 power in freaking Magic.
Give it trample. GG.
Give it trample. It just gets blocked by Cauldron Familiar every turn.
That would be sad. 2400 power. like, and it's like, oh, it's a kitty. Oh, and it goes away. Like, no, don't go, kitty.
Yikes! Can't handle the kitty.
And it's just sitting there on the battlefield, like sad, like the kitty's gone.
And then
it's like I can't go on. I can't fight no more.
And then it just goes back into the oven, and then just comes back out whenever.
Every turn he gets disappointed. It's like another kitty.
Yeah, there's like Jinzo Jester, Jinzo number 7, like Jinzo, like a bunch of things that like tutor for Jinzo out of the graveyard and stuff like that. Like, it's crazy.
Yeah, this is wild. There's Toon Jinzo. Apparently.
Yeah, it's just insane. There's just so many things. Oh, look, it's a Bob.
I'm out. I can't be in the same Discord call as this slime ball.
I'm freaking out. Slime Ball City.
How do I get in again? I apologize.
What'd you say?
How do I, I just have to, I'm done. Hold on. I can do this.
Isn't it exactly the same exact thing that Chris said?
Maybe.
Chris said, "How do you do this?" Oh wait, I'm dumb. I swear, that's exactly what happened.
I'm pretty sure an MPO player can't be dumb.
That's not true. That is not. I'm very dumb.
That is not true.
I see myself, but it doesn't look like it's transmitting on your end.
I see you.
Oh, you see me?
Yeah, you look handsome.
What
Thanks.
a
My hair
handsome
is
fellow.
crazy. Look at that. So floofy today. Can't contain the mane.
Can't contain the mane.
Can't.
Nice. Dude, are you in a different spot?
That's actually a good slogan there.
No, it's just you guys aren't used to the wide camera angle. It's the same spot.
It looks like yellow.
It's a little beige, I guess.
Beige?
I don't judge.
Kind of color? That is not beige.
Is this
I don't know, it looks beige to me.
Yeah, I
the
agree,
light is
beige.
yellow, so maybe that's messing with it.
Aha.
It's a cream beige.
Oh gosh, who's this? Samson.
Uh-oh.
All right, time to go, guys.
2K winner
Time to go.
What
with street Mardu goodness.
The
Time to
Mardu Master,
freaking go.
as we should call him. That's your new title now, Mardu Master.
Well, as we're gotten out on that Mardu deck that I'm playing now.
I ended up having to play against it on the ladder, just to let you know.
What, the Mardu Fury deck?
Yeah, I played against it like 2 or 3 times.
Nice.
Oh.
Good.
I'm excited for the podcast today, guys.
Oh, hell yeah.
I am excited. We have one more person that still needs to come through. Jaffer said last second that he was like, "Yo, I'm super tired," and I was like, "I understand. Get some sleep."
Yeah, after doing a 24-hour, like I don't see how anybody could be up afterwards.
I think did it end up being longer than 24 hours? Does anyone know how many hours it was?
It might have been actually.
See, Chris, it is possible.
What about
My
Chris
brain
is
shuts
possible?
down, my guy.
Chris has been floating the idea of doing a 24-hour stream himself.
Really?
To, commemorate 1 year. Floating the idea. I'm not promising anything, but if you really think about it, I'm actually promising it.
Do it.
I'm a little baby. I need my sleep. I get
Yeah, I
cranky.
got
when I'm
that.
hungry. Yeah.
Just indirect promising?
Just order a pizza and send it to your house. That's what we're all gonna do. Everyone
yeah.
in chat is gonna send you a pizza. That'll fill you.
That's so low now. Oh my god, I can't get this right. Hold on. Gotta fix the camera. That's the gobbler angle.
The
Now I see
gobbler.
yellow.
What is the gobbler angle? Oh, it looks so much better now. It's less yellow. It actually kind of does look beige now.
Yeah. We got him.
So, Samson, how have you been since like the last week you were here?
I've been alright.
Actually-
Strixhaven has been a time and a half.
I feel like it's like
Strixhaven's been good.
I don't know. For some reason, I feel like Strixhaven just like warped Historic in the weirdest way, dude.
No. What? A full set full of like really powerful cards
No,
getting printed, warping the format? No way.
but I said in the weirdest way. I knew it was gonna get warped, but it's like such a weird way.
Yo, I knew this was gonna happen.
Well,
the moment I was
I
losing
can-
price,
I
I'm
can
like, well,
understand, though.
Like I knew it was gonna
I
happen, but like we have Brainstorm and we have Fates of Saluting and Inquisition of Kozilek, which are like super powerful, right? But like there's cards from like Strixhaven that weren't in there that are also just like insane and Historic now. Now
like 8 mana instant that's like tearing
No,
up like with
like
Elephant Flame. Yeah.
like there's
I
that.
have like 2 decks I want to play for tomorrow's tournament, and I don't know which one I want to play.
What are you thinking about?
Well, I got the Arcanist deck, but then I thought, oh hey, what if I add white to it and add that new 1-drop that's actually fucking insane? That new 0-1 that like has better
Oh,
prowess.
yeah.
You add that with Arcanist, and I've been jamming with that, and like I can get that thing up to being a 10-12 very easily.
Yeah,
Because you just free cast off
two free
Arcanist.
casts, yeah, or you get a free,
Yeah.
you get a cast and another cast.
It's actually like ridiculously easy to get that thing huge, which gives that deck a clock. And then I also realized, you know that red Lorehold card that has the silence effect on it?
Yeah.
Yeah, you play that with Teferi, and then you're an asshole.
Wait, what?
You play that with Teferi. You turn 5, play Teferi, untap 2 lands, stop on their upkeep, silence them.
Could do that, yeah.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
Yeah, it's mean as hell. I'm having a blast doing that.
Couldn't you do that with Nissa? Wait, no, you can't, right?
No.
No, you can't. There's no
If
way
you
to do
have
that.
Temple Garden.
No, Temple
Yeah.
Garden doesn't do that though. It's double white to do it, isn't it?
Yeah, double
Oh,
white.
is that what it is? Oh,
Yeah.
I see.
But then like the front side is actually like not that terrible either because it gives you a body and like a mana sink if you need to.
The front side is like what, a 2/1 that
Yeah.
it burns them every time they like activate an ability that's a trigger.
Yeah.
Do you remember the name of that card?
No, actually, let me quick.
Revel Silence.
I can pull it up real quick.
Yeah. The backside's Revel and Silence. The front side is a Lore Hold
Flame Scroll
card.
Celebrant.
Yeah, Flame Skull Celebrant. It's like the double. I love that card because the flavor text says stand and fight, and the backside of it is sit down and listen.
Oh my god! Wait, it says that for the flavor text?
I think so, or something to that extent. Yeah, stand up. The front side stand up and fight, and the backside sit down and listen.
Wow.
It's like a dog.
I
A
love it.
card.
It's like, stand up and
Wow.
fight, sit, and then on the backside he's like sit down and listen. Shut up.
I never even read that.
It's great.
I know you're a busy person, Chris, but is there any decks that you're working on that you're thinking about that are in like the back of your head? Oh wait, you're not really allowed to tell us, huh?
Wait, what? Oh no, I'm my season's kaput. So I'm basically I've been drafting some sweet Strixhaven decks. I think I'm like 15-1 right now. We're killing it. No
Yo,
one's catching
Strixhaven?
up on these learn
Oh,
things.
wow.
Dude,
Strixhaven
Learn is
like
so good.
limited feels so. It feels almost like Cube. Like you have to almost like be doing like something unfair in order to be like doing anything. If you're doing anything fair, you're kind of just losing.
Yeah, that 6 mana kill a thing learn. So exile a creature and then learn. It's just like I've been getting like 4 of them. People just aren't. I think people are starting to catch up to it now. This my wins are gonna start trickling away. But any card with learn better than it looks.
Well, also the fact if you even don't have a lesson in your
Yeah,
sideboard, you loot or you rummage. I think.
Yeah.
The learn is also, I think, is good and constructed as well.
I've seen some decks.
See, this is
I think it'll be a bit more impactful in standard than in
this is why I
Strata.
love John. This is why I love JdoubleR2. Okay, this is reason. Okay, not only is he extremely good looking. Okay, all right. Not only that,
I don't know all
just,
that. But...
that's just like the first thing.
Mm-hmm.
All right, the second thing and the least important thing, but it's still kind of important, is you go to JdoubleR2's stream and you see the freaking wackiest decks that are just undefeated.
They're great. I love
But
them.
then I play them and I can't win.
Oh, you're starting to sound like me.
I'm like, why is his brash taunters so much better than my brash taunters?
Well, like I think what it is that since I built the deck, the game's a lot nicer to me.
That's it. They're like, you have a cool brew, all right, you
Yeah.
get the win.
Mm-hmm.
But it
That's
turns
a
into a
real thing.
scam
It's
for
a
anyone else.
effect.
Is there any
Wait,
crazy stuff you're working on?
Wait, you didn't build this? No, screw you.
Yeah,
Like,
it's like Arena when you play Sultai and you get destroyed by mono red, and then you switch to a deck that can beat mono red. Like say you're playing like mono white or
oh
something,
my goodness,
and
that
then,
happens to
and
me
then you
all the
just play
time.
against Ultimatum and you just freaking get swept, and you're like, well, why am I
That
not
happens
playing
to
mono red?
Too much.
Then you switch, and then it's just like a freaking cycle. I mean, I'm not saying that it's rigged or anything. I'm not saying.
But it's
that.
rigged.
Listen, you
I'm
said
not
that. Not
saying
me.
it's rigged, but it's rigged.
You said that, not me.
All right.
No, it's not. It's all in our heads. Okay, that's the vibe I'm getting from Bob and Chris. It's just all in our heads.
Like, in fairness though, I complain a lot that I'll like queue up on ladder. I happen to face like a weird brew, but it just like perfectly co-lines against what I'm doing. So that's like the worst feeling, and you lose to it. You're like, why? But then sometimes you just face that deck and then you win anyway, and you just feel so smart. Like this happened to me last night. I was playing auras just cause. I was like falling asleep, so I'm like, I can still do this half asleep. It's fine. And I faced a green black like 8 Thoughtseize all removal like Chevelle Scoos deck, and I just like
what?
I'm just like, how am I supposed to win? But eventually, I just like drew like just more Spirit Dances than they had removal, and I just killed them like it pretty much instantly once I was able to draw a single card off of them. It was sick. Felt so big brain.
I feel like the beginning of your thought process of that is when you played against me with some random freaking brew, and you happened to play me on ladder, and I got destroyed.
I was playing green white auras in standard. You were playing food, and I played 4 Hushbringer main because I'm like, I don't want to lose the henge, so I'm just not going to.
Sound like me playing 2 Draenus
You
mana
just
straight in the main.
purposely counter mono green, and then you just happen to play against them.
Yeah, I'm like, this deck seems pretty good against mono green. Like, let's play Swallow Hole. Why not? Like, whatever.
Yeah, you played it. And you,
Wow,
Yeah.
so you can get rid of the Feasting Troll Kings.
Well, no, it has
Wicked
Vigilance,
Wolf.
but Wicked Wolf.
Yeah.
so what happened was.
Oh, you can only get rid of tap creatures.
Yeah.
Okay.
So what had
You
happened
gotta put
was
down those
is that my
holes, boy.
my
You gotta put
creatures
them
were.
down.
See, what happened was my creatures were tapped at the exact perfect time where he top decked Swallowhole.
Oh, yeah.
And then it also mattered that they were exiled and not destroyed. Every time it mattered, and he kept drawing them. It was like the third one down the line. I was like, "Are you kidding me?"
James also failed to mention that I won game 3 on a mold of 4 on the play.
You had like
Oh,
you
wow.
had like double freaking Hushbringer, and I was playing mono green.
Yeah, it was 2 lands, 2 Hushbringers, and I think I just drew like straight auras and Karametra's Blessings.
You love to see it.
There's no way green can beat that at all.
But not only that, I think I had an out like somewhere in my deck, and it took me forever to get the out, and then I finally drew it, and he's like, "Karametra's Blessing."
Got him. Get good, buddy.
What, it's like a ram through or something?
Yeah, something like that.
Dynamite.
All I know is he was outplayed. That's all I care about.
But I was both outplayed, and then I got flooded in my
mold of
stream for
4.
people saying that you lost to a mold of 4.
Oh yeah, dude.
My favorite is when you like mull,
was,
you keep a
for
one lander and then you flood out. It's my favorite.
Oh yeah, that's the
Mm.
classic. Like
Oh,
you keep a
okay,
1
like-
lander, you miss your second land for 3 turns, then you just draw like 9 lands in a row. You're like,
No
oh.
worse thing.
That does happen to me sometimes. Like
It happens to me in the
I'll
top
keep
end
one
of
land and then draw
BCQ.
nothing but lands the rest of the game.
No, I honestly think that happens to me in the wrong way. Like they have a bunch of cards in hand, they hit their first 2 land drops, they miss their land drop, they don't even play a spell, and I'm like, yo, we got this. They didn't even play a spell. They have like all 3 drops and 4 drops or whatever, and then they go, and then the next turn they go 3rd land drop, 4th land drop, 5th land drop, and I'm just like, oh my god.
Oh yeah, that's when it all goes downhill.
Oh yeah.
There was one time I was.
It happens against Sultai a lot.
Oh yeah, for sure. They didn't even cantrip into it. They just naturally draw off the top.
Every time.
I remember when I was learning Limited from Chris years ago. It was like turn 3 and the opponent missed their 3rd land. And I'm like, oh, that's sweet. They can't do anything. And Chris just looks at me and he's like, dude, we're dead. I'm like, what does that mean? How are we dead? They just drew 1 land and boy, was I dead. They just destroyed me afterwards.
The
Yeah.
floodgates open.
Well, as soon as they draw the land,
Oh,
you're just freaking dead.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah. That's the thing about whenever someone's like mana screwed, you always just be like, they're mana screwed. Downside, the moment they are unmana screwed, I'm absolutely fucked because they have nothing but gas in hand.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the one thing I worry about. Like if I see them with a full 7 cards in their hand and they miss a land drop, I'm like, all right, whatever they got, it's got.
I need to end this game, and I need to end this game quickly.
Yeah, and then you'll almost end the game, and then they'll cast a sweeper.
Yeah.
And it's like, well,
Not
dang.
good enough. Just not good enough.
No.
And then they'll
Never
hit
is.
every land drop after that.
The gross thing about standard though is like once you establish your engines, it doesn't matter how many cards you started the game with. Like if your opponent like mulls to 5 snaps off of 5, puts 2 to the bottom, double Innkeeper, it doesn't matter. You're gonna lose on your 7. That's what this format kind of sucks. I'm tired of Innkeeper.
Actually,
Get the
that's
hell
true.
out
A
of
lot of people
same.
probably mulligan a fine
That's
hand.
what I've been saying. This format's been nothing but like 1.5 magic.
It's like, who cares about mulliganing? Just keep mulling until you hit your pieces. You can pick what you choose. You can choose what you want to put back. So it's like, who cares, right?
Yeah.
I think I'm the
Yeah.
opposite.
Yeah.
I think when I have a 7-land hand, I'll have like I'll have like an Ember Cleave and a Shield Breaker with like 5 lands, and I'm like, easy keep.
Really?
Why?
You
Cause-
just
like,
can't.
Because I'll have like 3 Snowlands and a Faceless Haven, and then the other card, and then the other cards are like 1 spell and an Ember Cleave, and I'm like, we got this.
I mean, I guess if you have Faceless Haven.
And then my next draws are like so good. My next draws are like, I just never put. There's a meme in my chat called it's like never punished, because like I'll keep a hand like that.
I don't think it's just in your chat. I think it's in a lot of chats.
Oh, maybe. But there's I'll draw like Frostbite for turn, and then I'll play my Shieldbreaker as a creature, and then I'll draw Anax for turn after that, and just like easy, we got this.
Well, backer. It's like turn 4 Embercleave with Anax.
Yeah, and never didn't have it. We win the game. See, if I didn't keep that hand, I wouldn't have won. I wouldn't have won that game.
Well,
I mean, you never know.
I mean, you can always draw Fervent Champion into Robert Rich into Anax in your Embercleave.
Good.
Like the whole
like every mono red player draws against me every single game.
Wow.
Somehow.
Steve says no Innkeeper hate in this channel.
All the Innkeeper hate in this channel.
No Innkeeper hate. I think there's a rule against not hating Innkeeper.
I love hate Innkeeper. Does that count?
So do we just time out Nerdy Steve?
I mean,
Ban him.
Ban him? Deal.
You like Innkeeper?
Get him out of here.
When do you enjoy winning with that
I
card?
like back in the day when we were playing Green Black Adventures and fighting the good fight against Oko. Like, yeah, like I loved Innkeeper because it felt like the good guy. But now Innkeeper is anything but the good guy. So it doesn't
Yeah.
really
Villain
work.
all along.
But if you're playing Historic Clover, then Innkeeper is the good guy again because he's not broken
Yes.
there. He's just fine.
2 mana 2/2. If the card was a 2 mana 2/2, it would be the most balanced. It would be such a good design. You could win trigger Lovestruck Beast. You just all these things. Bone Crusher Giant, make the stomp 3 mana.
Yeah, I
Easy.
think as long as it wouldn't help Lovestruck Beast, I think it would be a lot better.
And you can't play 2 before you play your turn 3 adventure creature because the game just
Oh yeah,
you can't
true.
lose
Yeah.
those starts.
Yeah, two mana, anything but a 1/1.
Yeah,
Like I've been fine with it as a 2/1. I've been
yeah,
fine
if
with
it's a piker, I'd be cool with
that.
it being a
Or
piker.
2/2 like you said.
maybe 2/2 even. I think that's
Yeah.
fine, right?
I've been fine with that.
I'd be better with a 2/1 that way it dies a Kvartek still. Oh, I mean Karavik.
The fact that they
Same
didn't have
thing.
Chris preview that is an actual crime. Like I don't know what they were thinking.
I know, right?
Wait, with what?
Karavek the Merciless, Kvartek, Karavek.
Oh,
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Maybe
Oh
Exploration
yeah. I
for
noticed
some
that.
reason.
I was like, wait, why does it not have just Kvartek's smiling face on the front of it?
Gotta win a Worlds before that, apparently.
Like, why does it not say like
Oh.
Scoobed on the
No,
back?
see,
and
no,
just secret
what they were
letters?
doing is that they were prophesizing. They're like, we don't want to make it obvious, so we're just gonna, misspell it a little bit and make it Karavek. But yeah, he's gonna win the Worlds, so we're
let's
gonna make him a
dismiss-
card ahead of time.
That
Yeah,
Karavek
yeah.
is also like a 20-year-old thing. Like they just saw Chris like just fresh out of the womb, and they're like, "Oh yeah, it's all coming together."
20. That thing was in Ravnica, OG or Dissension.
yeah.
Dude, he wasn't he with like the original Weatherlight and stuff?
Oh, he
Think
might have been
so.
actually.
Karavek. All right.
Let me quickly
He was
check.
Rakdos, 7 mana card. I remember.
Yeah, no, it was from Time Spiral.
Was it Time Spiral?
He was the
He was
main
from Time-
antagonist of the Barrage Block storyline, and the book came out in 96, 97.
Yeah, it was
I am him.
yeah, it was a Time Spiral card. I remember I made a commander deck with that.
Yeah.
I actually did at one point too. I forgot
Yeah,
about
it's a
that.
lot better now that you got Torolf.
God, I haven't thought about EDH in a really long time.
When they
I
made
know,
when
right?
they made Torolf, weren't
Yeah.
they thinking about Torolf Severin?
Mm.
Felt
I
like
don't,
it.
I don't think he previewed Torolf either. Like,
Yeah, what the?
Yeah, what's
Like, what is
what's
going
up with
on?
that?
Wait, there's a card named Toroff that Toroff didn't preview.
Correct.
Okay, that's
I think he did
That's
get a
kind of
preview, just
upsetting.
wasn't that one.
Yeah.
Yeah, like why get a preview when it's just your actual name and you're like a pro player in the game?
Oh, dude.
Yeah,
Oxy's been
what's going
slacking on the
on,
preview cards. Not giving what cards to give. They just kind of be like, yo, you got a preview card. That's the door you go.
Mm.
Hmm.
I don't know.
So I timed down
Even drafted
Steve, and
the
I haven't
Purples.
seen Steve
Yeah,
yet.
you get
So
Alright, fantastic.
yikes.
I'm still waiting for my Broken Planeswalker reveal. I want a Broken Planeswalker. I want the next Oko.
It's gonna be called Roberto.
I just want a Rakdos card. If I ever get a preview card, I just want a Rakdos card. That's all I want.
You know it's gonna be Simic.
If they throw me a Simic card, I will actually be upset.
I actually
I
just
would
want a
laugh.
preview card of the worst possible thing ever. Like literal 1-mana 0/2, and that's all it does.
Dude,
And
dude.
but I have to like really hype it up anyway. Just pretend that it's the nut.
They're gonna give you a bear.
Just straight up grizzly bears. Like, all right, hype this up, you idiot. Like, all right, fine, man.
Like knowing
Look how well it attacks.
knowing Samson, he'd be like, "This sucks."
And then
No, you can give me a
like, you over here
Rakdos card.
saying,
Like if you give me like a
like-
Rakdos, like give me like a Rakdos Cackler-esque like style card, I will be hyping that shit up to the moon.
Rakdos Cackler is pretty good though.
Fucking loved that card back in
That
Ravnica.
card, yeah, it was good back then.
Yeah,
I don't know
regular,
about
I've seen a lot of play from that card. So
Yeah.
What does that do?
now. There's a lot of strip piece.
So it's a 1-mana 1/1 with Unleash, so it can become a 2/2. It just can't block. It had Rakdos Hybrid. It's a great card.
So it cut.
Back in the day.
So it
was
costs
good
mana to
because
make it a
you could
2/2?
either black or red mana.
No.
That's what made it good.
Your choice was 1/1 that could block or 2/2 that can't.
That reminds me of the Hearthstone cards, like the make this a 3/2 or make this a like a 1/4.
Yeah, basically.
You know, you play. Have you played Hearthstone, Samson?
Yes.
Okay,
Of
so
course.
okay, so you,
I know what you're talking about.
you know those choose one Druid cards back in the day. They were just like
yeah. I know what you're talking about.
Druid.
Dude, I played that until like I think it was until I forget, like Brand Mage wasn't a thing anymore. I couldn't do like Reno shit. That was a good time in Hearthstone.
I feel like if they ever went back to Ikoria, you know, with like the mutate stuff, that they would make like mutate into one card and say like you can either make it like this or you can make it mutated into this. Or, like you can
It'd be hard
choose
to design though.
Not really. It would just be like the
Make
riot.
like
Or you just do like MDFC
No.
mutate.
It would just be like the riot design. But it wouldn't be called mutate, but it would be called like something else, but it would just be kind of like riot, but instead of haste or 1/1, it could just be like this thing or this thing.
Yeah.
You mean like keywords?
I don't
Maybe.
know, some kind of
Like it's a
keyword,
4/4
some kind
with
of keyword like
Trample, haste, or lifelink sort of deal?
Yeah.
yeah, like you make a 4/4 trample lifelink, or you make a 4/4 like haste flying.
So kind of like Grim Dancer. Like Grim Dancer has that same templating. You'd probably just do that, right?
Yeah, Grim Dancer. I like the design of that card because of the fact that you
Yeah.
can choose two of them.
Yeah, Grim Dancer is kind of a good like, but that's an ETB trigger, right? The one I'm talking about would be like a Gruul Spellbreaker, like a riot. Like it enters the battlefield as whatever.
I think it does enter as, doesn't it? I thought it did. I can check though.
Oh, it does it? I thought it was an ETB. It might enter the battlefield as.
And that was from Korea.
What's the original Pelucranos? Does anyone know what the original Pelucranos is?
It's a 4-mana. Was it 4-mana 4/4 or 4-mana 5/5? It had, yeah, 5/5. It had monstrous X.
It was XX.
Yeah, XX.
So Grim Dancer, it enters the battlefield with
Okay.
your choice of the counter.
Yeah, so maybe something like that, but a little bit more like detailed than that. Like maybe
I like that idea though, like where you can choose like one combination or the other. I like that.
I'm always a fan of like modal cards, even if it's not like front and back modal cards, just like cards that you can choose when you cast it, and it's like all in one card instead of like mutate, having to mutate on a different card and have it like all on one card, just to have it like in one card. Like I really like the riot mechanic, like, but I would like it kind of expanded on, and not called riot. It would just be called something else.
Where was like the kind of like better Unleash that we had way back when?
I really like the Riot a lot.
Riot was fun.
Yeah, it was.
Riot and
was good.
Spectacle, I think, were my two favorite mechanics from that set.
Yeah, Spectacle is a really good mechanic.
Yeah, I think the mechanics from the Ravnica block were great overall. Like the only thing I didn't like was the static abilities. On Planeswalkers.
Addendum was insane.
Wait, what'd you say, Chris?
Addendum, was that what it was called? You have to do it during
No.
your first extra.
Yeah,
Yeah, that was so bad.
Done mechanic.
if you cast like an instant during your main phase, like
Yeah.
Not good.
Yeah, we
Not
can
good.
talk about that. We can talk about that. What's everyone's least favorite
except for
mechanic?
that one.
Least favorite?
Okay, not least favorite. Like, oh, I hated playing against this mechanic. I'm talking about like what you think the worst mechanic of all time is, just from your memory, like not without looking it up.
Hexproof.
Hexproof, Chris, get out of here.
No, that's
Get
fair.
outta
Hexproof, I'm not a big fan of Hexproof, but I actually think.
Adamant probably.
Oh yeah, Adamant.
Probably Dredge, right? Like if we're talking like the worst, like Dredge is probably the largest offender of like.
Nah, Dredge is fine.
Dredge
I'm
is
okay with
fine,
Dredge.
it's perfect.
I'm perfectly fine with Dredge.
Bizarre, dude. We gotta keep those bizarre value high.
I
If
think
you're talking
my
about, like,
least.
unhealthy, like probably static abilities on Planeswalkers. That's probably the most unhealthy.
Oh god.
That's good too.
But
I
like,
think
I think you think that because of how broken they were.
Yeah, like Tibalt
Well, yeah.
is fine.
Well,
It's
okay,
Narset
well-
is insane.
During its time, yes. Like the ones now are okay.
Like the static abilities of Planeswalkers they've been creating, I think they like hit the nail on the head of like probably powerful, but also like not powerful enough to like warp anything. Like Vivian Monsters Advocate's passive is you can cast creatures from the top of your deck, even though it's like really good, but it's not like game breaking or anything. Like the passive of
I still think it's overpowered.
it's still
personally.
really good. Like don't get me wrong, it's super good. I love that Planeswalker. It's actually my favorite Planeswalker right now is
It's one
Vivian.
of the best
I
designs.
actually have
Yeah,
a deck.
it's so
it's a
good.
that I'm
Planeswalker
gonna
with a
be
Future Sight stapled on it.
revealing tomorrow with her in it. It's a
It's just,
Nicholas.
the Vivian's just so good. And there's also like the new Liliana that has the passive on it.
Oh, the Mage
Magecraft.
Craft. That's so broken.
Magecraft is a interesting mechanic.
Yeah.
The Magecraft on Liliana though is, oh man. Like, okay, let's just say I've ended games within 2 turns after dropping her multiple times today. Just like I'll just play her down, and then in 2 turns they go from 20 to 0 without me attacking them.
I mean, have you seen the new ultimatum lists that are running her?
The
No.
Sultai Ultimatum list that they cast it out of the graveyard and they don't even play black mana.
Yeah.
Yeah, I saw that one.
It's great. And also in standard that they're also playing it.
Wait, what? Really?
Yep.
They're playing Mizzix Master or whatever with that card in standard?
No, they're just playing Liliana General in standard in this ultimatum decks.
Dreadhorde
Same way that
General. Oh wait, you said Dreadhorde General, but you didn't mean that, right?
No, I said the new Liliana.
Oh, okay.
I said Onyx. They're playing Onyx in ultimatum in standard.
I mean,
Ultimatum
I
in
don't see a
standard.
reason not to.
Yeah, they just play the same reason why they played Dreadhorde General in Historic. It's just a very good Planeswalker that you can combo with Vorinclex. That when you press her ultimate button, you generally win the game.
What's the ultimate of Onyx again?
I think they like take 3 damage like 9 times or something like that. I don't fucking know.
Yeah, it's like
yeah,
3
it's
damage
like
6 times, right?
It's like
Each opponent may discard a
8 times,
card.
I
If they
think.
don't, they lose 3 life. Repeat this process 6 more times.
So
Yeah,
7 times.
yeah.
Total 7 times, correct.
Yeah, so basically, if they're running low, like if they don't have cards in their hand, they're just dead, basically.
But is that
a lot
good
of
though?
times they're gonna be running low.
Is that good enough?
Probably.
Yeah.
If you have a
Probably,
pile
yeah.
of
It's very
Vorinclex,
good for
Onyx,
Vorinclex.
Time Walk.
Mm-hmm.
They're just dead. Version Ultimatum. Another pretty bad design, but whatever.
I hate that
These
card.
ultimatums
I remember-
take care-
I remember when those first were released. I'm like, these cards seem extremely powerful, but they're going to see exactly 0 play because they all get hit by Aether Gust.
Yep. The Nathan Gust is gone.
And,
And Nathan Gust got rotated. I know, I'm seeing a bunch of play. At least one of them is. The other one the only one has, I'm pretty sure seen like 0 play is, no, Eerie Ultimatum seen fringe play. Inspired Ultimatum saw very little play in the beginning.
Ultimatum is probably the least played. I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, I thought they were inspired.
Inspired and
Both
Eerie,
yeah,
I've seen people play. I mean, I've seen people play Runus, but probably like twice.
Yeah, I'm like the biggest proponent of Runa's Ultimatum. But that's just because I love Mardu Doom. I fucking just love just that card. It's great.
Yeah, and I think Runus Ultimatum is actually good, especially when you
Oh,
combine
same.
it with Shadow Spear.
Yep.
Like if you're able to, like, let's say like because I actually had a deck. I actually haven't finished actually working on it, but going to what's it called the 7 mana Chromatic Ori. So you get Chromatic Ori, and then you just play basically any ultimatum you want off of it.
Yep.
And just end your opponent essentially.
I love that card when back before Kaldheim got relaunched and like mono green food was running around. It was like the best card against mono green food. You just kill literally everything. You'll get the troll back. The only thing you couldn't maybe not kill was like a Wicked Wolf.
Well,
No, I
they
remember that.
wouldn't
You
get
can't
you can't get the troll back
Bad
when you put other foods.
The food died too. And the
Yeah.
trail. And the henge.
Yeah.
Everything died. It was great.
Yep. I mean, they may have a Wicked Wolf, but you probably don't care about that.
No. I had Doom Foretold on board. I don't care.
Doom Foretold reminds me of a PVDDR video on YouTube I was watching today. He was saying that the best thing to do against the opponent playing Doom Foretold is just let it happen.
Yeah. Yep.
The more you fight, the better it is for them.
Well, it depends on the situation, but yeah, a lot of times.
Yeah.
A lot of times you just let it just go away.
It was like,
And,
he was saying like the 5 mistakes that players make when they like try to, five mistakes people make, like don't make these mistakes kind of thing. That was like the number 5.
Like whenever Doom was big, what I actually did was if I had white in my deck, I'll sideboard in like 3 or 4 Sentinel's Eyes. So then every single turn I can just keep on bringing back Sentinel's Eyes and feed Doom Foretold. Like I can even put it on my opponent's creatures. Like if they have like a Skyclave Apparition or a token out there, I'll just put it on their token and then sack it off every turn.
They probably get so annoyed.
Oh yeah. It actually worked quite a bit. Like it'll make it to where they would always have to keep sacking things essentially, and they'll have to sack their own Doom Foretold to keep from losing their stuff.
I remember I did the same thing. I just did it with Shade.
Oh yeah.
It's like it enters. Shade dies. Land. Shade comes back.
Go.
Yeah, that's a good way.
Deal with it.
Yeah, it's anything recurring basically.
And the thing is, if they do something to kill the Shade on their turn just to proc the Doom Foretold, you're like still okay with that.
Yeah. It's like cool. You just wasted 2 cards.
Yeah.
Fantastic.
Right.
But then they get the card back, and then you lose the card, so like it's a break even anyway. But still.
Yeah, generally that's I'm.
It's funny because like then you could actually play a threat, and they want one less removal for it.
Mm-hmm. No. Doom Foretold was fun. I was very okay with Doom Foretold. It's like Eldraine has like this weird mixture of like really well designed cards like Doom Foretold, and then really ass designed cards in like everywhere else.
I think they should just
it was a mess.
right now. Let's get it
Agreed.
Like I've been saying it for a while. Like they should just rotate it out. Like
Yeah, I'm very okay with Eldraine. I'm actually like
I think it's unanimous. Out of all people in Magic, it would be like, yes, rotate it out. If we had a vote, like it would probably be like 90% of players at least.
I've said this before, but and like I said, I feel like I say this almost every year, but this year I feel like it's gonna be the most interesting is when rotation happens, because it's gonna feel so weird with Standard, because we're so used to having Standard with Eldraine, but not only that, with companions. Because right now we're in this weird spot where before the game is even started, before you even play your land, you already know what your opponent's playing. Depending on if they have a companion, what companion they have, or if they don't have a companion.
I've seen a lot of lures in cycling.
Mm-hmm. Because if you see Lurrus, it's like, this is cycling rogues or like some weird Rakdos deck. You see Urian, this is probably Ultimatum. You see Obosh, Teamer.
I've actually
you don't see it as like rule, mono red, mono white.
Like green white aggro with Urian with like enchantments and stuff like Cetessan Champion, and like that threw me off because like I like mulligan my hand. I'm like, oh, this is not good against Urian.
Yeah.
And then put away all my removal spells.
I was gonna say, I wonder how many times that actually happens if you're playing green white aggro with Yorion. How many people like just like open a hand with like double Extinction Event and just put them back?
Yeah, that's actually what happened too. Like I had Extinction Event, like Heartless Act, and I'm like, oh, this is not gonna work. So I vote again for like other stuff, and I was like, okay, I'll keep. And then they went Plains, and then next turn they went into Season Howlblade. I'm like,
what? That's next level.
They went to Cetessan Champion. I'm like, I'm like,
that's next level.
About Ikoria is that most people who play Magic have not played with companions in real life, and they are probably going to rotate out of Standard before people still play them in real life.
I haven't.
Yep, I haven't. No, lie, I have. But like only once or twice.
Hey, don't lie.
So fun unlimited though.
No, yeah. Same with like I think it's Ikoria, Theros, and one other set that won't see any paper play.
Saw some play. That was like January. So
Yeah,
I definitely did see some play because
right.
The sealed GP the last weekend of January.
Right.
But yeah, like Ikoria and whatever set was in like after or whatever.
It was after Ikoria.
It was.
Was it Zendikar?
Maybe.
I think so.
Or a core set, maybe.
Yeah, it was
No, yeah, Ikoria was
21,
2021.
and then yeah, it was in the car.
Yeah.
Like,
Give me a quick sec.
I'm really interested to see what the rotation is going to be like, because I feel like yes, there's going to be some more powerful cards, like our Almond's Epiphany or whatever, but like I really think that it's going to turn to like a more like dynamic format.
Oh, probably. Just like Eldraine is just so hard to overpower. And like there's also some really egregious stuff in Ikoria right now too. So like I'd be pretty excited once standard's a bit weaker. I used to hate weak standards because the problem that I feel like Wizards always had is that they would print a really low powered set, but then include like 2 cards that are just insane. So it's like, all right, now everything's just warped around that. I never would have thought that like, all right, what happens in a format where like 10 cards are insane, but they banned all the insane cards except for the adventure cards and like Henge and Cleave.
Because those aren't insane enough.
Well, like I think anything that can impress a format is bannable in my opinion, because it's not about like it's not necessarily always about balance, but it's like
experience.
Yeah, like it's like how happy are your players? Like, are your players actually enjoying the game, or they're just playing because that's what they do? They just play Magic.
I feel like we're. Oh, sorry. Continue your thought.
And I'm glad it's changing now. Like, with the past 2 sets have made it way, way better. But for a while, it was just, going through the motions of just, let me just play this Innkeeper deck. Let me just play this control deck with Uro. Like it was like all the same stuff constantly over and over again. Let's play Rogues. Now you're seeing like a whole lot more variety. And things are a lot more fun than they were like a few months ago. But it's like come on, take some action. We want to see what these new cards can do. We don't want to see the same thing over and over and over again for like a whole like year. And I feel like they aren't willing to just take the hit and give us what we want. Because every player I know has been like, hey, we want Eldraine gone. We want it gone. We're tired of it. Because that's the best thing you could be doing, is just playing everything from Eldraine and Ikoria,
Yeah, pretty much.
So I'm interested to hear, because I didn't start playing Standard until like right before Eldraine came out, I think. So
No, you poor soul.
What was that?
You poor soul. You joined not a great time.
It's actually probably better they joined during that time though.
But I've heard that like the Standard glory days were like the first couple sets of Arena, right? Ravnica, the Ravnica sets.
Yeah,
like,
when Ravnica came out, we had a pretty good standard.
Like you said there was like a really good standard except for 2 overpowered cards, and then that's it. And you like that better than having 6 overpowered cards and banning a few of them and only having adventures left.
No.
So like what about before like Eldraine garbage, right? Or even before that, before like Teferi, Time Raveler, Narset, whatever, War of the Spark. Before like the broken part of standard sets, like what made the other sets of standard like so good? Like what made the standard so good?
Anyone want to take this?
Yeah, I have a few points for that. One, James, I wasn't clear, but the sets that they were like really low powered, but like just 2 broken cards, that's infinitely worse than what's going on right now. That's like the Collected Company standard legal days. Like that standard was near unplayable because there's like 2 decks you could play, and that was it. Everything else was just like leagues below it.
And
At least here, you
were
could
they
play,
just
like,
both
4
company
decks.
decks?
Oh yeah, I believe like one of them was 4-color Rally, the other one was like Bant Humans or something. It was just like
I don't know. I had a blast playing Jund Emerge during that time.
Emerge is such a cool keyword in
it
it.
was Emerge decks, Collected Company decks, and then what was the other one?
Rally Ancestor deck, I believe it was.
Yeah,
the Rally, with Zolper Cutthroat and
And the Tuca Shade.
Like
Good times.
it was basically a 3-deck format, and it was almost impossible to brew during that time.
Yeah,
So I actually stopped playing during that time because of it.
I think it was fun when Eldritch Moon came out.
I think the marquee sign of a really healthy standard format is that you have really strong cards that have a lot of inherent cost attached to it. So a lot of people really, really liked Khan's Tarkier standard because Abzan was too oppressive. Like that was an issue. Yeah, I'll admit it. But like Sidisi was an insanely powerful card, but you can only play it in like one deck. Siege Rhino was insanely powerful, but you can only play it in Abzan. Heroic was a really powerful mechanic, but it only worked when you played with other heroic cards. So it gave a lot of variety because you got to play a lot of different decks that all had their
Crackling Doom and Butcher.
Oh yeah, Crackling Doom.
Yeah, I miss the days of Crackling Doom. Is like your opponent plays Soaring, Crackling Doom, sack your token, redirect damage to your Planeswalker. Remember redirect damage to Planeswalkers?
Yeah, that was funny. Like it's like how does that like it confused me at first when I first started playing. It confused me because it's like
so unintuitive.
What it's like when can I redirect? You know, like but apparently I guess anytime you can go to face, you can redirect.
Yeah.
Well, they changed that ruling twice. So the first time was that you never actually directly target the Planeswalker. You keep sending everything at the opponent, and then you decide once it resolves. Then they changed it to you have to actually announce, and now it's just they're completely separate entities.
Yeah.
I think I like it being separate.
Yeah, it made them being separate made some cards a little infinitely worse in some formats, but I think it's a lot clearer now.
Yeah, it's way more intuitive.
Like like what would the redirecting thing mean that Ram Through could just like kill a Planeswalker and a creature?
Oh yeah.
Yes.
It could, yeah.
That's like so busted.
Yeah.
That's why I'm glad that they actually changed that.
Like that would be like
so many
crazy.
cards that could just be busted.
Like you Gargaroth a freaking Lovestruck beast, and then you kill like some other Planeswalker on one loyalty, and it's just like super value.
And then you attack them, yeah.
And then you attack them.
It's basically like a custom beast.
Welcome to the old days of Magic. It was a great time.
Like, and then you had damage on the stack before that. Like, jeez, the game has come a long way.
Never.
The damage on the stack thing is like probably one of the worst things. Like that, and, like mana drain or whatever you want to call
mana
it.
Burn.
Mana burn. Yeah.
Yeah,
another thing, another form of good format, like was actually so. A lot of people didn't like this format. I thought this format was actually a lot of fun. I liked War of the Spark format because when we had that, we had so many decks that were viable.
Chris.
Yeah, I agree. I actually like that format.
Chris doesn't agree, and that's fair. But I like War of the Spark meta because like so many decks were viable. Like even the tier 2 decks could have competed with the tier 1 decks. Yeah, the tier 1 decks were annoying, but they all had counterplay. Like there's extra control, mono red. There was the Gates deck. There was fucking. There was the Dreadhorde decks. There was the Gruul decks. Like every color combination was basically playable. Vampires are playable for crying out loud. Well,
yeah,
a little more.
You can play literally anything because, like, the thing is though, like, even though there were a few like super broken cards, like Teferi and Narset, those cards were typically in one type of deck, like Esper Control. Like, so you can actually build your deck to beat Esper Control. Like let's say post board or something, and just build whatever you want. Build whatever you want, and then post board you beat Esper Control. And that's basically how I did it, and it worked. And it was a lot of fun.
I just had Legion War Bosses in my sideboard.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
I'm a control deck. Surprise! I have War Boss in my main. Beep beep.
Legion War Boss was so good.
Well, yeah, but they're gonna keep Tyrant scoring in their deck regardless, right?
Nope. They boarded out. Why would you keep Tyrant scoring against a Jeskai control deck?
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah. Yeah. True.
True.
The individual play pattern of some of these Planeswalkers was just. I was sick of it all.
Yeah, Chris, you immediately shook your head there. All right, explain yourself.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just, I don't know. I see people playing Teferi. It's just horrible because they just go Teferi into Nissa. Nissa into Krasis was a really unpleasant play pattern for me, for pretty much all of Standard. Because they play Nissa and then untap with it. I mean, it doesn't really feel good for the game to end on turn 6. And even if they don't have it, you probably still lose. Just
you're talking about
a lot of the Planeswalkers weren't well designed.
Oh yeah, whenever the ban control deck came out, like.
Yeah.
That's whenever it went downhill.
Growth Snarl, Teferi.
Yep.
Then,
Yeah.
if you're not okay with a standard game ending on turn 6, are you okay with a standard game ending on turn 5 with the Jeskai Luka deck?
No.
Okay, that standard I fucking hated.
I played the heck out of that deck.
I hated the moment Agent Treachery was printed. I'm just like, I fucking hate this card.
Like,
I was okay.
I
I'm not like
game ending early, but the problem is knowing that the game will be over. Like before, like let's say like it doesn't matter what kind of interaction you have. It doesn't matter what the opponent is doing. You just know that if you don't kill them on turn 4, you lose. Like that's basically how it went. Whereas against like Mono Red, they can kill you on turn 4. That's fine, but you can also interact with that very easily. You can't interact with the Luka combo almost at all.
Well, and you have like Omen of the Sun and everything like that can make you live through Mono Red.
Like,
But, but I think Mono Red was pretty good. I feel like if I was playing Mono Red, you just hold Bone Crusher for the Luka down tick on a token. You just like kill the token, and they don't get the Agent of Treachery. You can still kill them. But the thing is that half the time they were blinking their 0-4 wall, and you can't really kill that.
Yep. That was one of the worst standards ever.
Yeah.
I hated that standard. I remember I was trying to just play regular ass fires during that time. It's like pony fires. Because I was just being a stubborn piece of shit and be like, I'm not playing Luka fires because that deck just brings me no joy.
Yeah, like I played it for I think like 13 games, and I was like 10-3 with it. I was like, I'm done. Like I don't want to play this anymore.
I built a bad version of it. I built a Super Friends version with some Interplanar Beacon, and that was fun. It was still degenerate, but I made a worse version of a good deck, and so it didn't feel like I was like I'm an asshole. I'm not that much of an asshole compared to the others.
Let me guess, you still called it a brew.
No, it wasn't mine. I knew what I was doing.
Listen, John's decks are actual brews.
Yeah, no, this guy's the brewer.
Yeah.
I'm the guy who's just like, I just want to win games. I'm like in a weird spot where like I want to be super competitive, but I don't want to play the tier 1 deck because I don't know something about my Yu-Gi-Oh past. I never enjoyed playing tier 1 decks.
The fact that you compete at a high level while playing with like your own type of decks, like it's freaking awesome.
Well, it's because I feel like it's because from my Yu-Gi-Oh background. Because in Yu-Gi-Oh, there's this mindset that if you play the tier 1 deck, your investment is not going to return because it's going to get banned. Guaranteed, your tier 1 deck is going to get banned. And so it never felt good playing the tier 1 deck because it just feels like I'm just going to spend $500 and just throw it in a fire like 8 months down the road, 6 months down the road. So with that mindset, it's just kind of drilled into my brain, be like, I don't want to play the tier 1 deck. Not because it's going to get banned, just because it's just never felt fun to me. It never felt fun playing the tier 1 deck that's eventually that everyone's going to hate on. It's more fun to hate the tier 1 deck to me, and then have everything evolve around that. In my opinion, I think it's a lot more fun to play catch up.
In fairness,
because you always have a goal in mind. There's like something. It's like
that's why I like metas where there's always a big bad. If there's a big bad, meta's great because everyone knows that's the big bad. That's the target. We're all targeting that.
You know, it's crazy. Like some people may disagree with me on this, but I think the Return to Ravnica, Return to Ravnica to Theros was probably like, in my opinion, the best format because even though there was like 2 main decks, there's like mono blue, mono black. It was like control as well. Yeah. With Sphinx's Revelation and all that. Even though you had like the 3 pillar decks, you could literally build whatever you wanted and compete against all those decks. Like most people played the best decks, but you could actually beat them with anything, and it was great. You know, like I remember taking my Naya Tokens deck, wiped the floor with all 3 of those decks. It didn't matter, like but no one played the Naya Tokens deck. You know, it was only me playing it, and it felt great. So that was fun. But it's kind of hard to do that these days because a lot of the cards do too much, whereas back then, all the cards individually weren't very good. Like individually, the cards were not that great. But now it's like you play one card, you have to answer it. You literally have to answer it the turn that it hits the board. And I think that's what's been causing the brews to not be able to compete, is because a brew typically doesn't have a whole engine around it, like just pre-made, like the Ventures package or something like that. So I think that's what's been kind of dampening the format, is just the fact that you kind of have to play Adventures, you kind of have to play Yorion, you kind of have to play Croxa. You got to play these big mythics in order to or these companions or these adventures in order to even do anything. You can't put together a bunch of commons and uncommons and expect to win a tournament like you could back in the day. You could literally build decks out of commons and uncommons and win.
Yeah, that's the thing that, like, recently I've seen, like, so many cards, especially going over the set review for Strixhaven, and this doesn't only apply to Strixhaven, but going over the set reviews for Strixhaven and also playing Limited for Strixhaven for a little bit, for, like, a day, just the cards have so much text.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Like, one thing I've said this many times, all it takes is you look at the card and be like, oh, this is really good. If you think it's really good, that means you should just dial it back and just make it good. Don't make it really good, just make it good. And I think that's what they start doing from now on, is making sure that the cards can do something, but not too much. A card shouldn't be doing 3 to 4 different things. That should just be out of the question. 3 to 4 different things on a card is just too much, in my opinion.
What do you think about the text of the 7 or 8 mana card that, like, also ramps you, but it's also a really big spell?
Genesis Ultimatum?
No, the one that also ramps you. I forgot what the card's called, but it's like it's a Prismari card that you can. It's like hybrid Izzet colors for 2 mana, and you get to make a treasure token.
Oh yeah. Oh,
Magma Opus?
oh, yeah, those are,
I think it's
those
that.
are overpowered.
Creative Outburst or whatever?
Those are OP.
Do those both do that? Is there 2 of them that do that?
There's 2 of them.
Creative
Yeah, there's
Outburst.
also
That's pretty broken.
But there's actually 3 of them. But
Creative Outburst or whatever.
yeah, Creative Outburst. There's Magma Opus, I think.
Mhm.
Yeah, Magma Opus, Creative Outburst.
And there's another one. It's not a very good one. It makes 2 tokens. But I think those are kind of overpowered. I've been messing around with them, and now they're not to the level of like Adventures or nothing like that, but they are very, 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 very strong. And whenever I was doing the set review, I rated them very, very highly. Like the uncommon one, I rated like a 9 out of 10. Magma Opus, I rated a 10 out of 10 on my set review. And all I gotta say is they are performing up to par. Like not only from my experience, but watching other people use them.
I think it's just like when you have like a 8 mana card or 7 mana card like that, the opportunity cost is so freaking high. But when you can just ramp with it on 2 mana and make a treasure token, like the opportunity cost goes like way down.
Yeah,
like it just makes it just like you just play it because you can.
If it didn't have that ability, it would be bad.
Yeah.
I want to roll. Keybones, you had a point earlier you wanted to harp on when I was talking about playing decks and everything.
You telling me?
No, Keybones.
Okay.
At which point?
When I was talking about building decks and not playing the tier 1 decks.
I agree that Bob, you were about to say something.
Oh god, what was it? I was just thinking about the Return to Ravnica format, and was that it? Was that around the time? I don't exactly remember, to be honest. It's okay.
You got scooped.
All right.
We got scooped.
Got scooped. Making the treasure for 2 mana though, card disadvantage. Is that what you want to be doing? You get a 2 mana Lotus Petal. I think Magma Opus is good just because of Gear Hulk right now.
Yeah, I've been jamming that in Historic with Jeskai. It's been a blast.
That seems very good. Being able to do, being able to discard it to itself is pretty powerful.
What I found out about it, I think tempo is a lot more important than card advantage right now. From my experience, at least, like every time I've discarded, like even in standard, I'll discard it to make mana or make a treasure. Never even matters like that. Discarded a card, because I'll be like a turn ahead of schedule or be able to double spell quicker, and it'll put the opponent further behind, especially if you're drawing cards and getting card advantage through other means.
Or you just use it to cast Goldspan Dragon ahead of schedule and you make the token back anyway.
Yep.
The treasure.
Yeah.
I'm not too sure how I feel about current design, where just like 7 and 8 mana spells should win you the game. Like, I get the idea behind it, how like you put it's like kind of like the idea of like a Planeswalker ultimate. You put the time into casting the spell that should win you the game. But at the same time, when you make like these sort of effects like that, they just almost feel like everything you did beforehand, like if you cheated out, like if you ramp to it, it just feels like that everything I did beforehand was just meaningless. Like, that's why I feel like right now it's a weird, different kind of skill expression that it was in the past. Like back in Theros, back in like original, when I first started playing, you could very clearly tell who the better player was by how they played, and you could very easily control the game from that spot just by being a better player. Now we have these such swingy cards that almost skill expression and player skills define like, well, should we say that a player isn't skilled because they're able to call themselves back from this situation, or should we say that they're skilled because they were able to and use the resources available to them to call back from an unwinnable situation to a winnable spot? It's such a weird spot that I find myself always question myself, like, well, am I a better player because I drew the spells in order to get me to the spot where I can win, or am I not a skilled player because I just top decked the win? We're in this spot where I shouldn't have been able to.
I have something to say about this. I think the best players put themselves in positions to be lucky, not that they get lucky.
That's fair. I don't disagree with that. It's just I feel that gap has closed, where in order to put yourself in that spot was a lot more skill to do so. Like, I remember looking back at certain pro tours, like watching Kvartek, for instance, like making all these plays, and I'd be like, wow, he put them in himself in such a good spot to be in a really well positioned, where now I feel like I can do that much more simpler, which is because of the cards that are available to me. Maybe it's just because I'm playing at a higher level or not, but I'm not too sure.
Yeah, I actually agree with you, like, quite a bit on that point. It's like yes, you can tell, the top players from, someone who's just playing for fun, but the like you were saying, the gap is like closed as far as like the opportunity to do so.
Mm-hmm.
Like, let's say a casual player can still catch up to let's say a high level player just by drawing
ultimatum off the top or whatever.
Yeah, like, and then you can beat, it's a lot easier to beat better players now than it was then. A whole lot easier, because let's say you get this person down to no resources whatsoever. Okay, they're top decking. You have a full board of like, you've countered everything that they did. You've removed all the proper things, and you win the next turn. Oh, one card. Oh, look at there, I win. It's like you did all that. You played that whole game, played everything perfectly, and then you still lose because of a top deck. Like, and when your opponent literally didn't do anything. So that's what I don't like about the game right now. Is the fact that, or let's say you draw to a great hinge, and like let's say you Thoughtseizes or Duress or whatever, you get rid of a great hinge, you kill their creature. Next turn, they top deck into a Lovestruck Beast. Okay, now you don't have removal for the Lovestruck Beast. Oh, I just drew a hinge. Oh, let me go Innkeeper. Draw. And then you just overwhelm your opponent after they just picked apart everything that you were trying to do. And I think it's a huge problem. So
I'm interested in Chris's, your opinion on this.
Yeah.
I mean, I think I agree with what you're saying, that the cards are a lot more strong these days. So the games a lot of times just end very quickly because you stick a Great Henge or whatever it is. But I think that this more so just speaks to like why you should just play good cards, why you should just play the best decks if you want to win, if that's what you're serious about doing. Because I mean, this sort of thing happened back in the day too. Like Blue-Eye Delver mirrors were super skill intensive, right? The best player almost always won, right? Not always. You just play Geist Saint Draft. If it's stuck, there's no answers to it. You just win. So it's like the same thing with Great Henge, but it more so I think is just speaking to like I don't think you're a bad player or a good player based off. I don't know. I'm trying to think of my point here. I feel like it's getting a little bit lost.
Yeah, Chris, what's your point?
I don't know. I would just say like I don't think it makes you a good or bad player if you're playing these like swingy spells. There's definitely more of them today, but
Okay. Bob,
no,
Bob, what do you think about that?
Yeah, I would never say that. Like just because you're playing the best decks or the best cards doesn't mean that you're any less of a player. You know, like a lot of times, like you're doing yourself a disservice by not playing those best cards. You know, like the issue I have is the fact that you kind of have to play those cards in order to do well.
Yeah.
You can't just like come up with like something unique or different and expect to like top a tournament. It's a lot less likely than it was back then. But yeah, by all means, if you're trying to win, like, I mean, you're better off playing those top decks because you're gonna be disappointed if you're trying to bring a brew, So yeah, I would definitely, evaluate the format and see what's actually good if you're trying to compete seriously.
Like, I think I have two things to say about that, and then I'll get to you, Bob, and what you think have to say about that. And I just forgot one of my points, so nice.
She's great.
But like, I think that. Oh, and by the way, hearsay. Make sure you share your camera or click the video button on the bottom left.
Yeah.
We have to see your beautiful face.
My face. Hello.
Hey.
Hello.
There he is.
All right, I'm gonna move these over.
Now we're just gonna make James just hate himself if he has to read the whole overlay.
God.
Welcome to my life.
God, freaking why? Why does Discord do this?
I don't know. I hate
why
it.
don't they just freaking? This is so annoying. God, why?
Idiot.
Welcome to my D&D streams, dude. I hate this every time.
God. All right, are we finally there? Did we do it?
There we are. Yeah, I see it.
Jeez.
There you go.
God. All right, getting back on topic.
You okay there?
Like, I think, like, I agree with Chris that it doesn't make you a good or bad player, okay? And I also agree that if you want to win, you should play the good cards. But I think this applies more to Standard than it does to Historic. And I might be wrong, but I think it's, like, more accentuated in Standard. Like, there's only a certain number of, like, broken spells in Standard, and if you're probably not playing those, like, you're already disadvantaged. Like, Edgewell Innkeeper, Great Henge, Embercleave, like, Goldspan Dragon, Elder Gargaroth, Ultimatum, like, all these, like good cards that, like, all these good decks play. If you're not playing those, or you're, like, trying to make one of those, like, your only best card in your deck, and you have some kind of brew, then, like I don't know if you can win, though. Like, if you win, I mean, you can win, but you can win you can win, but I don't think you can win consistently. Like, I don't think you can have like a 55% plus win rate. Like, if you just don't play the best cards. But that's like, I think that's only in Standard. But like, I'm interested to see like what Bob thinks about this and if he thinks it's only in Historic, or only in, like mostly in Standard and not in. I think in Historic's a little bit different. It's a different dynamic, I think.
I don't play a lot of Dash Shadow decks for. I've been playing a lot of bad Dash Shadow decks, and they have a really high win rate for no reason.
Yeah.
Sorry, I missed the exact point you wanted me to comment on.
Oh God, I wasn't clear.
Yeah, like
maybe it's my one
power
maybe
disparity?
it's my one monitor that's kind of messing with my head. No, but I think the point that I like basically just the question that we're all answering is, or maybe it's just a statement that basically just what the power level of like the power cards in Magic right now, whether it's in Standard or Historic, kind of like how those have a certain dynamic, and if you're playing them or not, does it make you a better player or not if you like top deck it or whatever, like what the conversation we were having a few minutes ago.
Yep. Okay. Yeah, that I can definitely comment on. So there's actually another point I wanted to bring up too, because we were talking about how it feels like outplaying people back in the day was much more skill intensive, or just not even outplaying, but just like winning games was a lot more skill intensive than it is now. I think a very big part of that a lot of people forget is that the delta between the good players and the bad players, not the amazing players and the bad players, or even the amazing players and the good players, but the good players and the bad players has definitely shrunk a lot with Arena. The introduction of Arena has helped significantly lessen that gap. But to the point of, are you a better player for playing better cards? Technically, no. Are you going to win more by playing better cards? Yeah. So, like, it's just, you're not any better of a player for playing better cards, but you are making a better decision by playing better cards. So, that's kind of, like, where my head's at with that. Like, you can play bad cards and be a great player. Like, realistically, Yukihiro does it all the time.
I knew you were gonna bring him up.
Yukihiro.
I was
waiting for you to bring him up.
So I feel like knowing the meta too is really big, because you can use bad cards to go against these big decks and still win. Like, knowing, like, if you're going against a deck, you're like, okay, I know this deck already. I know what cards are in it. I know what I need to play around. Like, you can use those bad cards to your advantage anyways. Like, I feel like any deck can win. Yeah, you're gonna have a hard time, but I feel like it's more skill using those bad cards to beat the big bads.
I mean, look at my Mardu deck. I had 2 Magistrate in the main.
Yeah. I don't want to talk about your Mardu deck. Okay, that's just ridiculous. I already said when I did my review that the Clever Luminancer was going to be a game changer in
I
Standard.
wasn't talking about that one. I was talking about the Fury deck.
I haven't seen your Fury one. I've only seen
It's the one I won the 5K with. I had 2 Magistrate in the main, and I also had 2 Broken Brow on the side, and I had 2 Redain on the side, and they're generally like not that great cards, but they work because of the positions I put myself to make them good.
Yeah, and that's what I mean. Like, you just knowing with the decks you're playing against, okay, I know what they're gonna play, and I know how I would play the deck. So you're just like, okay, I can play around this.
We have a question from DiabloJambi. Hopefully I said it right. Does it make you a better player if you have the knowledge or find out what those better cards are? Is there a merit in that question?
Going on the list?
Like you notice a certain interaction and you notice this card that fills the role. Does that make you? I really do feel like that's a skill.
Yeah,
it definitely is a skill, knowing cards. Like Samsoni and I this morning when we were playing the Jeskai control deck, and we're like, oh, this is busted, and it's the double white. You don't get to cast spells this turn, so it's like if you resolve a Teferi, you untap 2 planes, you have now won.
Yeah.
You don't even at this point. You don't even need 2 blue mana to counter their spell. No, you're just not playing this turn.
Imagine playing spells that buy back your creatures from the yard.
The only downside to this card is that it exiles itself. I can't flash it back with Gearhulk. Like,
Exile.
Yeah, it's exile stuff. It's such bad game design. I can't abuse it anymore.
Yeah, I only get to use it 3 times, but I mean, like, I really feel like 3 extra turns is not enough to win the game.
like you could an extra turn spell is just a glorified explorer, right? Like extra turns don't really do anything.
No.
The best though is when you see a player take an extra turn and they don't win, and then they take another turn and they don't win, and you're like, okay, all right.
All my ultimatum opponents win. I let them resolve Omniscience.
I was like, oh, it's, yeah. It's like, oh, you don't have any cards in hand. Go ahead,
you can resolve it.
Well, they don't have any cards
the
in hand.
ultimatum decks and historic, they just go like, there are choices always like Scholar, the Tutor, Omniscience, and I'm just like, you can have the Scholar and the Omniscience, but I'm gonna put your Tutor back. You have like, what's your hand? 2 cards, and they go like land drop, explore, pass, and I go, cool, good game, nice Omniscience, finding the old gods, go away.
That's actually funny.
Have you been playing more limited or standard right now, Chris?
All limited. Only limited.
I can tell because you aren't saying anything.
That's my love language. That's
limited is such a hard format.
I can't play limited until like a few weeks into it, just because I don't know like what to drop and what cards are actually interacting when you're drafting. I'm like, oh yeah, this like keep it like a below 2 CMC. I'm like, okay, I have a 1-drop, a 2-drop, my 3-drop. Okay, I can win on turn. Like I can be able to aggression out. But with the new set, you're almost forced into drafting into a college. So you have you can't just go mono red and be like, okay, I'm just gonna blow you out.
That's why I'm very much a constructed player. I'm not a good limited player because I'm just sitting here I have a very constructed brain, and limited I'm very much willing to admit this. I'm not a good limited player, and there are much better players at limited and playing in the limited formats than I am. So I'm just like, y'all can have a week or two to figure it out, and I'll just piggyback off you guys. And
I'm just gonna jump in on your guys'
Don't ever
hardware.
ask me for limited advice.
No, I don't. Anyone's just like, what do you think of this limited? I'm like, I have played none of it.
Yeah, but I'm a brewer and a constructor, so it's like, okay, I can do this and go about and make a broken deck and see if it catches and rank up.
I feel like limited helps the constructed brain though. It you stumble across cards that are gross and limited. A lot of times they'll sometimes carry over into constructed. That's what things like Glory Bringer were, at least for me.
Yeah.
This card's beatable.
A lot of people are saying the learn and lessons mechanic is not constructed, or not that great in constructed, but I think it's busted.
Wait, which card?
The whole learn lesson mechanic is actually really good, and even in constructed.
Learn lesson is pretty insane. Even if you don't want to learn, it's not looting. What were we saying today? It's
rummage.
Rummage? Yeah, you're rummaging. It's like, okay, I don't like get rid of this card. I'm gonna draw a card. It still provides card advantage.
Yeah, that's one reason why I like it, because either A, you can grab something out of the board, or B, you can try to set your hand up a little bit. Either way, it's good.
Because limited is just about land to spell ratio, and with learn you're getting 2 spells off of 1 card, which is pretty unbelievable. Because whoever casts more spells in a game of limited is the one who wins. And the best thing about it too is that these learn spells also can get you lands, because the environmental sciences card finds lands. So it's just it's so gross because you can always get what you want. You can get an X spell, you can get land, you can get removal. It always works out. So good in limited.
That's one of the best one of the best lessons is environmental sciences.
Yeah, it is. Surprisingly, it doesn't look like a good card, but it is.
Environmental science. That's the tutor for land, right?
Yeah, 2 find a land,
which is sweet because it's colorless, so any deck now has mana fixing.
Exactly. Yeah.
One thing I noticed too is that I feel like a lot of people write off a lot of cards really early, and I think it's a lot of cards are in the set right now are written off, a card Spartan Regimen. That card is kind of actually busted. Many people are like, it's okay, you get a counter vigilance, not that great, but I think a lot of people aren't really looking at what it does as far as in the games that you would actually use that ability, especially on things like Seasoned Hallowed Blade, on things let's say you have a life linker, or even a first striker, it gets even better at that point.
Well, even look at it the Clever Illuminancer. You cast it, you put a counter on it, it's now a 1/2, but then you also just cast a sorcery, so it's actually a 3/5 off of 1 spell, and it's a 1/1 or a 1 CMC.
I feel like a lot of things are overlooked because they aren't doing anything huge, I feel like the little things are really what's going to carry you to a win, just because over a course of a few turns it all adds up. If you're just waiting for one big spell, I think that you're setting yourself up for failure, in my opinion, but the fact that let's say you play it in the actual learn deck, not only do you get to search for a card or loot, but it also makes it to where your opponent has to answer everything you put on the board, essentially.
It always takes a week or so to see the cards that people are overlooking, and then you're like, oh, this is actually broken. Remember when Cat and Oven came out and everyone laughed this is stupid. This is
right.
This is nothing. And then a week later, you're
real?
why am I playing against this deck? Get it out of here.
I remember that was just a straight week of just like people playing Cat Oven. I just abused that because I was just like, I'm gonna play Mardu. I'm gonna play like 3 main deck Kaya,
Yeah.
just to say fuck you to Cat Oven decks.
Yep. Kaya was
I climbed
like,
to Mythic because of that in that week.
like
I hate Kaya. During the last league weekend, with the current structure, you're forced to play against the same person up to 4 times. I played against Raph Levy 4 times when I was playing Jun Food or Jun Company. He's playing the mid-range deck.
Oh
Every game.
no!
I would thought
it's like is that like auto loss?
you just open your game and you're like, oh.
you just know you're dead.
Okay.
I don't
All
think
right.
you can,
I
think it's
beat
a
that
way
deck
to win that,
once
is
on
there?
Junk Food, and I've only beaten it once.
It feels like 90-10 matchup.
Oh, it feels like if I get Karavek and it sticks, not Karavek. If I get a Corvold and it sticks,
Yeah.
then I'm good. And if they have ECD or Binding, I'm fucked.
They have to either miss their lands or flood out unbelievably. That's pretty much my only plan against them.
Yeah, they just blow everything up and exile everything.
Yeah, it's designed to beat that matchup. That's why I think that's why we were talking about
But-
before, like what makes good players and like the good cards they're playing. And I think the best players that we saw before, like during that league weekend, they did really well with the Sultai Ultimatum list. Not because it was a good deck, I don't think, nor do I think the cards in it are actually that good in the grand scheme of historic. But everyone's playing auras, everyone's playing Jund, no one has counter spells. They just found like a little hole in the meta game where it's like there's no counter spells, so let's play 7 mana to win the game.
Yeah,
Yeah,
and it's
That
like
makes good players.
Hey, I mean,
when it
that's
first came
what-
out, it was like, okay, Ultimatum is beatable, and then everyone started playing Scholar. It's like, okay, it's a little harder, and now with Strixhaven coming out, there's Mizzix Mastery. You're like, okay, all right, let's go to the second game so I can sideboard for this.
There's a reason I have 3
Yeah.
SPL in my sideboards.
Thoughts on unbanning Wilderness Reclamation?
No,
No.
Probably not a good idea.
No.
you can leave your own podcast. Thank you very much.
Mana doublers do not
All right, see ya.
belong in the story.
All right, see ya. Kill stream. 1 million channel points.
There you go.
Like I'm
Was
interested
in chat again asking
to
for
see how
Obelisk
historic
being
checks
up
out.
banned?
So
Oh, he is.
What?
I was just saying, he's like, what is Nate in chat again asking for a rec to be banned? And I looked over like, oh wait, no shit, he is.
Yes.
Yeah.
I want to talk more on a serious note about what it takes to be a great player in Magic. Okay, and I know that everyone else besides me has a really good answer for this because I suck. But I know that 2 Saturdays ago, I talked to DoggertQBones on the podcast 1-on-1, and he related a lot of his success to Chris, and kind of like being that person to be like kind of like. I just imagine just like a freaking bug on a rhino, right? Like Chris is the rhino and DoggertQBones is like the freaking gnat, and he's like, train me, and then Chris is like, fine, okay, play this card, and he's like, all right, but like, and then eventually, you know, Bob graduated to like being a hippopotamus, you know, like the hippo to the rhino. It's like, you know, like Bob doesn't have like the result to show like as much as Chris does, obviously, but. I feel like Bob is one of the best players that I know right now, and I think it's a lot to do with what you've taught him, Chris. So I just want to kind of ask you personally, and maybe everyone else in here has thoughts about it as well. Like, what do you think it takes? Like, say you don't have a mentor, right? Like you were to Bob. Like, what does it take to be like an approaching MPL type player? Like maybe not MPL type player, but because like I like, you know, people's brains are different, but some people can't make it. You know, some people aren't as good as others. Do you think that if someone is not really good at all, that they can make it to that level? And what do you think it takes to get to that level?
Let's go down the list. So let's start with.
You know, let's go to Chris first, and then Chris
correct.
Chris to Hearsay, and then Samson, and then John, and then we'll end with Bob.
I take care of it.
First and foremost, Bob is gas. That podcast episode was gas. Listen to it. Man sells himself short way too much. But
I just want to see him do push-ups with his shirt off. That's all I'm about.
wait, which thing? What?
So I just want to see Dog take his shirt off and do push-ups in all of his streams.
That's what I'm missing.
Gotta see the guns.
Channel point reward.
There you go.
Wait, so
Little
James,
teaser.
you're asking us
Oh
Little
yeah.
teaser for you kids.
All right,
Beautiful.
Go ahead.
Scrumptious.
you're asking kind of like what particular qualities someone needs if they want to strive to be like one of the top or one of the better players to be like a very good player.
Yeah, you can talk about that. You can go as macro or micro as possible. You can talk about like making specific card choices or playing specific decks, like Magic related, or you can go like theory related, like in your own head, in like someone's head. Whatever you want.
I mean, Bob covered a lot of that stuff in the last episode, but
Reiterate.
I mean, ultimately, you just have to be clear with yourself about what your goals are. If you're sitting down with yourself and being like, okay, like I want to be in the MPL, and you're like starting from scratch, I mean, you're probably just going to disappoint yourself. That's not really going to be doing yourself much good. Ultimately, though, if you just love the game, like I just like love playing. I'll always play anytime. Like I honestly don't play any other games and devote all my time to it. And I've been playing for a long time, so I think that's one of the biggest edges that I had that allowed me to get lucky and play well and get to the point where I somehow got lucky enough to get into the MPL. And when you get down to like individual Magic choices like decks and just like random theory about the game, I just with how current cards are set up, but this could change. Like I think you pretty much are always going to steer wrong if you try to brew before some of these big events most of the time, unless it's something that's very out of the blue and very proactive and powerful. I don't know. Like surrounding yourself with players that are better than you is like a classic too. These are just like a lot of the cliches a lot of the good players say is true. But honestly, Bob covered a lot of it, and he's a lot more articulate with this stuff than me.
So like one of the things that Bob did say about you is that he would try to watch you like learn from you, and you'd be like, just do this play, and like he would have no idea why. And that you were just like an actual prodigy, and like you just like knew the right plays to make, like regardless. But like you couldn't really explain yourself, but like you knew the right play.
I don't know. I was not a good teacher, and honestly, at times wasn't even a good friend to him. But when we were trying to learn together, like there'd be times during PTQs. I remember this one was like an infamous one where he went like 1-2 dropped out of a PTQ, and he was playing some deck, and he was explaining to me how he lost, and he showed me his pool, and I was like, why didn't you do this, this, and this? Your opponent played a bunch of 4-mana 3/3s that need to attack. So like you can situate your board and game plan around. I could put these cards in that are good against 3/3s that need to attack. And he's just like, oh, I just didn't think of it. And I was like, what do you mean you didn't think of it? What's wrong with you?
God, Chris, you're a bully. You're just a bully.
Hey,
I'm not
a bully.
You couldn't see this. It was right in front of you.
a good teacher.
I can see
Not like
Bob's
you,
rosy
but-
cheeks right now. He's freaking blushing.
I love Chris, but yeah, that was a bit brutal.
You see Doggy's just like, oh no, why didn't I? I know why did. Oh, why didn't I?
Yeah,
do
I was
that?
like,
Oh.
I don't know, like I just didn't even consider it. I didn't think that was a thing I could do. That's like a big thing, right? It's just understanding. I don't want to take up too much time.
All right, let's go to hearsay.
Yeah.
I guess like to be a better player, like I'm a big fan of. So when I'm playing all my games, even on ladder, I record all my matches, so I can re-watch them and see like what plays the opponent did and how I played it and like where I messed up. Because most times there's always 1 or 2 plays that you're like, I definitely should have done that. I should have waited and seen what was going to happen, or like making the opponent react to you, vice versa the other way. So it's like just like rewatching your games and knowing what, like I always like studying the big 5 decks, like there's usually, especially in historic, there's usually 5 decks that everyone's playing. So like just go over them and be like, okay, how does this interact with this? And you can build a deck around, okay, if this is what this deck is doing, can I like build a deck that will counteract that deck and then just run games in it.
But then that comes to the thing, like if you're playing before a big event, and that comes into the brewing though, which what Chris said not to do.
That's fair. You mean like you have to know the main decks you're going against. You can always, like you said, you can build a deck as long as it's intuitive to what you're doing. Like what the cards are actually interactive with the big bad decks, right?
Yeah, like I think I think there was a, like, I don't know, I think it was like a week and a half ago before Strixhaven came out, and I was like, everyone's playing Rogues and Ultimatum. It was like the 3 days that everyone was playing Rogues and Ultimatum, and I was like, what's the one deck that can beat those decks? And I'm like, I'm just gonna play Mono Red. Why am I not just playing Mono Red? And I was playing Standard, and I was like, And then I played mono red at like a 75% win rate over like 18 matches. And I was like, oh. And then I just made Mythic in 2 seconds, and it was like super easy. So I think a lot of it was like,
seconds.
but not too. It was like one stream. It was like relatively quick. And like you can still like have the mindset of like what kind of deck is good in this format, whatever format you're in, or what kind of decks are being played. Just like Chris was saying, when there was like a hole and no one's playing counter spells, might as well play a 7 mana, sorcery kind of thing that wins the game. But like I was thinking to myself, oh, why don't I just play mono red? And then I played mono red, got to Mythic super fast, and then all of a sudden the next day, in the day and a half, and like a day later, 2 days later, everyone's playing mono red.
Yeah, I remember that streak. Because like I think you went up against mono red 4 or 5 times in a row.
Yeah, I think it was like 5 times in a row. I was like, okay, I guess everyone's caught on at this point. I'm just gonna play mono white now because it can still beat Ultimatum, but it also is good against mono red. But like then, as soon as I was gonna do that, Strixhaven came out, so it didn't matter. But
I'll be right back. 1 second.
Yeah,
Mono white's so popular though.
My point of saying that though was that you can still find the niche in the meta and still net deck, and still like, especially if you're going into a big event, you can still like find, okay, here's the 75 cards that is like considered to be the best version of this deck. I personally like this card and this card and this card like over, like I want to play 4 of this card over 3 of this card. Like you can like fine, whatever. But I think that what you were saying, Chris, about like before you enter a big tournament, like don't really try to go outside the box and kind of like go with what's good. But I think it's contextual to like, and I think it's a big skill too to like know what is going to be good in what metagame you think is going to happen. So like especially with my history in Yu-Gi-Oh, like a big thing going into a big tournament is like knowing the metagame that people are going to be playing. It's like kind of hard sometimes to figure out like what are people going to be playing. But if you find that out and you're right, sometimes it's a guess, but if you find that out and you're right, then you're going to do really well. What's up, Samson?
I'm going to put this out there. Figuring out the Yu-Gi-Oh meta is infinitely easier than figuring out the Magic meta. It is so easy to figure out what the Yu-Gi-Oh meta is compared to Magic.
Like,
Man, I
yes and no.
Agree.
Like yes and no, because it's kind of like you can kind of easily think about this in Magic, where in Historic everyone's playing, claim to firstborn decks and like black-white auras. And no one's playing counterspells, so I'm going to play a deck that benefits off of no one playing counterspells.
Well, the reason why I say that is because Yu-Gi-Oh has a disparity between its two player bases, where you have the OCG and the TCG, where the OCG is ahead of the format from TCG.
Yeah,
so it's annoying. So Yu-Gi-Oh, you actually have this forward sense of like, we already know what's good.
Yes.
We have these random other cards that are good, so it's very much easier to figure out what the meta is going to be, because we already know what it's going to be. We can look at Japan and be like, oh, that's their meta.
yeah. We're just going to play that. Thanks for figuring the cards out for us.
That irritated me the most about Yu-Gi-Oh.
Yeah,
it's like thanks for figuring the cards out for us. We're just gonna neck deck that the OCG, but
yeah,
or neck deck Japan if you don't know what OCG is. It's just the Japan deck list. But
it's Japan.
The thing is though is in Yu-Gi-Oh, and I don't want this to be a Yu-Gi-Oh stream, but I'll talk about it for a second. In Yu-Gi-Oh, like you have the best deck, and then you have everything else, and that's almost every format. So like it's almost always like just strictly not optimal to play anything else. Whereas in Magic, there's like the best deck, and then there's like also the best deck that counters that deck, like kind of.
Well, I'll have to disagree with that because I actually was known in the Yu-Gi-Oh community for playing decks that were not meta, and like I was like top in regionals, beating all the best decks with my own brews.
Well, you're JdoubleR2 though. You're just different.
Well, no, I was like one of the few people that actually tried. I think it was just that the people weren't trying,
Yeah.
Like
Do either of you remember the Yu-Gi-Oh channel, Yu-Gi-Oh for Real Men?
No.
The Moki was during the Elemental Dragon meta with Moki just murdering Elemental Dragon players with a stupid 1-star 300 attack creature.
Thank you for the sub, by the way. I really appreciate that.
No.
TLDR, it's like the equivalent of like just playing this random common. Yeah, no, it's basically like that. It's for all the Magic players. It's basically like equivalent of like winning with, I don't know. I'm trying to think of a good example. Like this random, just like a vanilla card. Like he's winning with Yargle. That's the best way to put it. He's winning with Yargle against like Ultimatum.
Yargle likes to bargle.
Yargle's busted, dude. Yargle and Cleave
Yeah.
is funny. I don't want to hear it.
I don't want to hear.
I think one reason why metas are the way they are is because not many people try to do different things. Like, cause it's much easier. You know, some people may not have the time, or the cards, so it's understandable. Or maybe they just like the deck that that somebody else came up with. Maybe they just like the deck, and so they play that. But I mean, it still doesn't change the fact that no one's really trying to do different things. Like, I mean, sure, there's people out there that are, but not many people are trying to actually change the meta itself.
Yeah,
And-
I feel that. Like I feel like in Magic, there could be like 5 best decks in Magic, right? Like especially in like Last Standard, there was like a lot of best decks. Like you saw Gruul be the best deck for a few months, and
I would agree with that.
then you saw Gruul being the best deck, like considered the best deck for like a month, like or at least, and then you saw a period of time where it was like a couple weeks or even close to a month that no one played Gruul. Like it's not that the deck got any worse or like fundamentally became different as a deck. Like it's still just the same deck, but like in different metas in Magic, different decks could be the best deck, but they're all like if you like in a vacuum, like they're all just like probably kind of equally powerful. But in Yu-Gi-Oh, it's just not like that.
Well, in Yu-Gi-Oh, it's easier to counter the decks than it is in Magic, I think.
Kind of bringing us back on topic. The other thing that I think makes it kind of like Kvartek said, where surrounding yourself with better players. And remember one thing, I forget who it was, Magic player, but they moved to a different state, and you just remember saying just like, hey, who is the best player in this area? It's always just finding out, no matter where you are, just surround yourself, just find yourself whoever you can that you think is like the better player, like the most experienced player. Doesn't matter if it can matter if they're not on the same power as their last player is, but it still matters you can get yourself that better practice. Like I'm on a team with a bunch of Germans right now, and I feel like my play has gotten drastically better because I can bounce ideas off them. We get to practice against each other. I'm in a position where I've actually been able to do that because they're in a completely different time zone than me. I haven't had to do
that.
I haven't had to do so much PST to CEST math than I have in my entire life.
I think though for the average player, like they don't have the opportunity to do that.
Well, it doesn't matter. Well, it doesn't matter if you don't need to be in like me or Chris's position or like QBones' position to be like able to get all these connections. Just find your best friend who's better than that, or just find someone online who you think is like you're better than me. Let's chat. Let's find out like what your thought process is. Just find whoever you think is like the best person in a room and be like, I'm going to bug you. I want your thoughts and opinions.
Bob.
Not exactly.
No, nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with that.
Chris is more begging me to stop being bad so he can have like a good playtest partner.
Was that true, Chris?
Chris just shows up. He's like, "Please, for the love of God, just
play
better.
like okay for once.
Can you do better? Just be better. Why are you the way that you are?"
Game store by far.
What'd you say,
I need
Chris?
to find like someone to like help elevate my game because like I've been trying to like go competitive, but then like I kind of like just like fall off, and it's like
I bounce into like all my friends' stream and be like, "Yo, let's stack." I help out. Mari's like was playing my Mardu Fury deck for the longest time. I'd pop into her stream and be like, "Samson, help!" I'm like, "Okay, here, I'll help." I'd be like, "Samson, I need a cyborg guide." Okay, here's a cyborg guide. I don't think I'm not that well versed in this deck, but I'll give you my thoughts and opinions because you're gonna value my thoughts and opinions because I'm at a higher level than you, and maybe you'll learn something from them. I don't think that, but you can learn from what I give you as a skeleton, and you build from there.
Yeah, for sure.
like well, also like more so like mental, like like the mental stability to be able to like grind out, like games and testing, or keep the confidence, especially because like I've been having like a ton of lack of confidence, which is kind of like why I kind of like just put it off.
I've been on and up and down.
I think you gotta have
you gotta know how to take those losses on the chin and just go, okay, let's go to the next.
It's always a huge mindset. It's a mindset that I'm constantly reminding myself from being like, okay, how did I play? Did I play well? Cool. Did I play poorly? Cool. Did I misplay? No. Did I just get outcarded? Yeah, and that's fine. My opponent just
Like,
got the better cards than me. I played the best I could. Couldn't get there. Moving on. Let's go to the next match. I've had that a lot.
I guess that would be one way to do it. You know, like being able to keep your head up, especially after like let's say like a long losing streak. Like as a kid, like you know, like, how do you handle like you know if you're like in a rut, like assuming that you've had those kind of situations where like you're you know you're trying to get out of it, but it's like no matter what you do, it's like you know you just seem to be stuck. You know.
When I'm in a like a losing rut, for some reason, what always makes me feel better is I always end up building some kind of jank, and I go into Sparky and just start dominating Sparky. I'm like, all right, I'm good. All right, let's jump back into the ladder.
All right, one second. I want to thank Strider for the big dick raid. 124 people. Thank you, Strider, for the raid. I appreciate that. Everyone? Welcome everybody to the Goose Gang. We're currently here with DoggertQBones, Hearsay, MTG, JdoubleR2, Cast Kvartek, Samsoni1, and someone else.
Come into the room just swinging.
hashtag not a butt plug gang coming in here.
Yeah,
welcome to the podcast, Sodium City. We're currently talking about, and we'll get to finish the conversation between Samson and John here, and then move up to DoggertQBones. But we're currently talking about what it takes to become a better Magic player, basically from square one. What things you should do, what do you have to think about, what's the mindset, and things like that. So we're going to go over to DoggertQBones here and see what he has to say about that.
So a big part about trying to improve as a player is understanding what the actual things you need to improve are. So I feel like a lot of people, they struggle because they think that Magic is some abstract concept that the only way to improve is to keep slamming your face into the wall until you magically one day get better, instead of actually think of the tangible ways that you can improve. So if you could just break down Magic into a subset of skills that you believe are important, then you can actually work on a tangible thing when you're playing games. A lot of people say they don't even know what they're bad at, but if you break it down to like, okay, like mulliganing, sequencing, knowing the meta, combat math, playing control, like there's a lot of different things you can do that can give you like some sort of conception of what you think you can get better at. That's a really good way to try to improve by yourself, because I know that could be really demoralizing for a lot of players who like, oh, I don't have anybody to help me out. I don't know what to do. But that's a very like reasonable way to even think, just like, how do I get better at this skill today? And playing decks that can help complement that is a big thing. Obviously, you know, surrounding yourself with better players is great. Thankfully, in the internet age, we can now just watch a better player, you know.
Like, watch a better player, rewatch your games. Like rewatch how you played.
That's true, but a big problem a lot of my coaching students have brought up to me is that they don't even know what they're bad at. Rewatching the games can definitely be helpful, because a lot of people who can't recognize what they're bad at, it's really just they can't recognize when they're misplaying right in the moment.
Right.
But try to think about like each individual skill and always question when you have a hard decision, like whether or not you made the correct one, even if you're like 99% sure that you did. That doesn't mean there still isn't a conversation for when it's correct to do the other thing, for example. That's kind of my 2 cents.
That's a huge thing too, is that just because a play may seem like it's a good idea doesn't necessarily mean it is. You know, like sometimes like, you know, let's say like wasting the removal spell on the innkeeper whenever you have a board wipe, you know, like, you know, you gotta think like long term throughout the game. You know, it's like that one extra card could give them that one more piece that they need to get things going after the board wipe, for example. You know,
that's a slightly different skill, I think. That's what I call thinking in game plans. So it's like understanding how you win versus how your opponent wins.
So are you recommending to kill the innkeeper anyway, or recommending to let them get a draw off of it because you have the sweeper?
Well, it depends on the situation, obviously. You know, but typically, you know, if you can't get a board wipe the following turn, you always want to kill the innkeeper, because it's going to net them extra cards anyway. So killing it is going to at least slow them down just a little bit to give you more time to respond to their threats turns after. So,
Steve has an interesting question. He says, so it is for the last Pro Tour where there weren't any really major innovations rather than refinements, is the claim that the teams aren't trying to find new things? Is that the claim? But they're just like, if someone's not trying to find the new thing and they just made a couple of innovations, like, and they made no actually major innovations, they just like refined a couple things, does that mean they're not trying to innovate?
No.
Not necessarily.
I wouldn't say necessarily. I mean, if it works, it works. Especially if you're going into a tournament play, if what you're playing, it already has the capability of winning, like it works. Why change it if it's working? Or you know what I mean?
right.
I remember I was on the somewhat sort of same wavelength as some of the pros. I was just like, what if I put Binding, Yasharn, and Yorion in the same deck? What happens when I do this? And I started building. I'm like, fuck it, scrap it. And I looked the next few days, like, oh, Abzan Yorion. Oh, that's kind of on the same way, same idea. Look at the deck, like, I was so off from what they had. But I could have had the same idea as everyone else. Like, no, I don't think anyone saw that Abzan deck popping up anywhere.
Well, a lot of times, like whenever you come up with an idea, it's good to just jam game. You know, just build it, jam some games out with it.
Mm-hmm.
You know, that's what I typically do, and you know, find out whether it's good or not. You know,
it's my favorite thing. It's just like you have like this tier 4 deck, and you spend like all this time, and at the end of the day, it's like, all right, I spent all this time, I made this tier 4 deck a tier 2 deck. All right, cool.
And like one thing I really love about testing decks, even if they're bad, is not only do you get to experience like how good each particular card is, but it actually, I think it helps you long term for like evaluating cards in general. Like, because like maybe cards that you don't necessarily think that would be good will actually be a lot better just because you're getting experience with that card, and you're seeing exactly how it can affect games. Like, let's say you play the new, you know, Magma Opus or something like that. I think this was called Magma Opus.
Yeah.
You know, when you initially look at the card, you're like, oh my goodness, this no way. How's this 8-mana card good? And why would you have card disadvantage? You know, like I mentioned with the tempo earlier, you know, playing with the card, it overperforms. So, like, you know, just building out decks, seeing exactly how they play out, you can actually, you know, help yourself with other decks later on by getting that experience with the cards that you don't think would be good anyway. Instead of just playing known good cards all the time.
Mm-hmm. What's interesting too, and why I think you see a lot of the pros not really doing these spicy things in these events is, I mean, the way these structures work, this isn't just an 0-3 drop for an event, right? You don't just scrub out of the event. If you're Martin and you bring mono red and you're wrong and you go 0-11, like that's it. You destroy it. You don't just drop.
That's not gonna happen.
I find like the hardest thing with playing certain decks too is like when to turn off the game plan and start playing long games. So like if you're playing aggro, and I have a hard time with it. I'm like, okay, I'm playing aggro. I know my plan. I'm getting in there, swinging, hitting face, and then it's like, okay, I'm no longer the aggressor. I now have to dial it back and try to play the long game. I always have the hardest time with that.
Yeah.
Switching gears.
Yeah. I know that you might have to do that a lot in limited too. But as far as limited and constructed goes, I know you have a lot of experience with this, Chris. What do you, and maybe you've played a lot of aggro decks, or maybe even not, but when you play an aggro deck and you kind of have to like, be like, okay, well now I can't kill them. Like, how do you change gears?
I mean, it's not even just I can't kill them. It's just, how am I going to kill them now? So a lot of times when it comes to aggro decks, like a lot of times you'll have reach, right? It'll be like a Bone Crusher Giant or like a Bane Fire type effect. So it'll just be like, okay, I'm going to do every single thing I can to survive until I can get to that point. And that comes down to, like, say your opponent's attacking you with the Lovestruck Beast and they have a bunch of 1/1s out. And you're like, I'll take the Lovestruck Beast a couple times and then I'll start chumping. But it's like, their board's pretty wide, so you really can't be taking 5 at any point. So I might be at 35 life here, but I'm still going to chump with my very good creature because my game plan revolves around I need to draw 2 Banefires in a row to kill them. I need to draw 3 Bone Crushers. In the aggro decks, it's just you get to these stalls and you need to just get lucky and draw the cards that you need to pull out of those situations. It's like what Bob said. You just have to know your game plan at that point.
Yeah, there's a distinct spot that I actually like tag Channel Fireball on Twitter with, where I was playing Mono Red and I was playing against Ultimatum, and they had already resolved Ultimatum. They had an Elder Gargaroth on board. They already Heartless acted my one creature. I had 2 creatures. I had like a Torbrand and like a Bone Crusher on board, and they were at 2 life. They used Heartless Act off the Ultimatum to kill my Torbrand, so I only had a Bone Crusher on board, and they had a bunch of blockers and everything, and they had everything, right? And I was like, okay, I need to top deck Bone Crusher. That's my game plan. So then like I top decked the Bone Crusher, but the thing is, and I was like so excited that I top decked the Bone Crusher, but they also had a Mazemind Tome on 3.
Yeah, I remember this game.
Yeah, you were watching here, say?
Yeah, I was watching. It was literally 5 things had to go in your way exactly for you to win the game.
Yeah, so I was like, okay, number 1, they have to not use Mazemind Tome before I draw for turn. Number 2, I have to draw Bone Crusher. Exactly. Number 3, they have to not attack me with their Gargaroth first. And gain life. Because then if they attack me with Gargaroth and attempt to gain life, then if I Bone Crusher them in response, they just gain 4 life off the Mazemind Tome. And then I don't win. And then number 4, they have to use the Mazemind Tome in their main phase before they attack, and then I respond with the Bone Crusher Giant, but then they can't have negate either. Because they also play that. So like those 5 things had to all go right for me to win, and that actually happened.
Yeah. That's sweet.
Strider hates this play so much.
Yeah, a lot of times you just have to hope your opponent screws up.
Yeah, it's a screw up, but I also think it's the lack of my opponent's knowledge of how I win the game. You have to think about how is your opponent winning.
Punted.
Like, you have to think about how is your opponent winning the game. Not only do you have to think about how am I winning the game, you have to think about how does my opponent win and how's my opponent lose. Like, I win by drawing Bone Crusher Giant, but my opponent has to be thinking. My opponent has to like blank out on the fact of how do I win in order for that all to happen, right?
We talked about that last week.
Your opponent misplaying is a win condition.
Yeah, but I don't even know if it was technically like, yes, it was a misplay, but like you can like the opponent can justify that and say that I did this for this whatever reason, but the real reason is they weren't thinking about my game plan and they weren't thinking about how I win the game.
Like, I think you should always be thinking about your opponent's game plan.
Well, yeah, but some people don't know that.
I definitely feel like if you're at 2 life, it's like, how do I lose here? Bone Crusher.
yeah.
That should be like
you always have that in mind. Like for example, like a rule of thumb is if your opponent's playing red, never go to 2 life ever.
Yeah.
Kind of bring it back around to my Mardu Fury deck. Like, the main reason I really like that deck is because, like, yeah, my opponent casts Ultimatum. I still have an out. I still know what my win condition is. You resolved Ultimatum. Cool. If I draw Unleash Fury and Cowsell's Fury, you're dead. It doesn't matter what you do. If you resolved all day, congratulations, you resolved it. I am at not dead. I still can go Showdown, Goldspan, hit you, die.
Yeah, and that's almost why you never concede. Never concede.
It's also like
Ultimatum and they scoop. Like,
my favorite is when, like, they ultimatum and be like, no, do
I
play.
See what they're gonna grab, and a lot of times, like, they don't grab what I think that they're gonna grab.
Same thing happened for me.
Yeah, like
my favorite.
And then
do this, and go like this weird.
Even if they resolve the ultimatum, take an extra turn, do this and that, and then still beat them, and it's like that's why you don't scoop.
Oh man, I won 3 games today, so I've been testing out Storm, and I won 3 games on turn 2, where they see me on turn 1 go off, storm you for 21, die, and then turn 2 I'm like, I don't have it, but I have Burgie and I have Grinning Ingus, so I'm just gonna storm here, and then the component concedes. I'm like,
all right.
You didn't even have the spell.
I didn't even have Grape Shot in hand. I just stormed off. I was like, yeah, storm. Keep storming. And then they're like, scoop. I'm like,
take that, nerd.
So I'm always just sitting there. It's like, especially when you're playing as controller or anything like that, be like countering myself and killing myself if I'm not scooping. But like, I don't see a win condition.
Yeah, you
need to play a win condition. Until you're playing a win condition, I'm not conceding here. Then you play the win condition, like, all right, there you go, there's your win condition. All right, good game.
So here's the lesson. Unless you see your opponent have the game-winning card, don't scoop. Like
never scoop. The game's not over. Every deck has outs unless there's no possible way you've looked over and be like, okay, do I win if I draw this? No. Do I win if I draw this? No. Do I win if all right, saving time. Let's go to game 2.
Yeah, because your opponent could very well like not even think about what you may have, so then they may make a decision based off of unknown information, and then but if you draw this particular card, you can actually come back and win, or just win the game on the spot. And I think that's one reason why knowledge is important, is because like you have to know what your opponent's cards, like what cards are in your opponent's deck. Like that's one reason why open deck lists are really nice in tournaments, is because you know what outs that they have. Not like the ladder, but if you have open deck lists, there should be no reason why you should be scooping to anything that's not an actual win condition.
I got so hard the other day by Vinemare. I'm just sitting there, I've been playing against Gruul. I was like, this is perfectly fine. If I were at this position, I have removal spells, Vinemare. What the actual fuck is that? I'm like, look at my deck, look at my list, like, I have exactly 0 outs for that.
Chris's pro journey started with Vinemare.
Cards gas.
Alright, cool. Good game. Let's go to game 3.
That's the first game.
If you have no way to answer it, no way to stop it, then it's like save some time.
I want to bring this Rampage in. Let's get rid of this stupid fucking hexproof creature.
Wait, Rampage, wait. Which one is
Rampage. Sack creature, planeswalker, or artifact.
Oh, Angrass Rampage. Okay.
Yeah.
I was thinking you talking about Rampage of the Clans, which that destroys artifacts and enchantments.
No, that's a very bad card.
I was like, what?
Okay. So that card is not good.
Samson opened my eyes there today. What is a really good card? Vanishing Verse is a crazy good card.
That card is amazing.
Yeah. No, because I was talking about this earlier, because I was brewing it for some other decks. I was looking at this and being like, this card's great. What cards in the format right now do I care? Oh, it's upside down again. Cool. Do I care that like I can't kill with this? I'm like, all right. So like the big 2 are like Teferi and Yasharn. Anything else?
Kaya,
sure. I don't really care about Kaya. Mayhem Devil. Hi Strider, you're upside down again. How goes?
Look.
Just Spider-Man.
I mean, I feel like it's more like down this, like it's on the stream.
Yeah.
Man, we'll get that checked out.
Strider's just like, he's just all against the rules, He just has an anti-gravity machine in his house.
No, my camera's just mounted upside down. That's all. It's just the way it needs to be mounted in my setup. The camera's upside down, so everything is already flipped. It's just in Discord I can't figure out how to flip it. Or at least I didn't look into it after the last stream.
That might be a good idea.
Yeah, maybe.
Like again, I said if you just go to your have OBS up and have like OBS camera, then you can change it to that.
Yeah, I can do an OBS Ninja, I suppose.
Not just OBS Ninja, it's looking at it. OBS Virtual Camera.
Yeah, a lot of people use OBS Virtual Cam. I haven't used it though.
Yeah, just open up OBS, put that button, and it'll just make your scene into a camera.
Yeah, but
that kind of takes time and effort. So who needs that?
Will I be able to even?
I like upside down Strider though.
Will I be able to use that in Discord though?
Yeah, it's an option. Like if you look at the camera options, there's 2 options, like HD Pro webcam, I assume, or whatever camera you have, and then OBS Virtual Camera. So the options I have.
Unfortunately, I think I might have to head out. I might have to head out now, unfortunately, but it was a pleasure talking to all you gentlemen.
It's a pleasure having you on the show.
Yeah, pleasure having you on. Yeah, for sure.
All right,
I've only ever played against you on the ladder, so it's nice actually talking to you.
Yeah, of course. You probably beat me.
No, you kept beating my ass like twice. I think I've only beaten you like once.
Chris,
Yeah.
I like this notepad on my desk that I have just like people, like famous people, like streamers and pro players that I play. It's like, what's my record against you? Bad, fantastic.
Yeah.
I don't think I played against Kvartek. I don't think we played at all.
I don't think I played against you.
Every time I end up going against Crokies, I'm like, okay, cool, sweet.
My ass, though.
Yeah, the first time I played against Crokies, I destroyed him. It was fun.
I've only played against Crokies once. I managed to
Me and Crokies were even. I think we're 2-2.
I played against Crokies once, and I destroyed 5 of his lands, and he surrendered. He was not happy. he was very, very upset. Apparently, on stream, he was very, very upset.
I just wouldn't concede, and I just wouldn't scoop. I just kept surviving. He's just like, why won't you die? I'm like, no. I'm not going to.
I'll catch you later.
Peace out, friend.
All right, Chris. Thank you for hanging out.
All right. So this virtual camera. All right. So I'm in.
A bit of OBS also, so I can run this.
Now I'm JdoubleR2.
I'm in OBS. I'm just trying to find out how to make it.
Start virtual camera.
Wait,
Like whatever you want.
On James's stream, you get it changed now. But I would like the way that the names were. Is like now I'm JdoubleR2.
Yeah, it's unfortunate. There's like no good way to do this.
Nope. It not.
All right, so as always, chat, if you have a question that you want to ask one of us, feel free to ask. I do have a kind of a question that that MTG Riley wants to ask here. I don't know if anybody has any legacy experience, but
Wait, I don't see it, Samson.
On OBS?
Yeah.
It should be right underneath the start streaming. It should be start virtual camera, start recording, studio mode settings, exit.
Oh fuck.
If you think about this scenario, your opponent's playing land still in Legacy. I don't know what land still is, but you're up 1-0 in the match. Your opponent's hand consists of 2 Wastelands, 1 Goblin Lackey, and 4 other goblins. You're on the draw. Do you keep?
Sorry, what?
Flipped?
Like probably. Like
Oh, it's good on our side. We have you.
I would assume that's a pretty fine keep, honestly.
It shows flipped.
On for my side, it shows
Like,
that you're
backwards.
No, yeah, that's for me too. I don't know why. I think it's just, but for everyone else, it's correct. So it's flipped for me also.
Oh yeah, he's good.
Yeah, you're good, Strider.
No, it's I don't know. It's,
On your end, it'll be
it needs
flipped,
to
but
be
on the
mirrored.
broadcast, it's mirrored. I don't know why it's like that.
Oh, weird. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
No.
Whatever.
All
Discord.
right, Strider's freaking not on the ceiling. It's amazing.
I know.
Pog.
Super pog. Poggers. Pog slide. Let's go.
Pog slide.
Yeah, that's what keeps him up on the ceiling though. Is his butt plug. He fell down.
Hashtag not a butt plug, right?
Yes,
So
exactly.
you're playing goblins. Well, there's your first mistake. I'm never playing a goblins list.
That's your first mistake.
If I'm playing Legacy, I'm only playing D&T.
If I'm playing Legacy, I'm playing Reanimator. Also, I don't know. Legacy Goblins is like an entirely different beast. I'm not touching that at all. That deck has like... I thought Arcanus had too many lines. Goblins has way too many fucking lines in Legacy.
Shanama says you almost never see a late night Bob.
I probably have to go soon, honestly.
You're cut out.
Who cut out?
You
You
did.
did.
Am I still cut out?
No.
No.
Okay, maybe that's something to do with my mic. But yeah, you almost never see a late night Bob. Yeah, now that I think of it, I don't think if you ever streamed this late.
I get sleepy pretty easily.
You cut out again, James.
Your audio's trash.
What?
Yeah, your mic is like the balls.
My mic has been like the same ever since I started streaming, and I've never heard any.
Yeah, I know.
I've never heard this. I've never heard this from anyone else.
Well, you're hearing it now.
Sounds
from
fine
last
on
week.
stream. Interesting.
Probably
Okay.
sounds fine on stream, but in Discord, I find Discord's audio gets a little funky here and there.
Yeah, it might just be your gain on Discord.
Yeah.
I don't even know how to fix that.
I will one day. Me and Strider will maybe
Yes.
help you or not.
Yeah, one day.
I might have to get another monitor first.
That probably would help.
Apparently, I sound fine on the stream, so I think that's okay.
I guess that's all that matters.
I had to turn the noise gate down.
Yeah.
How do I do that?
Nah, don't worry about it.
Yeah, we'll figure that. We'll figure it out. We'll figure it out.
On podcast tech
Yeah,
support.
for sure. So apparently Riley said that he would have kept the hand. So I think Bob was right about well, not that whoever's right or wrong, but it's a fine keep.
Oh, I'm right, all right.
It's Legacy. I don't know, dude. I haven't played Legacy in 2 years.
It was in 2005. That was before I was born.
I've never played Legacy.
It was good, and then Okoro.
Legacy is pretty fun, but there's really only 2 decks that I play, and that's D&T and Delver.
D&T was not good for a long time because Ren 6 was a thing.
A long time, but I still do it. You still gonna do it.
I played Reanimator. Reanimator's fun.
Yeah, I've never played Legacy.
Yeah, until you turn 1 Grizzlebrand Siren's into your opponent, you haven't lived. It's great. Pass the turn. Neither of us have a hand.
Siren of Insanity.
It's my favorite.
That's one that discards your hand, right?
Yeah, and the turn both players discard their hand. It's great.
Yeah.
Turn 0, you have no hand. You'll move.
That's so messed up.
I don't think anybody comes back from that.
No, you don't. It's great. But the annoying thing whenever you're playing Reanimator, just go unmask, target you, and they go scoop, and I go fuck. You know what I'm playing. I have no idea what the fuck you're playing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, I've done that where I'll scoop on the first turn or 2, or I'll skip my land drop, and then I'll just go to game 2.
Well, it's terrible with Reanimator because everyone and their mother in Legacies has Cyborg hate for my deck. So I'm just I don't know what you're on, so I don't know what sideboard. You have Surgical, Leyline, or something else. Like Fairy Macabre.
Surgical's so good. I love Surgical. It's one of my favorite cards.
Am I bringing in Reverend Silence? Am I bringing in Show and Tell? Am I bringing in Echoing Truths? What am I bringing in?
All of them.
All of them.
Yes.
I feel like Strider has a secret favorite format in Legacy or Vintage. Just destroy everyone's lands and no one ever gets them.
I mean, that's the format he has to play Wasteland, so probably would enjoy it.
Yeah, because you could do that turn freaking 1.
Yeah. Punish people for playing their dual lands turn 1.
Punish people for playing lands in general. Why play lands when you could not play lands?
I wouldn't play Strider.
That's too bad.
I didn't know anything about land destruction.
We can stifle their fetches.
Let the ramp players ramp out and then go, okay, Acid Rain, Destroyer Force.
I imagine Strider being the person running
Delver. Balance or something like that.
Yeah, when you can play Phyrexian Dreadnought, Stifled's Trigger, get a 1 mana.
I remember when that was standard. That was a great card.
What does that do?
Yeah. So 1 mana 13/13, you have to sack creatures so you can equal to its power to keep it on the board, but you just play Stifle.
Oh my god.
So you just counter the trigger.
So you just get a 1.
Stifle's good anyway, so
13.
Yeah.
Why not, right?
Well,
I mean, it'd be kind of hard to pull off though because you have to have both in hand. But
I mean, you could also play Discontinuity now.
Oh yeah, if it's your turn, yeah, you can just end your turn. Yeah.
Yeah, but Stifle is just better because the Stifle's 1 mana.
True, but we're talking. Yeah, true. But still, you could have 2 of them though.
This is not incorrect.
What?
It's not incorrect.
Yeah, you're right.
I also really like the Lantern and Ensnaring Bridge there combo. That was also really fun.
Right,
I don't remember the majority of these old cards.
What does Sinkhole do?
It's a 2 mana double black destroy target land. Was it non-basic? No, I think it's just destroy target land.
Lands, yeah.
Strider is entering into we're never going to see him again, buried into Legacy land destruction.
No, that's never gonna happen.
You just get him started on something.
Yeah, we just got him started.
I haven't played Moto since the first year it came out, which was 2002.
Yeah.
Or whatever it was.
I just play Moto whenever Cube's on. That's the only time
I'm just a child and I can't play Moto because it's not aesthetically pleasing.
Yeah, and I stopped playing Paper Magic in 2012 for the 3rd time.
Oh, that was a great program. I can type in my opponent's timer.
Yeah, it was just it's too expensive for me.
Yeah,
just because I have no self-control.
Yeah,
I'm let me buy all the foils and all the limited edition cards and turn this $50 deck into a $500 deck. Sounds like a really good idea.
It sounds like a great investment.
Yeah. So that's why I don't play paper anymore.
MTG Riley, yes, I have looked into D&T in Historic. I'm a big fan of Strict Proctor. It's the next deck that I'm going to be building.
I still don't think that card's that good.
Did you see my Strict Proctor deck?
I did not have it. I did not have a gander at it yet. No.
It's a proctologist deck, is what I call it.
Oh wait, so Strict Proctor. The Strict Proctor I think is good. The Silver Sound I don't think is good.
Strict Proctor is so good.
As long as you build your deck around not having ETBs, you just absolutely obliterate your opponent. I think it's amazing.
Or you do have ETBs. It's just bad ETBs.
Like I'm a big fan. I'm a big
Like
fan of
Lotus
Proctor
Field.
and Lotus Field.
Lotus Field will be amazing.
Yeah, so I just put it in chat, in Twitch chat. And so I'm using, it's a mono white deck. It has some other things you can do with it. Because I put in Wandering Archaic, just because I wanted to mess around with cards, see how well it did. And since I'm using Follow the Thran and Soul Guide Lantern, putting them at, 0 lands and then having Archaic out, they're kind of, if they want to cast any spells, they're forced to not be able to pay 2, so I just get all their spells. But it wasn't...
So good too.
Yeah. It wasn't as good in practice as I wanted it to be, but I actually like the other side, the Explore the Vast Lands, the 3.
I actually don't think D&T can be a good deck until we get fetch lands in Arena.
It seemed really good.
I'll be right back, guys. Using the restroom.
D&T won't be good in Historic until there's Bile.
Thank you so much for stopping by, friend. It was a pleasure having you on here.
Yeah, dog. Good seeing you. Good hanging. Good chills.
It has potential. I guess it just depends on.
Yeah.
I mean, I could build this way more into like a D&T deck, and it would probably perform really well. I mean, this right here did perform really well, but it definitely has the meme aspect to it.
I think the deck just I think in order for D&T to like shine, you need an overall power level of the format to increase, which being like fetch lands and like having bulk, because that's when D&T really shines, is when it can punish people for doing
searching, using Aven Mind Sensor and stuff.
Yeah, exactly. So that's when D&T is usually very strong, is when you punish people, because the format just inherently just has it powerful. So without fetch lands in the format, the D&T actually like surprisingly is like pretty weak.
Yeah. Yeah, it's definitely weak the way it is right now. I think
it's like all you're stopping is like you're kind of just like a weird prison aggro deck.
Yeah, you end up turning into like a Hate Bears prison kind of feel.
Yeah, that's all you really are.
Which I don't really like it because I don't think it's very good.
Neither do I. I don't think it's as good. I think Thalia right now in the format is in an okay spot.
Yeah, but Raiden just seems way better. Raiden is so amazing right now.
Raiden is so good. So good.
I think
just like not even like you have Redain itself, but the shield is so good.
Yeah, the shield's amazing.
The shield is ridiculous.
I have so much fun when I see like if I'm playing Redain and I'm up against Baron, I'm like, you're screwed. Then I'm go against Jun Food, you're screwed.
Yeah, exactly. It's fantastic.
Yeah, because Blood Artist doesn't do anything to you, right?
Blood Artist is life loss.
Life loss.
Oh, life loss. Oh.
But anything with what's it? The 3-man, the devil, Mayhem Devil. Mayhem Devil does 0 damage to you.
Right.
Yeah. But the funny thing is like no one's playing Sack right now. That's what I find hilarious because it just gets farmed by Phoenix, even though I don't think Phoenix is that great of a deck.
Yeah, I haven't really had too many problems with Phoenix.
No,
it's
fine.
It looks funny. It's kind of annoying.
Last night that I really enjoyed, like this Phoenix prowess, and it seemed like it had a lot of clout.
It seems like it does, but it got absolutely destroyed by my holy shit! I don't even remember that card.
I've been having
it gets farmed by bad decks.
Yeah,
I've been having no troubles with my Arcanist list and whatnot, just getting rid of stuff.
Yeah, Chaos Wand. That was it. I built a Chaos Wand deck. That was really funny. Just doing infinite Chaos Wands. That's always great, especially going up against the Prowess deck. They have nothing but spells, so you just kill them with all of their own spells.
Floopy.
That's the best part.
I am the DoggertQBones now.
I'm the Doggart.
Look at me.
DoggertQBones.
Oh, no, wait.
Yeah,
I just saw on stream you changed it.
I had Delmo stop into my stream for a while, and we were doing some meme brewing. And it's
You do.
finally nice to have somebody else who appreciates
What are
memes.
you doing? John, where'd you go?
Gotta
I mean,
love
yeah.
it. Is where it's
Misclick, I
at.
assume. All right.
There we go. Didn't mean to do that.
There you
Yeah.
go. There you go.
I'm like, come on, I need a good person that is in with the memes. He's like, let's do this, but I don't want to do it on my account.
Oh, come on. If you're going to do the memes, do, be fun.
That'd be fun
I was like,
about it.
perfect. Well, I wanted to have fun, so I was like, let's
Like
do it.
Strider, like it's just
super
hilarious
excited.
because you're always like memeing. Like
Strider's
Yeah.
on.
I love your decks.
That's all I do. I can't play the net decks because, or whatever, the meta decks, the best meta decks. It's not because I'm against net decking, because I don't really care. I think it's necessary to an extent, because just like everything else, brewing isn't. Not everyone can brew. That's just a thing. Not everyone can brew. It requires a certain mindset. You might be able to learn how to brew if you spent enough time into it, but a lot of people, they just don't care enough to put that kind of time, or they just assume that they can't, because it does have some form of a creative aspect to it, or an insane amount of testing aspect, depending on
Yeah,
what you want to do with it.
Very, 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 very time
Do
consuming.
you guys find it's easier brewing now with Arena than it is with paper?
Yes.
Oh,
Absolutely,
The
absolutely.
amount, well, just like the amount of games you can play it in a
Kind
day.
of. Yeah.
Just being able to look at every single card without having to actually physically buy them or go to your LGS and be like, I need to see these cards.
Well, it's
Yeah.
also just like
Well,
the idea,
well, I
like,
can
everyone's
brew
thinking,
with-
like, when people are like originally arguing, it's like, yo, I flood out, or like Arena Shuffler, just like, is it terrible? I'm like, no, it's just if you think about it, if you ever go to FNM, you go to like play 5 rounds, takes 5 hours, maybe 6, to go through a whole night, to play five matches of Magic the Gathering. Now you're on Arena. I could play 5 matches in 2-3 hours.
Mm-hmm.
That's not even counting best of 1. You're playing so much more Magic in such little time.
Yeah,
You're also
it's
in an
really-
environment that I think is more focused, just
Mhm.
because you're not thinking about like, oh, well, what if I get hungry? I have to run across the street and go find dinner. I have to, like, I have to worry about not getting food or anything on my cards. Like,
I think it's
no,
one of the cool things too is like you go up. I like going up against other brewers too because, I can't remember what I was playing about a month, like not gonna say a month ago, but a bit ago, when was it Release to the Winds was a thing for Valky, and I was like, oh, I didn't know that. Wait a minute. This
I
is
did
El
that
Rocco.
I did that on the early access, and everyone's like, "That's so trash," and I'm like, "I don't know. I thought it was funny." I did it for 30 minutes or something. Did it for 3 games, and then all of a sudden, 2 months later or whatever it was, people start playing it. I'm like, did somebody just go back and watch these videos? What the fuck happened? I thought everyone said it was bad, and that I find that happens very frequently with a lot of the synergies, the weird things that I use. That there's a lot of people. Obviously, I'm a giant meme lord, and a lot of my stuff just will not work at a competitive level. That's just a matter of fact. So most people don't take
same here.
my deck seriously, but I have a lot of the higher talent level people that I talk to from time to time. And they'll look at my decks and they're like, that won't work. But they'll look at certain aspects and like, ooh, this could work. If we just change 10 of these cards, the rest of it'll be perfect.
Yeah, I remember when you first built your land destruction with the bombardment. I was like, okay, this is it's a fun meme, best of 1. And then all of a sudden, a day later, I see it in best of 3. And I'm like, fuck this deck.
Yeah, it happens.
You didn't have to play against it on ladder?
Yeah.
Yeah, because I've had Danny take a few of my decks because Danny does a lot of brewing.
Danny and then Eldrazi started playing it, and I was like, okay,
Yeah.
we have to deal with this for a couple
It's
days.
no longer a meme.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, if Strider takes your deck, that doesn't make him a brewer. It makes you a brewer.
I remember when I made that
Exactly.
4-color control list way back when. It was real bad, but
What control?
the 4-color control deck that I had with Yorian and stuff.
Oh.
I think I played it in one tournament. I beat Nasif, Gabriel Nasif with it. I beat.
Was
Newmont with
that
it.
your doing? You son of a
Yeah.
bitch.
I did that.
Wait, what deck was that?
I think I was watching that.
It was that 4-color control.
Yeah, that bad one. And like, it was so not good. It had like main deck Croxa. It had
You had Crocs in it.
That was so bad.
Crazy.
ECD had Hoogland.
That
It had
was
Dream
so bad.
Dude, that deck was sweet though.
It was great.
I'm like, what are the best cards? I'm gonna just jam these in here and make it work.
80 card pile. That's like the biggest pile I've ever played.
Imagine playing Croxa and Dream Trawler in the same deck.
Yeah,
I
I did.
mean, any Tolarian deck is a pile.
Hey, look, if you play World Tree, you don't have to worry about it.
Oh
No, but this
my
is before World
gosh.
Tree. This is like, I think, was this when Zendikar came out?
Yeah, it was during Zendikar.
Yeah, I was during Zendikar when Zendikar came out.
I don't even remember now.
And
Yeah,
now,
it was Zendikar.
I'm seeing the ladder now because I've seen it quite a bit today. Big Red is starting to run Stone Rain, like the.
Really?
You already know the land instruction. Yeah, and I was like, I said like I'm going against Big Red. I'm like, yeah, I know this deck. It's fine. Like they're gonna ramp out into turn 4 to get or turn 3 to get into, their Chandra and you just ramp up from there. And then all of a sudden it's like Stone Rain. I'm like, wait, what?
Wait, what happened?
Yep,
They
it's
just
just,
kept
Where'd my lands go?
I was like, I wasn't ready for that. Game two.
yeah, it's just delay until they can get all their big stuff.
Yeah.
All right,
It's
I have a
like- it's
question.
Like, how do you decide word?
We have potential answers.
I have a question. Whether it's historic or standard, or whatever. We have mostly historic players in the chat, so I want to keep it towards historic. Maybe we can talk about some about standard. But what is everyone's most interesting constructed deck so far?
Interesting what deck?
Any interesting constructed decks, like whether it's standard or historic.
We talking currently that we're all working on right
Yes,
now?
yes. Strixhaven.
I have a couple.
I don't have anything yet.
I have 20.
Yeah. I'm like,
I literally
I have to
just
open,
did-
I have to open back up my arena and be like, okay.
Let's talk about it because the only things that I can think about right now is Boros Burn because everyone's trying greedy things.
Well, I just did like a 5-hour stream where I was putting together a bunch of different deck lists or trying to put a bunch of different deck ideas together and formulate with everyone in chat.
And it seems like a great question for me to ask then.
And so,
I had like 5 that I worked on a 12-hour stream on Thursday.
yeah.
I mean,
So,
I'll be honest. I hit Mythic yesterday and constructed. And I'm like, good, done with this for the month. I'm gonna focus
Nice.
on limited. Like, the Strixhaven limited seems so interesting to me, and like a lot of people are saying, oh, it's on rails, but like, I don't know. I'm not that great of a drafter yet, so the idea of having something on rails that I could just be like, okay, cool, draft for me, you know.
I'm working on a
That'll be
Blot Out
great.
the Sky deck right now that I think is really interesting.
What the sky?
Blot Out the Sky?
Is that
so
going to be
it's,
focused
uh,
around
it's-
inklings and stuff?
Isn't that the board wipe that kills
It's
all
just the
non-land
one.
permanents and makes a bunch of inklings?
My arena.
It's all non-creature, non-token. So it's X and then white and a black. Create X tap 2/1 white and black Inkling creature tokens with flying. If X is 6 or more, destroy all non-creature, non-land permanents. So I'm running this with a bunch of Mirari's Wakes and stuff. And then I just cast like Teferi's Protection and then Blot Out the Sky. And so it protects all my things. They're all 2/1s. Then the next turn, they all become however many Mirari's Wakes I have out.
I have 4 decks that I got right now. I've been working on. The one that I was keeping a secret because I thought it was going to be really strong, and I still think it has the potential being really strong. I just don't know. It's just high variance was my Ultimatum Lutri Tainted Pack deck. I'm okay talking about it now, just because I don't think it's going to be as good as I originally thought.
Tree.
Oh,
Yeah.
the Tainted Pack? Yeah.
So it's just Lutri like with Tainted Pact and Colossus Oracle. That's the main combo. It's like 7 mana. You get Lutri to your hand, you cast Tainted Pact, cast Lutri. The first Tainted Pact finds you Thassa's Oracle. The second Tainted Pact mills your deck. And then you cast Thassa's Oracle and you win.
Oh.
And then you combo that with an Ultimatum Shell. So you're just like a mid-range Ultimatum deck. Because it's all 1-ofs. So you have the Emerge Ultimatum, you have Epiphany, Time Warp, Solve the Equation, all this stuff. I think the deck's actually playable.
You control the board until you get to where you need to be.
Yeah, it's like a mid-rangey combo deck. I think it's decent, but it's a Lutri deck, so everything's 1-of. It's a Highlander deck.
Yeah, Jeff Hoogland was playing that like day one.
Yeah. So there's been a couple different variations. You can go like more control-y build. You can go Grixis. I don't think the Grixis build is that great because I don't think the red cards are really.
I think you were playing a mid-range type version. Jeff was playing a like Dimir control version, and then I played against Ginky and I beat him, but he was playing like a Dimir like super combo version where he like didn't really want to care about anything else except for like getting combo pieces.
So there's 3 builds.
And that's how I build it, and you can just win on turn 4 almost every single time.
Yeah, there's 3 builds of it, which is like the Dimir control, the mid range, and the full combo. Which I originally was when I was building the deck. I was like, these are going to be the 3 builds, and surprise, surprise, I was right.
I'm working on Storm, Esper Taxes, and Phoenix.
I had the Death Shadow deck, which got better. Definitely got better. I don't know if I personally don't think it's that good.
Oh, I don't know if anyone else actually saw this, but somebody did this to me yesterday, and I found it really interesting. So they're using the new Kasmina Planeswalker.
Yes.
But turn 1, they'll do the L for the Graze or whatever it is, and then turn 2, Kasmina. And then turn 3, they'll Kiora. So it comes in with 7 loyalty, and then they do the +2 for the Kasmina, since it all has it. And then the next turn, they -8 the Kiora.
Create a big.
And then they can just get or you can just get a Genesis Ultimatum or a Sultai Ultimatum. You can get any instant or sorcery.
Yeah, Kasmina is pretty good.
Right, yeah, because Kiora comes in with 7 loyalty, right?
Kasmina.
Exactly.
I thought we were talking about Kasmina.
No, Kasmina gives
all of the Planeswalkers.
Oh, so you can play Kasmina like on turn 2, and then play Kiora on turn 3, and then you can plus Kiora, and then the turn 4 you just minus in ultimate, like play Ultimatum or whatever broken card.
Yeah, you can get a turn 4 Casualties of War. I was thinking about actually doing Body of Research on turn 4, and then turn. It creates a 0/0 green and blue fractal creature token and put X +1/+1 counters on it, where X is the number of cards in your library.
And then you just give it trample.
And then the next turn you just fling it.
You fling it.
Oh, it's busted.
It's like it's a 50-50.
Wow.
50-50 turn 4.
I mean, that takes like a 4-card combo though, right? Or 3 cards.
3, really. Yeah.
But if it's only 3, then that means you can do it on turn 5 instead of turn 4. Because then you can't go Gilded Goose into turn 2 blocker.
With the fling. Yeah, you have to finish it on turn 5. But you still have a 50-50. Or whatever it is, 47-47. But yeah, it was just an idea that I had. Just kind of messed around with it.
Put number cleave on it
for you. Fatal Push.
The other deck that I've been really working on that I actually think is really strong has been my Mardu Arcanus deck.
I'm really interested in that because you know how Mardu Pyromancer was a good modern deck, maybe
that was my jam
a few years ago.
Literally 2 years when I gotten really well known on the West Coast in Canada for playing that deck. I was actually known to being one of the fastest Pyro players on the West Coast.
And there wasn't any good cards right now besides many good white cards besides maybe Unburial Rites, but that's kind of too slow. To play in that deck to justify playing white, but Lumimancer justifies playing white.
Yeah. So Lumimancer very much allowed the deck to give to what I think gives the deck what it desperately needed, which was a reasonable fucking clock. Because if you're playing Arcanus, you have the worst clock in the universe. My God, is your clock actually terrible?
Yeah.
You're attacking in there with one.
You're pretty much like, I'm gonna attack your hand. And
I'm eventually Crocs out, and if it survives, then I'm gonna end the game with Crocs up. A lot of time, it's very hard to stick your Crocs up. A lot of time, you're just looping it with Loris, being like 3 damage. I'm gonna bolt you with this Crocs a bunch of times.
I mean, it's not even that bad because at that point your opponent's on nothing.
It's like, I hit you for 10. Go.
Yeah. But with Lumimancer allows you to actually get such more consistent because you can get that card so fucking huge. And then in the sideboard, you get Vanishing Verse, which I was saying before, what does this card not hit? Teferi, Yasharn, Devil, if anyone's actually playing that card, and Cage.
Wait, what does Vanishing Verse do?
Exiles target monocolored permanent. So it completely replaces your Feed the Swarm, it answers all the graveyard hate that isn't Cage, but congratulations, you already have a Braids in your sideboard for that, so you don't care.
Well, and you
And
also have the Devil too.
Yeah, and you also have the Devil. Like Vanishing Verse is actually
but
like
just to
insane.
have an exiling effect on turn 2 is absolutely insane.
I was seeing a lot of the Arcanus deck and the other players, and they've been all like, "Oh yeah, I'm cutting Claim the Firstborn." I'm sitting here being like, "What?
What? Yeah.
That's the reason to play the deck.
I'm
Yeah,
like,
I'm
what?
like, hello, Claim the Firstborn is literally our format's Bolt right now.
Yeah.
This is how we accelerate. This is how we gain advantage, and we make Jeff Hoogland upset."
Yeah, for real. He's like, I'm not gonna play anything. I'm not gonna show anything on stream that's anything Claim the Firstborn.
Claim the Firstborn's banned. I'm like, all right, whatever.
I guess I'm not playing.
I'll throw money at you anyway. Okay.
I didn't want to play with you anyways.
Exactly. Wah.
So what is the Mardu deck play that's not Vanishing Verse and Lumimancer?
That's pretty much the two white cards. It's the only main reason to play white. Other than that, you have looting by okay.
Well, I know it. Like, I'm talking about the white cards.
White cards? Those are the only two white cards you play. Those are the only.
Yeah, it's literally the only two white cards.
Because they're the only two white cards to play. I was originally playing with the Silver Coal Silencer, but then I was playing with it. I'm like, the card only replaces itself, because there aren't enough Dirtle decks in the format to make the card good. The only Dirtle deck is like Phoenix, and even then, it's going to trade with a card. So I wanted the card to be good, but I realized it's like, yeah, all it's going to do is just replace
There's
itself.
still ban control, right? Like blue white and ban control.
Yeah, like unless I'm so the only good reason to play white is for the Lumimancer and for the Vanishing Verse and Lurrus, of course. But unless I get Pat to exile, there's not really much other good white cards to play right now.
What? I mean, Shredder, you would know. Like, and JDouble, you would know too. What kind of crazy like white cards are we not thinking of here?
Teferi's Protection, I think, is a bit underrated right now.
I agree. I don't think it's where you want to be in my deck, but in a different deck, I do agree.
Wait, Teferi's Protection is underrated?
Yeah.
No one's playing it.
No one's playing Tiff. Yeah.
No one's playing it.
It may be amazing, but since the rest of white is so bad, nobody's playing it because nobody's playing white. That could be the reason. Or it's just that it's not in the right shelf for being white. I don't know. In my opinion, it's really good and it's really underrated. I just don't see anyone running it except for me. But I also think that Gift of Estates is kind of a sleeper. If you're on the draw, it's kind of amazing.
What does it do?
It's just 1 and a white. If an opponent controls more lands than you, search your library for up to 3 plains cards, reveal them, put them into your hand, and shuffle.
Yeah.
And it's any plains. It's not basic plains. So you can get shock lands, you can get triomes. Like it seems.
I think
really good.
I agree. I think Gift of State is a very underrated card because especially like in white where you're not ramping, you can just be like, okay, I can now go get more lands. I know I'm gonna hit my land drops now for a fact, and I'm gonna hit the lands that I want.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, but like, say you're playing like, well, I guess it's relevant because you can search like planes that are not basic planes. But is that the only way that it would be better than like Birth of Meletus? Because like an 0-4 is super relevant too.
Yeah, Birth of Meletus is actually really good.
Birth of Meletus is good, but I think you're just getting a basic planes versus like Gift of States getting any planes.
But it's also not guaranteed though. Like your opponent has to have more lands than you.
Yes, but if you're also running Teferi's Protection and they're playing an aggro deck or whatever they're doing, you can Teferi's Protection, which phases out all of your lands. You just float the mana for Gift of Estates because all your lands are gone.
Like
I mean, it's a meme value, but it's still there.
Like a white card that no one's playing. Like I think it'd be really good is Archon of Emeria.
Oh, sorry, but also you have Lotus Field to sacrifice your lands. You can do that, which gives you less lands than the opponent. And again,
Archon of Emeria is really good too. I enjoy Archon of Emeria. I'm just a big fan of prison decks. Being like, okay, you're all your non-basic lands come in tapped, 1 spell a turn. Let's slow this shit down.
Yeah, so like that Gear Hulk that you're gonna play to flash back something is not gonna work.
Yeah.
Yeah.
is going to make it to where you can't combo off. You know, if you brainstorm, that's your turn. You know, like if you Dossies, that's your turn. You know, I think it'll.
Yeah, it's one of the reasons. So like,
Were you guys talking about a Mardu sack deck?
I'm a big fan of Rule of Law too. Like I like Emiria, don't get me wrong, but it's a creature, and with the heavy removal format that we have already, the Rule of Law, like enchantment, if you're building prison, Rule of Law is the nuts.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, Rule of Law is actually really good too.
Yeah, I got destroyed by Rule of Law and Commander
That's
the
a
other
lot
day.
harder to deal with.
I was playing a Commander with Jaffer and a few other people, and someone had Rule of Law out, and I was just like freaking stuck, dude.
I got Jolly Flyman too. Dragon's Guard Elite is really good.
Oh yeah, the one that gets counters every time you play a spell, or
yeah,
it's a sorcery.
Ooh, Rule of Law and Wandering Archaic. It's kind of really.
The Wandering Archaic's
no,
what the 5-mana avatar.
Yeah.
No, I was thinking something different. Never mind. That won't work.
The only other deck I'm building right now is also this Just Guy control list that we were talking about earlier.
With what Lightning Helix, Deafening Clarion, like Shark Typhoon, Teferi.
No, it's Radiant Scroll Wielder and Star of Extinction, because I'm about to build that.
No, it's got Revel in Silence.
Oh my goodness, gain like 1 billion life.
What's Revel in Silence?
Revel in Silence is the card that says, hey, you don't get to cast spells or activate Planeswalker abilities on your turn.
Which I think I think that card is underrated right now. I think that card is bonkers.
I forget it exists.
It's got Magma Opus and Torrential Gearhulk. You got the Commit Memory Narset combo. Like, I think the deck's very strong. And instead of Clarion, you got Anger, because Anger's just better.
Anger's better.
Okay, so how much mana is that card that says your opponent can't play the game?
2 mana?
2 mana. So you go to Fairy turn 5, you untap 2 white lands, then you tap them on their opponent's upkeep, and you say, fuck off.
I'm going to pay you 2 mana to piss off.
Yeah.
You read the card text, and it says, shut up and listen.
I think
you can attack, and that's it.
I think I would just scoop at that point.
And then I untap, and then I go. Then I have 6 mana. Then I have Magma Opus here with Torrential Gearhulk on turn 6 because your turn was passed. That was great.
And there's no card out there that you can return a card from the exile, is there?
No. Watsy's very adamant on not really interacting with the exile that much. There's very few cards.
So, if you're looking for the big thing that interacts with exile is Eldrazi processors.
Yeah, but that interacts with your opponent's exile and returns stuff from your opponent's exile to the graveyard. It does not interact with your own exile. That's the thing about that.
I think there is one where you can return from exile to your graveyard.
I think yes, but it's like super fucking.
Oh yeah, it's janky. It's
jank
not good.
Yeah. Jank as fuck, and I think it's also. I don't know. I think its mana cost is like absurd.
I wanted to bring some.
I'm super stoked. Like when I seen that Jessica, I was like, yeah, I can look at that. I could take that. I like that.
All right, what about Orzhov Mill?
Yeah.
Orzhov Mill?
Yes.
How?
Wait, what?
With Pestilent Cauldron and Ashiok 3.
Yeah, okay, yes.
Okay.
There was another thing, too, I really liked about the Pestilent Cauldron. I want to build Abzan Angels. And because Angels already has... You already gained so much life. You're like, okay, I'm going to gain 40 life in this turn. Tap, mill 40.
Yeah, because even if they board wipe, they're still basically fucked. Yeah, but I was going to use it with Revival Revenge. Just double my life.
Revival Revenge,
Joe, share your video.
Yeah. I got you. Hold on 1 second.
But no, I'm like, that was one of the things when I seen Pestilent Cauldron, I was like, this just says I can mill them for how much life I gain. Okay, Angels already gains 30 plus life in a turn.
Yeah. Do it. That seems hilarious.
Why mill and not like drain with all the new Witherbloom?
Because I've already made a drain deck that works really well.
Okay, fair enough.
I like the drain deck that I really enjoy right now is using Bola Citadel. Bola Citadel and Weather the Storm with the Apprentice.
Mm-hmm. And with the Onyx.
Yeah.
Onyx is so good.
Onyx is so good.
With Bolas' Citadel, just in general, Onyx with Ballista Citadel is just GG basically.
Yeah.
The Herbinator.
Yeah, I really don't
Oh
know
my
what list.
God.
I'm really like torn between my two lists on the Mardu and the Jeskai deck. I want to submit for the 5K tomorrow.
All right, who's gonna do the Harness Infinity Sir Conrad deck? That's all I want to know.
Oh, no.
Me.
Someone's gonna do that.
Be right back.
I want to build that.
Get
so
me
bad.
more wild cards. I'll do it. I'll play anything. I'm like, that's part of why I'm drafting initially. Is just like I know that it's good for get lots of wild cards and get lots of cards in the new set. So
Yeah.
It's so hard because like with limited, you're only gonna get so many cards. Where like, when you open a pack, you're getting 2 rares. Like you get the Strixhaven, and you're also gonna get an archive.
Oh yeah, I'm aware that it's going to be super slow, but like I don't have much of like anything before. I'll drain really. Like this standard is where I started getting back into the game again, because last year I didn't play a whole lot, and then all of the Ravnica stuff rotated out, and I'm like, okay, I can start playing again. I don't have to worry about Simic Flash.
Oh, yeah.
Oh well,
yeah.
Historic.
You should
Good, I'll
worry
play
about that
standard.
because Teamer Flash is on the rise right now.
Yeah,
Ah,
Teamer
don't
Flash, Team
remind me.
Returns, like great.
Yeah.
If I'm not playing blue,
I
I'm
don't
clearly
mind
doing it
Teamer
wrong.
as much as Simic though. Like I despise Simic.
I hate tempo decks.
Any card
I hate
that
tempo decks
runs
and I hate tempo players. I hope their kids never learn to read.
any
Get out of
deck,
my face.
any deck that runs frilled Mystic. I'm like,
Oh, somebody casted a Frilled Mystic into my Proctor the other day. Oh,
no!
It was one of the
so
best
good.
feelings. One of the best feelings ever.
Wow, it's
I was like, aha, I
you gotta
counter
pay
your
that too?
counter. Someone call the police, but not
Yeah.
for me.
Strict Proctor is so good. I think that
Alright,
card
guys,
is
hold on one second.
is a big card.
Hold on one second. Striderstone, Samson, JDouble, or John, Herbie, here's Safe Luffy's. I want to introduce you to Just Joyo. He is my friend in real life and an also fellow streamer. Also plays Magic the Gathering sometimes, and also does variety streaming and interviews.
Joe.
Yeah.
Cool.
Hello. How's it going? I do play the Magic
Just
sometimes.
Jojo.
I sling some spells.
Is that your Twitch name?
That is my Twitch name, yeah.
I like to think myself as a
Wait,
magician.
who's just talking? Who has the angelic voice that people want to insert their bad cards into?
Hopefully that's me. I don't know if that's me.
Not me.
Yeah.
That sounds like garbage.
That voice, whoever that is.
He is one of my rare IRL friends.
Wait,
Who
just
is
Joe
that?
Yo or
You
just
have
Joe?
friends.
Joe?
Just Joe Yo.
You have
Yeah.
IRL
Okay,
friends?
so your last 2 streams are Warframe and Valheim.
You have a very fuckable voice. Congratulations.
Appreciate it.
Oh my gosh.
Also, I know for a fact that Samson and actually, you know what? Just Samson, maybe Hearsay a little bit, are going to relate to this. Just Joyo is has a salt level to him when he plays Magic the Gathering. When he loses, that is only akin to, I think, Just Samson.
Listen, I'm so happy they made those modal
your
lands because
phone, Joe.
holy shit, I fucking hate getting like any mana screwed or whatever like that. It drives me, it tilts me.
Wait, what do you
But-
mean?
Yeah.
What do you mean?
Well, that's what like honestly like I've been saying like I think this is the standard right now having those modal lands, and now that I really enjoy the show lands. I think the show lands are really
Yeah.
sweet.
I was gonna ask about that because I imagine you guys would have better opinions on that than like
lands.
Ooh,
like
that
how.
and Tezzeret's Gambit, before I forget, sorry. Put that
Oh
in the
no,
back.
you're good.
Go back to
So is that what people are calling them? Is show lands,
Show
not
lands?
snarls?
Show
Okay.
land. Oh, I don't know if
Show
that's what people are
land.
calling. That's what I've been
That's
calling
what the
them,
original
show
name
land.
is. Showland.
Makes way more sense.
I was calling.
Yeah, it's the original name from Shadows.
Yeah.
Where do you
I mean,
you guys
you do
think
have
that
to show,
they're gonna say what? Sorry,
I mean, so you do have to show, so
you do.
it makes
I-
sense.
Do you guys think that they're gonna like just kind of exist only in standard, or you think any Eternals are gonna pick them up?
They
Probably
don't
just standard.
normally play a lot. I know the original Showlands and see a lot of Eternal play. Only like the decks that are super greedy for them, just because whenever you're building a mana base, you really need to get consistently untapped mana, and so since they're not consistently untapped, and the mana we already have is already like so good. We have buddy lands or check lands, whatever the fuck you want to call them. We have the pathways, we have shock lands. Like we're pretty spoiled on mana right now.
I wish that obviously
honestly-
this would
I
probably
think
be a
I'll
little
be
busted,
showing-
but like
I-
the fact that the modal lands they're not like mountains, plains, like they're not like named lands, so it's just
Yeah.
like shit, like you have these things and they're in the same like in standard, but like they're not congruent.
Well, yeah,
I'm
they don't
almost,
get
I'm,
that
I'm
in
almost
Hoogland
prepared that
or
I think I'm going
named-
to sub out the pathways for the show lands just because they're duels. Be able to have to tap both sides of mana rather than being like, yeah, this
I
is
hate
green. I need.
pathways.
Yeah.
I hate pathways.
Absolutely hate pathways. It's
I
like
love
one
losing
of my-
games because I accidentally chose the wrong side.
All right. Hold on. Let's get a little more organized here. I'm going to go around the circle and say, how do you feel about pathways?
Organized, you're hilarious.
Stratostone, how do you feel about pathways?
Fuck them.
Fuck.
All right, Samson, how do you feel about pathways?
I can take them or leave them.
All right, Joe.
I'm gonna try them with the triumphs and then see where they land. And if they suck, then I probably won't use them.
John.
I don't like the pathways
You don't like them? Is it just for standard or for other formats?
for any format.
Really?
Just
I like
because-
pathways.
What?
Like I found myself liking the snarls with the snowlands with the snow
Mhm.
duels. So because you can still show that to have it come in untapped, and then that way you have better mana base overall instead of having to let's say you open up with two pathways, and then you end up getting a double color card, but you draw into like another land that's not of the color, like then you're kind of screwed on that. I'd rather be a turn late than not be able to cast my spells at all.
Yeah, I think so too. Like, for the snarls, like I think snarls are really good in 2-color decks because you're probably gonna have a basic land in your hand of one of the colors already, right? But I don't know if I'd play snarls and pathways. I'm not sure. I don't know the ratio I would play with that.
I don't
No,
I wouldn't either, really.
I honestly think I'll be taking pathways out for show lands, just because the having duel is always better. To be able to say I have an option of I can Thoughtseize you or I can cast Goose.
We don't.
Yeah,
talk,
no,
we
the
don't.
issue is-
Yeah, we definitely cast Goose in this chat. In this stream.
Now, the issue is like the
Loose gang.
3-color decks though. Like that's gonna be an issue though.
That's why I want to try the triumphs out, like for those 3-color decks.
But it's still the triumphs are really good, but it's still tap land, and especially like in
Yeah.
historic right now,
Hurts
like
it so bad.
those tap lands can really hurt you.
Too slow.
Well, I
I
think
might
the
find
issue is for the decks that don't have the Triumph though. Like
Yeah.
so, like
That's why I'm
Grixis,
staying away from Jund. I
Esther-
want to
That's
build
true,
Jund,
too.
but it's so hard to play Jund.
Yeah,
Triumph is
yeah.
just like so ass. Same with Esper.
But like
Yeah,
the
that-
triumphs,
I
I
didn't
find
think
like
about
where
that
they shine is the cycling. That's like where they're the best.
Yes.
I
Like,
think
I
they're
no
epic.
longer. I don't need this land. Give me a card, please.
Well, it's also nice
mean,
that they're named too. So like they're plains, forests, all
Yeah,
that.
so they're fetchable.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was about to say,
But,
like, I'm pretty sure the
That's
Triumph's also
true,
trying to
yeah,
any deck
that's
plays
cool.
binding.
I always forget about that.
I didn't get to talk about my thoughts on the pathways.
What's your thought? Blame on me.
So I think that they're really good as budget lands.
All right, so let's
and
go on to the next topic.
Hey, so Strider, let me show you this tempo deck I really like. Yeah, just got some mythic mono white.
Mono white tempo, what?
It was sort of a tempo deck. I mean, I
Divine
play.
Gambit?
Actually,
No, I play the stupid 1/1 with vigilance and lifelink that taps to make angels if you have enough life, and then I play the thing that gives it more damage, and then I play the thing that is Heliod, and then I gain life and I make it bigger and make angels, and everything's all good in the world.
Sounds fantastic.
Yeah, it's super fun.
wonderful.
For me.
Strider's in the middle of
For
banning
you,
floofies.
just you.
I'm in the middle of what? Sorry.
Strider is a mod, okay?
Oh, am I
Yeah.
getting banned? Okay, bye.
No,
No, but like, okay.
Am I
I've had
going into
trouble with
timeout?
so many. I've had trouble
It's
with
like
so many other. Like,
impossible for me to ban you unless you're breaking Twitch terms of service. I'm not gonna ban you.
like
It's
I
awesome.
realize it's a
Good mod.
cheesy, stupid deck, but I don't know. Like, it just
live for the
it's one that
cheese.
works for me. Like, and I don't always
my
play
wife's
cheese,
great.
but I also just like in general standard decks where I don't have to play anything that costs more than 4 mana. Like, if I can cast my whole deck with 4
My style,
mana,
too. That's
Yeah,
my
like
style.
that
All I
too.
want is 3 lands. I'm good, dude. I'm chilling.
I want to take a second.
Is that you don't have to worry about lands.
I want to take a second and have Joe actually
baby.
introduce himself real quick.
Me?
Yes, because you're the first. It's like the first time I've had you on the stream, the first time actually in my stream, and obviously also the first time everyone else here is meeting you. So, take a minute or whatever to just like, what do you stream, or like, how long you stream and whatever. What do you do on stream?
God. Okay, so my name is Joe, obviously.
Just Joe.
Just Joe Yo. That's the name of the channel. Just Joe Yo. I stream all kinds of different stuff, man. I've been streaming for maybe 4 or 5 years off and on.
Oh damn, you've been doing it for a while.
I've been doing it for a bit, but this is my
Those old people.
personal channel. I had a group channel that I did back in the day, and that's where I did that 4 or 5 years or whatever.
A group channel?
I basically we would put together like video game news and we'd stream that there. I think it's still up. It's called like
Is it
Info
kind of like a
Sauce.
talk show?
That sounds cool.
Yeah, we would record YouTube videos and whatnot. We put all that stuff out, but a couple of the guys moved away, so we stopped doing that. And then now I kind of coming back to it, making my own stuff.
I know them, right?
Where I'm at right now. Say what?
They moved. I know them, right?
Yeah. So Mark moved to New Hampshire, Boston area.
God damn it, Mark.
Yeah, he was supposed to be in town this week, and I haven't heard from him. But anyway, Rick moved away for a little bit, but he's back now, which is dope.
Nice.
But yeah, the main people that were doing it kind of stopped, so it is what it is. That's the past. But now I do my own thing. I put together a little podcast whenever I can get a decent guest on.
Listen,
talk about literally anything. It's literally called Just About Anything. I've had a dude on whose dad used to work under Bush and Obama, and I've had other streamers on. Like, it is absurd. It's just like whatever I want to talk to somebody about. So
that sounds pretty cool. I gotta show you a follow.
It's a good time.
Yeah, quick thing. I stalked your channel. I see that one of the last things you were playing was Warframe.
Yes.
What do you think of it as both just from a player's perspective and from a streamer's perspective and from a viewer's perspective?
So, that's a lot of perspectives.
Let's just bombard Joe real quick.
I used to be super into Warframe. I got to MR29, and then I was like, this game has taken like 1,500 of my hours in the last year and a half. I have to quit because it's just that addictive.
So like, it's an addictive game if you let it. Like, for me personally, the way I play that game is new updates out, I hop on, I play it, I grind the shit out of it, and then once I've gone through the update, I'm done. I'll hop back and play something else. Like, if you try to sit there and grind every little tiny thing, you're gonna be playing that game for like hours, like a day. It's gonna be rough.
That's what I did.
Yeah, it will steal your soul away. Like, there's no way around it.
I don't even know how much money I put in. It was too much, but it was all during sales, so it was less than too much.
You never buy platinum, you don't have
allegedly.
Always wait for a sale.
But I do think the game is awesome, and I think that it deserves more attention. Because I think a lot of the things that they do are like crazy innovative. Like, they just dropped the whole railjack thing. It's literally like Star Trek, but like in space with space ninjas. Like, it's a crazy like they try to push the envelope every update, and I have to give them credit for that. Like, that game is really cool.
It's like a free-to-play shooting game, right?
Yeah, it's like free to play.
Yeah, Warframe is sweet.
It's so many different things.
Warframe is definitely sweet.
I've never.
So I couldn't keep up with all the updates just because I was trying. So I was like, I ramped up over time, obviously, but I got to the point where I'm like, I have enough stuff and enough time where I can just keep leveling up and getting everything, and I'm like, okay, I'll just get to MR29, and whoops, I have all the primes, and whoops, I have all of the everythings, and I've leveled everything, and I've thrown like way too much forma into everything, and 1,500 hours of my life are gone.
Yeah, that's pretty much me and Path of Exile. Like, when that came out so long ago, I'm like,
so hard to get into that game.
Path of Exile, like, when that came out, it like literally stole my soul. I remember, like, I was working at the Keg, and one of the cooks was like, yeah, like, you play WoW and I play Diablo, and he goes, you would love this game. So I jumped on. I'm pretty sure I was like 23, and I think I called in sick the entire week. That's how much I love the game. I was like, I couldn't leave the computer. I was like, It was ridiculous.
Oh my god.
Fire me.
Sorry, is that an FPS or is it
I was on that
third
like 24 hours a day.
Is which one? Warframe?
It's like
Yeah.
over the
No,
shoulder,
Elder
right?
Scrolls.
Yeah, Warframe's over the shoulder.
Yeah, third person.
I have a really off-topic and sad thing to bring up.
Uh-oh.
The fan
Just trying
account
to
is no
leave
more.
Oh, yeah,
that's
I
right.
saw
What
the fan
happened?
account went
Did
away.
they just delete it? Like,
Yeah,
they're
the
like-
person deleted it. I don't know what happened to it. They just deleted it. It's super unlucky.
maybe,
Oh my
maybe
gosh.
they just didn't want
I'm
to
gonna go through my 7
like,
pre-release
Hearsay.
I bought and just like show all these fucking cards. Everybody's.
Are you gonna build a commander deck with that Send triplets?
I already have a commander deck with Send triplets.
So, put it in the 99.
Absolutely not.
I start working my
All right,
phone.
fair enough.
I want to keep abusing your cards, not mine.
Dude, EDH is kind of popping on Twitch,
Soul
MTG a little
Man,
bit.
I love EDH so.
EH popping off, never would have guessed.
I
It's
I
kind
have
of-
so much trouble watching it on Twitch because part of it is like I want to interact
my
with
favorite
whatever
one.
streamer whose chat I'm in, and they're paying attention to the game and the other players, so it's a lot of the
Yeah.
times very difficult to be in the chat.
Yeah.
Um,
I just,
but I've been
also
streaming.
sucks because I wish non-partners on Twitch could use squad streaming.
Oh
Agreed.
God, yes.
That would be awesome.
Because
Yeah.
then you
That would
wouldn't
make it
necessarily
easier.
What's
you
squad
wouldn't
streaming?
need individual four pictures on one stream. You could just have one picture on your stream and everyone is on squad streaming. So it's
Oh,
just-
that actually that reminds me.
you can do the multi-Twitch, use a multitwitch.com for that, and you can tell people to do that. Just be like, yo, click on this link if you want to see everything. That may be a more ideal way to do it, and just nobody's doing that. But
So that
So,
reminds me. Back in the day, I did something similar with that. Me and a friend were playing GTA 5, and it takes a lot of processing power to do it. But what we did was we used like TeamViewer essentially, and
Oh.
he shot his yeah, it's a grind like yeah, but he shot his screen cap to my computer, and I had hotkeys set up so I could like Let's Play style keep swapping back and forth between our gameplays, so that people could
that's
just
like
watch
actual production value.
But it
I
is,
know,
yeah,
that's
like
insane.
it's rough.
That's
like
so
it's
much
hard.
like talking to chat, doing that, playing a game at the same time.
It's a lot.
To juggle.
if you had a dedicated person just working on the back end,
You almost
switching
need like a
cameras and stuff,
producer, dude.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. If you had that, that would be amazing. I
But
would
then
love to.
you're asking someone to be like super like that's probably very boring. Just sitting there popping back and forth.
If
So
I
I'm
had
showing off my commanders.
to play Commander
No, I'm
on
done.
my stream, I would gladly do that. 100%. I would do it easily, in like a fucking heartbeat.
I have I really wanted to get in on Jaffer when he was doing his 24-hour stream for when he was doing EDH.
Yeah,
I really wanted to play Memnarch just to ruin everyone's day.
You know, I was playing Buried Alive combo, but I was never able to do it because there was always a freaking rest in peace on the board, like every game.
So I will
People
say
don't
for
start, you know?
for EDH content, I've been every Monday streaming EDH on Tabletop Simulator, and I've been actually putting a whole lot of work into trying to make sure that everything is really clear. Because the nice thing about Tabletop Sim is I can move the camera around, focus on specific cards, focus on, okay, these people are moving to combat. I can move the camera over and see the combat, resolve everything very, granularly. And then I even set up an overlay so that the life totals and everything are broadcast out so that you can see them all the time.
I honestly forget how big
Yeah,
EDH
that's a
is
good idea.
sometimes.
EDH is so good.
what- Wait, was
Like
that
one of my favorite commanders got banned last
Is
year on
Irving?
101. Like Edgar Markov is probably one of my favorite commanders. And then they're like, yeah, it's banned in 101. I'm like, well, okay. Mystic Remora is better than Mystic
Is
Study.
that that Mardu vampire?
Yeah, Mardu Vampire. It has Eminence. Whenever you cast a vampire spell, create a 1/1 vampire, whether it's on the field or in the command zone. So you
It
just
was
like
Wizards-
like the CMC in my Markov deck. I think it's like 2.3 like 4 maybe. Someone's like running out 1-drops and like okay, and then power them up and then swing, and they're like, I guess we're done here.
I think it was Wizards just going, hey, you want to make Vampire Tribal? We're going to make it so obvious.
Yeah.
Connect the dots.
Oh, yeah. All right. Can we talk about Tezzeret's Gambit? I keep forgetting.
Yes. Is Tezzeret Gambit the draw
It's the
3?
3 mana and Phyrexian
Phyrexian?
blue. And it's draw 2 cards, then proliferate.
Proliferate, that's right, yeah.
Oh,
Like,
I like that.
only you would play that card.
Is that no? Well, I haven't played it yet, but I'm definitely gonna play it in a Primal Amulet deck because that's just fucking obscene with
That
Primal
card
Amulet.
just thinks of Strider.
Yeah, but is it even usable in anything? Even if it's blue, I doubt it's usable. But
Like
is it
Planeswalker deck.
usable in any other color? Like, could you? Yeah, like any Planeswalker.
Yeah, Super Friends, you could use it.
Is that the only thing you would use it in? Because a 3 colorless draw 2 by itself seems fine. Like if you're running
Yeah,
I feel like
red
there
or
might be.
white,
that makes sense too, though.
right?
Yeah.
And that's more the question. If you're running mono white, is draw
Maybe
2
it's
cards
funny-
You know what? That might be a bad idea. Sorry, go ahead.
Maybe it's funny if you're advancing sagas.
That could help
But-
too.
Oh,
Well, like that's another one where Vorinclex has just made me hate life. It's like, okay, so their sagas are going to go much faster. My sagas don't get to happen. It's just like, this is stupid. Oh, come on. You're going to play Smokestacks? Go away. I'm not playing EDH with you.
Yeah, my pod has like a ban thing, like banning Armageddon, Smokestacks, things like that.
Lame. Who bans Armageddon?
Like, yeah, all the lame cards.
Why are you
I'm gonna
taking away
open
my
this pack.
fun?
Yeah, banning all the lame cards, all the Strata cards are
Everyone
banned.
wants to play a 4-hour EDH game.
Yeah.
I feel like opening this pack.
But isn't that why you
Aren't
play
those the most
EDH,
fun?
is to play long games?
Right. Yeah, like that's the fun part. You get long games.
You just don't know how long it can either go from like 4 to like 6 hours. I don't know. You just don't know what you're really signing up for sometimes when you sit down for an EDH game.
All
Yeah.
those that I've played EDH a few times, and I enjoyed the longer games.
They are fun. I mean, yeah, like a storyline almost like starts unfolding in front of you. Like you start making alliances and like.
All right, do you guys? I have a question for all of you, because it's in my hand right now.
Okay.
What is your favorite Magic card?
Ooh.
Assassin's Trophy.
Golden
Scion of Vitsugazi.
I don't have one.
Jeskai Ascendancy.
So mine's
I guess
Helm of
Phyrexian Obliterator.
Just
Hell
kind
of
of
obedience.
that card was so broken.
Bolt.
Yeah.
That's all I want to do in life is 3 direct damage.
I just want to bolt.
Yeah, I just have
And I
Really?
I like
Historic, goddammit.
fondest memories.
Yes.
Easily,
Put
easily,
Bolt in
Necropotence is all
historic.
really good. David, that's a sweet card. I love Necropotence.
easily Colgan's Command.
Sliver
know.
Queen though.
I don't know if it's
Colgan's
fair to
Command,
call it
you
like my
would.
favorite card. It's
Dude,
more of a mechanic. The traps from like Archive Trap, like those kind of cards. I love
Ooh,
like
That is a
neat.
pretty sick
tricks,
card
yeah.
too.
Oh, the trap cards. So
Yeah,
I
I thought
opened
those
a
were
Dread
really cool.
Return.
yeah,
Let me
those are
activate my
cool.
trap card.
They were kind of underpowered though, but
Yeah, they were. Yeah, I wish they would bring that mechanic back.
They-
with,
they
like, a little bit
might,
better
though.
effects.
Oh,
Yeah,
who,
that seems
said,
like a good card to open.
who said they were doing the Jeskai control list? Was that you?
Me.
Sim? All right. Have you thought? I know you already stopped listening to me, but
No idea what you're talking about.
Thinking about Stone Rain and just.
Wait, what were you saying,
Control.
Carter?
have you,
I
have
couldn't
you
hear
thought
you.
about that? The new Boros Elder Dragon.
Oh,
Lore
fucking
Hold?
lock
I already
it
No,
up.
played
no,
a
Lore
deck
Hold.
that did that. It was a transmogrify, like,
Unlock.
is a deck that also did, like, Indomitable Creativity, and then just, like, spammed out and got the Lorehole Dragon, and then did Time Warp and Myzic's Mastery as well, and had,
Oh,
like,
yeah.
Oh yeah, I died super fast to that deck. It was annoying.
Yeah, I was gonna do that with Chance for Glory, and I was really hoping that Resurgence would work, but it doesn't, which is very, very sad.
yeah, quite sad.
Because be a Lorehold with Resurgence, oh my god, who'd be hilarious. But yeah, I was thinking about messing around with that. I just haven't
Yeah.
really put it together.
It's
Does
a
that perform at all?
One card down. Oh yeah.
Did it perform well at all?
You like Mill? I like Mill.
it was
Mill.
okay. The problem with it is it dies to Grapdigger's Cage.
I have a question for you guys.
That's fair. Yeah.
Sure.
This card. This
Oh,
fucking
wait, here. Let me get something for all the Yu-Gi-Oh people.
card. Oh no. The Wandering Archaic.
Yeah,
What?
we just talked about that for a while.
Oh no. Okay. All right.
Kind of.
Okay.
I talked about it. because-
I'm just curious. Like I guess I'm a scrub and I'm not understanding the power level of this card because it seems to be like super hype and I'm not getting why.
Oh, the
This one's for Strider.
early game, I think it's really good. I don't know what card that is.
Oh my gosh! Oh my gosh! What is that? Is that Ghost Odd Eyes?
Ghost Rare Galaxy Eyes.
Galaxy Eyes. Oh,
I have
okay.
no idea.
Okay, Galaxy Eyes is Ghost Rare is like pretty expensive.
Yeah, that's going for like
Galaxy Eyes,
they're going for like $300 now. They're all first ed.
That's pretty good. Oh yeah, I have a Rift here. Say yeah, this is my Mana Crypt.
Such a good Mana Crypt. It's foil too, yeah.
Ooh, that was actually nice. That was from the Secret Lair, isn't it?
No, this is from a long time ago. This isn't a Secret Lair.
It's like easily my favorite. This is my fun Yu-Gi-Oh deck. It's a bad deck, but I thoroughly enjoy it.
Bloodghast was a good card. Yeah.
Bloodghast was sweet.
I hated that. My friend played that card against me. That motherfucker.
Wait. I have a card here that's I think is
Bloodghast.
so
That's the one with
two cards. Two cards. That
That's
are
when I
like
came back from the graveyard, right?
There's one thing I can't wait to use back when it's paper is I got this way back when. All it is just this acrylic like thick token. It's just F6.
That looks sick.
Oh, that's
Green
what that
propaganda.
was.
Like Brian Kilmer
It's
did
always
the
at the
poster.
GPs.
You just put out the F6.
Yeah, F6. Just sit in there, eat a sandwich.
Yeah.
Does anyone not know the story? Because I'll gladly retell the story.
No, I don't know the story. Go ahead.
Yeah. I don't know
So
the story.
Brian Kilmer, fantastic person. He's playing against, I think it was Eggs, and he's just sitting there and goes, "Judge." The judge comes over. Was like, "All right, I have to go to the washroom. I have no plays. I'm gonna be right. I'm gonna be right back." And so I was like, "All right, cool. Yep, that's all good." But it's just like make sure that my opponent's like doing legal plays. Like, yeah, that's all good. He leaves. He leaves the venue. Goes to Subway, gets a sandwich, comes back, sits down, and goes, "What I miss?"
No way.
You were still
The
going?
judge just looks at him, and just goes,
Still going?
and then later, and this is on coverage, by the way.
How can you goldfish that long?
And then another time in the match, you just see him just sitting there with a sandwich, with a piece of paper written F6 on it, sitting there. He's just sitting there eating a sandwich, being like, "Oh,
Some people just really, really like solitaire.
I think that's just genius.
David in
That's
chat just
hilarious.
talking like just naming all like the hate cards. Stasis, love Stasis.
Oh
Oh
my gosh.
God,
yeah,
Stasis.
Gibbler's great for doing that sort of shit. I love Gibbler. He's just
I was drunk one time and I ordered 6 copies of Stasis by accident.
Because that's what you do when you're half in the bag.
Clip that.
When I'm drunk, I gamble on CS:GO cases, I guess.
So bad, dude.
Oh,
Do not go card shopping when you're drunk. It's not a good idea.
oh my gosh.
Don't go card shopping in general. It's not a good idea.
Just don't go. Yeah. Oh yeah.
True.
Yeah. Or shopping.
Yeah, like, I would tell you,
Shopping was
I end up spending way too much money going card shopping.
I've had the max account on at Cool Stuff Inc. for like 5 years now.
Well, you know, I have the max account.
Because you have the max account and you're also employed there.
Yeah.
I'm at like this weird spot in my life where I'm just sitting there. There was a time where I was like, yeah, Magic card. It's like a $20 Magic card. Man, that card's expensive. And I'm sitting there being like, $50? Well, that's more expensive.
Yeah.
Anything
Yeah,
like under
it's
$50
like-
is just like, it's fine. I'll pick up
When I
4.
first started playing, I'm like, oh, like $20-$30 is pretty expensive. And then now I look at a Bayou and I'm like, yeah.
Yeah, that's like what, $250, $300?
500 last time I checked Canadian.
I think it's like 500.
Yeah, it's up there.
Crazy, dude.
Jesus, dude.
Modern
Blue lands, man. That's why I'm happy I got my 6. I got all the non-blue ones. I need to get the blue ones, and those are gonna be paying the fucking ass.
Oh yeah, good luck with that.
Blue ones are always the worst.
I
What,
guess,
is it
you-
Tigum? Is that what it's
you-
called? Not Tigum.
Uh,
Tago?
Yeah, I got Scrubland, Plateau, Taiga, Badlands, Bayou, and Savannah.
Nice.
I got 3 of the, I remember I picked up my Scrubland, Badlands, and Porcel all for 150 Canadian at one point.
I remember when I was getting into Commander and I opened Caracas and I was like, oh hell yeah, this is a sweet land, and like go to play it. I played that, and the table looks at me and they're like, Judge?
I have a bunch of funny stories that I can easily tell from like GPs and everything. Like especially from judges. I'm friends with a lot of judges. I get a lot of funny judge stories. So I think one of my favorite ones is from Serge Jaeger from Loaded Ready Run. Is that a tournament? And both his opponents are playing like mono blue, like I think blue-white control. They both have the same color sleeves. This game's going long. They have like, you know, there's Vindalkin shackles. Both the cards are going back. There's paper everywhere. Then he gets a judge call. Judge is like, all right, well, what seems the problem? So we're going through the steps, and I picked up my opponent's deck, and I have my opponent's deck, and I shuffled it into mine.
Oh. Wow.
Oh no!
Oh my god, that is such a...
So Serge just goes, puts his hand in his face, goes,
oh no.
you two are good enough friends, you figure it out, and just walks away.
I don't get paid high enough for this shit.
Yeah. Damn.
Oh, that's brutal, dude.
Wow.
Another really fun one is for Commander. Commander is extremely popular. You have no idea how much Commander actually gives judges full-on like headaches. I remember being at a GP. I'm sitting here at the day 2, just like doing my draft, and then I look over at the Commander section, and then I see a table. I go pick up a hand. They go judge, and then 3 judges all across different parts of the venue all go, fuck. And I'm like, all right, gotta go over to the Commander table and figure out what the fuck's going on here. I don't know.
Commander just
Commander's
a format
so
for 4
much fun.
judges.
I love Commander. I think, but
Commander is great, but whenever you have to deal with like any rulings, everything, I just like get the biggest fucking headache.
Oh man, it's just so many interactions. One of my favorite formats in Commander. Have you guys ever played Emperor?
No.
Oh yeah, I've heard of that, but I've never played it yet.
Oh my goodness. Okay, so Emperor is like everyone's playing Commander. You have 2 like kings essentially on side of the board, and then the king. You have 1 king, but on 2 teams, right? 1 king on one side, 1 king on the other side, and then the king has 2 generals. So the generals can attack each other, but the general on one side can't attack the king until one of the other generals are dead.
Oh,
so you have to like. Oh man, it's
I play Kingsport.
Oh,
so
okay, yeah.
Kingsport is different because you have 1 king, you have the usurper, you have the bandits, and then you have the general as well. The generals protect the king. The usurper, if they kill the king, they become the king, and the rogues are trying to kill the king as well. And nobody knows who anyone is. The only person you know who it is.
I've seen that game before.
The only person you know who it is the king, and the king has like I think 10 extra life, and like I think they start with something else like as an advantage. They go first, of course, because they're the king. And it's this weird game policy. You're all trying to figure out who's on the correct side. I think you have like 2 bodyguard, like the general and the bodyguard. It's like this weird. It's a fun way to spice up Commander.
There's so many variants to Commander. It's so much fun.
I never played that.
Playing Planeswalk is really fun too.
Planes Chase?
Planes Chase, that's really yeah.
Planes Chase is a lot of fun.
Well, that's another reason that Tabletop Sim is super awesome. Is you can proxy in any cards you want for nothing. So it's just like, okay, we can customize the plane.
Commander. I'm also cool with people proxying Paper Commander. Like,
yeah, I mean,
I get it.
I know, like I'm totally just fine with just like people doing that just for people can play the game. Like not everyone can like afford these absurd prices.
So all of us here are relatively, but to reasonable levels, like higher skilled players. Some of us less or so, but up to you. By my personal opinion,
I'll raise my hand.
My opinion, if you are like a diamond or like high plat, congratulations, you're at like the top 10-15% of the Magic player base already on Arena. So what I find very interesting is all the people that are extremely high on the like relatively high levels players are so open.
Open?
Like we're much more forgiving, we're much more understanding, we're much more stuff. But the people below are just always so fucking full of themselves.
The people that are what?
That's actually something.
The people that are what? Sorry.
People that are like lower on this like skill tier, like on ladder, you can tell like the people higher on ladder are a lot more open, a lot more welcoming, a lot more understanding, and people who are lower on the ladder are a lot more full of themselves and a lot more like stuck in their ways, and I find that so interesting and weird.
It
Stuck
probably has
in their
something
way.
to
I
do with-
think it's a
yeah.
little bit different because I've mainly noticed it from the pros. Because when I was reaching out to various content creators and pros, just to have a discussion with them or talk with them for the YouTube channel or for Twitch, I literally only got responses from content creators. Not a single pro has messaged me back. They haven't replied to my tweet. Like, I can't get a hold of anybody. It's almost impossible.
Yeah, it's so weird.
Every content creator, I'm perfectly fine with. So I don't know if it's just that they don't like me, which is 100% possible. I know I'm not for everybody.
They just don't know you. I feel like the top tier of the pro scene is also just like very close knit.
PvD, it's just PvD looks at his phone. He's like, ah.
Well,
the thing is, but still, it's like
easy against you, but the fact that
I
maybe
just
a lot
feel
of
that
people
they're
reach
not
out to them.
accepting because they don't.
I
talk with-
mean,
even if I show up in their channel and say, "Hey, what's up?" they won't even really acknowledge. They'd be like, "Oh, hey," and then if you start trying to ask questions, they'll either ignore you or whatever. There's just no getting through.
From their perspective.
Most
I
of them
imagine,
are
like,
good streamers, but
they probably have to like wade through some people that are just trying to talk to them for like clout. So like, I imagine like their
what I
default
was
brain might go
thinking.
like, oh, okay, well, why is this person asking me a question? And unfortunately, like, they may always lean towards the negative, which
they might
sucks,
not
but-
even look at their notifications because they
Yeah,
probably get
like-
so much.
Yeah, that's
they might not even just look at it. Period.
Yeah, they're just playing the game. Like mods will take care of that.
Like,
Well, it's
I
unfortunate,
say,
for
like,
sure.
it's hard.
It's
Like,
still unfortunate, and it's a thing that, but yeah,
Hard
it's
keeping
one thing
up.
I've always found weird in like any sort of community. Like the higher tier players are always like the most understanding, always the most welcoming, and it's always like the lower tier players always like fucking stick up their ass.
What also?
yeah,
I mean,
I've
there's-
just noticed the difference. I've noticed the complete opposite.
That's fair.
I
I
don't
haven't
know
had
why.
many interactions with pro players, if I'm being totally honest. I met them like in person. Like if you meet them in person, perfectly fine and great people.
Yeah.
And they're willing to. But I feel like on the online scene, it's much harder to reach them just because you kind of just get drowned out in the wave of everyone else trying to get their attention.
Yeah, but
Yeah,
a lot of the
yeah.
super top tier ones, like you have Crutchies, you have Danny, you have Rumty, you have a lot of people that are top 10, top 50 that you can get a hold of them. So I assume that's what you mean by top mythic players.
No, I was going to say about that. Like
Or-
a lot of people that you say they actually are easy to get a hold of. Like I know that like CGB will answer you back. Like I've been answered back by I've been answered back by LSV and Jim Davis and Autumn Burchett and people like that. Wait, what just happened?
Joe's camera died.
No, I'm about to change my shirt, so I didn't want to fucking.
Okay, gotcha. But like I know that Croaky's has been like really hard to get a hold of.
Yeah, of course he is.
Because he probably has like a freaking billion PogChamps in his messages.
Speaking of
Well,
Rumty,
the thing is, if you're trying to say something positive or do something, he'll just think it's a meme. Or
But even
his
like
chat will turn it
still
into a
like.
meme.
Even if like it's hard to get a hold of them, at least they're like still like open and they're still like welcoming to like they're still like they're what I mean like they're not rude to that extent. Like yes, it's hard to get a hold of them, but like let's be real, any person that's famous and like really good at anything is really hard to get a hold of from
And
someone
the
lesser.
average content
Yeah,
creator
but
is like not as popular as these pros too. So
Mm.
they have like their notifications
though.
aren't popping as much as like someone like.
I
as
think you
Ark.
overestimate how many notifications these people get.
I probably am, but that's just me spitballing here. I don't know. I can't. I'm
Yeah.
very much
I don't know.
paraphrasing, very much.
I'm not even that popular, and like, I get like tons of messages and notifications every day. Like a lot of times I can't even read through them all. Like,
Yeah.
I'm not that
and I'm not
popular,
even-
but
I'm
I
not
have
even,
the same
like,
thing.
Just
I'm
again,
nowhere
I
close to
find
their
it weird
level at
because
all.
I know people that are way more. I mean, there's people that are more popular than the pros. There's a lot of them.
Bloody.
They're much easier to get a hold of.
Oh, that's fair.
That's the part that I don't understand. Like I get you.
Depends, I guess. I don't know.
Maybe
Like,
it's
people,
I don't know.
they
Maybe,
have different levels of comfortable or how comfortable they are with. I don't know. Maybe some people feel overwhelmed with
Yeah.
them. I don't know.
It could be like
that's-
it could be two different
Some
spectrums,
people are
right? It could be
okay,
like
like-
overwhelming, or it could be like an ego thing.
Like,
Yeah, my main point is
I get
I find it.
overwhelmed.
My main point is
That's harder for me. Like,
yeah.
like
My main
I'm
point behind
not,
it
like,
is. Oh, sorry, finish up.
like, I don't ever like try to ignore anybody. But like it's like, trying to go through all the messages is just like, like it would take like at least like a couple hours a day to, like not every single day, but like if I were to try to catch up to them, it would probably take a few days worth of like, a few hours a day. Because I fell behind. Like, if you fall behind, it's like you can't catch up, basically.
That's so weird. Yeah, because I guess I'm the complete opposite. I must not get as many, but I reply to every single message, every single YouTube comment. If somebody follows me on my stream after, like, while I'm offline, I'll even send them a DM on Twitch to say thank you.
I don't know. You're just better at it. Like, honestly, for me, like, I get like overwhelmed with social media pretty easily.
Yeah.
Like, so that's the point where I like take time off, like, and I'll like get anxiety over it. I'm like, oh god, I got tagged here. I didn't say anything about it for like 2 days now.
Yeah, I'm the same way.
Blah, blah, blah.
I'm the same way.
And I'm just like, and
Oh,
it's
man.
killing me inside. But like, there's like, and then I get overwhelmed with that, and I just have to like fucking walk away and just be like, fuck it, I'll just start over in like
Yeah,
3 days.
Like,
I guess I haven't hit
that's,
it
that's,
right
that's the
yet.
thing. That's the thing about me is that like that same thing happens to me, and that's why I fall behind. Like I'll fall behind. It's not like I get like a floodgate of messages. That's not what the case is. Just that like if I don't keep up with it and I fall behind, then it gets tough. Like
Yeah, I can see that.
I don't
like-
respond to every tweet, but I respond to. I at least like try to like leave a like on every like message and everything like that on certain days. Like if you're like DMing me on like in on my Discord, I'm trying to always be active in my Discord because I love my Discord. My Discord's great.
Yeah.
We have fun in my Discord.
See, you guys are better at that.
My Twitter, on the other hand, I just hate notifications. I'm very OCD with my notifications. Be like, notifications, go away, go away.
See, I'm the
Unless it's, like,
opposite.
someone-
I want them to go away, but I also check every single one.
Yeah, I check every one, but I want the notification to go away. So, but I won't respond to every tweet, but I'll at least like every tweet, or that happens as long as it's like
I'm really bad at like tweeting out and not actually paying attention to what I'm tweeting, and then like if I'm tagging someone like someone in it, I'm like, I'll send it off. And I'm like, oh, I definitely that grammar's so bad, and then like the second I even say it, Strider and Herbie are up. Here it is.
Yeah, but my main point behind what I was saying is just like I really find it fascinating with like communities where people are just rude for no reason. But it's always like the lower tier players, which I find hilarious.
Also, like the lower tier players haven't like experienced as much of like if you're like a pro player, I feel like I imagine you've already gone through like most of the fucking shit show situations that you would walk into an event.
Well,
So
I
they're more
find it fascinating
understandable.
because
You know what I mean?
yeah, I find it fascinating because when I was like in like that lower tier section and I was slowly getting to the spot that I am today, I was never like that. I was always looking at the things and be like, what are they doing? Why did they do this? And I'd be looking behind, like, oh, they must have just misplayed, or like, I never go out and rage. I never went out and like did any of that, or like trash talked, or like, so I'm just sitting there being like, all right, I'm human. I made a mistake.
I was a terrible person back in the day.
And I guess that's also just because how I was raised. Like, just be like, I wasn't raised to be like, a flaming person on the internet. And I was always noticed to be like, you're human. You can make mistakes. You can do these things and give people their space.
Every time I play,
I put people on tilt on purpose because
sometimes I will too. That's great.
People who are on tilt just naturally perform worse, and that's obviously why people say they're on tilt. So I would force them to be on tilt because I was usually worse than almost everybody, but I was way better at the mental game. And so putting someone on tilt, and it made me really consistent because even if I played against the same people all the time, we would put them on tilt every single time.
You just they're like, oh, and your pairing is Strider. Oh.
Yeah, it honestly cracks me up, dude. When I start seeing them start to tilt in front of me, I'm just like, this is funny to see.
You got to do that. I got to do that a lot more in paper than I can do on.
Like, I've always hated whenever my opponent tilted because like. Even though I was winning, like I just hated them having that experience.
The energy,
yeah.
The energy.
At the end of a game, I always just like, good game, unlucky that it happened, but good luck in your next round.
And like, like, I always hate to say anything, because like I actually do honestly feel bad for the people if they get like mana screwed or something. Yeah. Like I legitimately, genuinely feel bad, but they won't ever believe that.
Yeah, same.
Like, I personally hate winning like that, but and I hate losing like that too.
See, back in the day, if they got mana screwed, I would just been like, "We take those." We take those. I'll take that dub in their face. I'm like, "We'll take those."
Striders is like, "Get good, get good."
to the bank, get better. Fix your mana base.
They would just so mad.
This guy, at the same time that he's like, "We'll take those," he's casting land destruction spells.
Yeah.
Come on,
I will
Striders,
say I
come
didn't get
on.
to play much Paper Magic before the pandemic started, but part of the reason I got back in was my work, and based on getting into Arena and this whole streaming thing, I'm going to be probably playing a lot more Magic after LGSs are open and events are going again. I'm really looking forward to things like, oh, okay, let's find a game store. Like, let's go to F&Ms at a bunch of different game stores and just see what the crowd is like.
I definitely
That'd
miss
be great.
playing at the LGS, like playing like your Commander nights. So I'm on the East Coast of Canada, and like everything is like, not that it's locked down, but it's like everything's super strict here right now. So it's like nothing's open past 10, and when you do have an event, like it's only I think it's like 5 people or 10 people are allowed in the building, or not in the building, but in your groups, and then like. So when you're playing Commander, like you got to get up and change tables and blah 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 blah. But like each table, each seat has to get wiped down. So it's like, what's the point? It's like just okay, Arena it is.
Yeah, I will say though, that isn't an exclusive Magic problem. Like part of my job is dealing with a bunch of different card game communities. That is a constant. I think anytime you it that is just from Yu-Gi-Oh, Dragon Ball, like even Pokemon, which is like supposed to be the simplistic, kid-friendly. Like I've seen some of the most toxic behavior when people sit down playing with like the most cute cards you've ever seen in your entire life. But
Yo, have you seen Yu-Gi-Oh with the freaking like new Dragon Maid?
I will tell you that.
Dude, I was back with the Dolces, where it'd just be like, I'm getting beat up by this fucking pudding.
Yeah. It was like I played a couple Commander games when one of the people would sit down and they only play Hippogriff, and I'm like, oh, like no, please, no. It's like I'm trying to win, and you're just like, you'll go, okay, everyone can draw a card. I'm like, you're giving the control player. What are you doing? I'm playing Group Hug.
I mean, but that's part of the fun for Commander is sometimes you do just be like, whatever, cards.
Joe, I think
you get a card. You get a card. You get a card.
And I'll say that for the tabletop simulator stuff, I have won a single game this year because a lot of it is just, well, I have to pay attention to what everyone else is doing so that I can keep the camera moving, so that I can keep the game going, so I can try and keep things interesting. It leaves me very little time to focus on my own gameplay, so I play a lot of stuff where it's just like, right, Howling Mines goes in every deck.
Have you considered Cockatrice?
Yes. So we have someone that has a ton of just experience with tabletop sim as it is, and honestly I feel like it looks a whole lot better than Cockatrice does.
That's fair.
Dude, have you guys ever played X-Mage?
Yeah, X-Mage is also okay. It has some bugs here and there.
Oh man, I used to love X-Mage.
You have the rules built in, which is kind of nice.
No.
Can I say that I find it fucking hilarious that X-Mage has a better multiplayer system than Arena?
Dude, seriously, what the hell is up with that, dude?
Yeah, has a better multiplayer system
Yeah.
than Arena.
The only thing that I hated about X-Mage was when I first started using this. This might honestly just be me being dumb. I'm like building my deck and going through. I'm like, okay, I need islands in the deck. Put islands in the deck, and then I'll go and play it in the game, and I'll go play an island. Go to cast my spell. It's like that's a mountain. It's like, what? No, like the picture is an island, and then you'll look at it and it says mountain. Like, you mother.
Dude, it's actually insane though how like Arena's friends list is still like so
broken.
buggy.
Like, I don't understand. I don't know what happened there.
Can I just say that in the closed beta we had the friends list and then it was taken away, and then we eventually got it back, and now it's in this shit state that it's in now.
It's so weird, dude. It seems like it's like
everybody knows Arena that was just farmed out to some random third-party studio, and like Wizards, I don't think ever thought it was going to be a success, and then suddenly, everybody wants to play Magic online. What a surprise!
Yeah. Well, it's honestly the problem is they just fucking they work their devs too hard, and I heard the turnover isn't that great.
That's unfortunate.
Yeah,
I mean,
because
that's
they
kind
keep
of
getting
like
work.
that's the game dev life, though, right?
Yeah,
Mm.
and just like they can't
think
do
it's-
what they need, and currently it's kind of turning to the same issue that Magica Online has, where the game is just coded by too many different coders, and they have too many different like styles coded in, and then you have different coding clashes in the program with how it's coded.
Like,
Yeah.
I've seen
I'll-
some
I'll give
bad
them
code, and I
credit.
can.
like they at least like.
They have
I guess
about
it's
30
technically out
developers.
now.
They need to have so many more devs, but it's so hard because you can't. It's also like the problem. Like, yeah, I can sit here all day and just say they just need to hire more devs. Well, that's a fucking whole process right there. You can't just hire more people. That's one of my favorite things. Like in the early days of Arena, they're just you guys need to hire more devs. Like, yes, we do. Here's a spot you can apply if you want to help that out in that
I
department.
don't know if you guys saw right before like COVID kind of really hit the fan. The companion app that they had for Magic. You guys know what I'm talking about?
I use it all the time for my LGS.
Oh, I just lost. Oh no.
Yeah, I use it too. You're talking about Untabbed, right?
Yeah.
All right, I'm back. Okay.
Yeah.
Do you guys know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I've used it for like tournaments with my friends and stuff.
Right. So they not the companion app that like has all the life counters and stuff. The thing that they were going to use that was going to replace signing up for tournaments.
No, yeah. That's
okay,
what I'm talking
cool. All right.
Yeah.
Dope. So like
yeah, I know what you're talking about. Yeah.
before they rolled it out, they brought it to us and they were like, "Hey, we're going to do this thing. Test this out. If it sucks, let us know." Like they at least like granted the thing that sucked was like the player base was like immediately just like, "We hate this. This is terrible." I'm like, "But wait, this is actually really good." Like just let like it's testing. Like I don't know. I don't know if you guys
It was in a beta.
see that.
It's still in beta.
It is still in beta, but it's just like I hate when like people are so adamantly against new stuff, especially when I think the new idea is like ultimately really good, but it's in such a green form that it's not like hasn't grown yet. But
it's good, but it's not
they
good.
at least try to like do some R&D with people, which is nice, I guess.
Well, the thing is, okay, so I feel like what's going on with Arena is like the game devs are doing a freaking great job. I'm sure
They're doing a
there's-
fantastic job.
Yeah, they are, but like the people who are in charge, whoever
they're
is in
not.
charge, like it's just telling them to do whatever they want, and their
Mhm.
decisions is mostly based on profit
Yeah.
most of the time.
That's
Like
true.
it doesn't make any sense. So like the game devs get the shit for it, but it's just like, dude, these people just want us to freaking make this game to make as much money as possible.
Yeah.
and we're just doing their
the
bidding.
game devs are not. They're not good. They don't know. No, I've talked with one of them, and
talked to him,
briefly on Twitter, and then I talked with an older one before he left the company, and I can't get much information out of him. But
Yeah.
I talked with one of them, and I was like, "Hey, why does it do this? You should be able to stop it by doing this and this." I don't remember exactly what the subject was, and he's like, "That's literally impossible." And I was like,
I was like, wait a minute, I just gave you the solution.
Nope,
what?
can't do it.
And I'm like, it's definitely possible. It's done in so many other applications. I was like, here's a list of games that do the same exact thing in the same exact programming engine. It is possible. You just don't know what the fuck you're doing.
Yeah.
What is your guys' opinion on on Arena being able to trade cards?
No.
Trade cards, no, because they specified that it is a collectible card game, not a trading card game on Arena.
They need like a dust system.
Yeah,
No,
that's what they
that's
need,
what-
Joe. I agree,
Exactly.
dude.
They need
That-
some sort
The
of dust
economy
system.
is absolute shit
It's
right
so
now.
bad.
So
During
bad.
beta, I
So worse.
submitted- During closed beta, I submitted about 7 different ways how they can improve the wildcard system, and I believe all of them got rejected or just not mentioned. But I submitted so many different ways. My favorite one was actually like a weekly wildcard, like kind of like, you know how you can sign up for like those like standard like best of 3 things, you get cards back. Well, it's like a weekly thing you sign up, but you enter with your wildcards.
Yeah, I've heard like
and the wrong- and
Mythgard.
further-
Do you guys play Mythgard?
Yeah, and further you
Mythgard
enter,
has the
better
dusting stuff,
wildcard
except, doesn't it? Like once you have so many, you can actually like redeem your cards into jewels or whatever.
Yeah.
Gems. Yeah.
Gems, yeah.
Oh, I like Hearthstone is the one that I always go back to, and I still feel like it's more greedy than Magic at the moment.
But we can look at like Legends of Runeterra, who like are like
Well,
let's be
yes.
honest here.
How about
Let's be honest here.
Eternal?
Blizzard's are going to do everything better because their top 2 game dev designers are ex-Magic pros. And they can just look at what Magic does and go, we're going to do what you do, but better because we have Riot Games and Tencent backing us.
Well, honestly, that game Eternal that like LSV worked on and like Patrick Chapin and stuff like that, dude, the freaking economy there was great. It was like perfect.
Because they know what
But
they're
it
doing.
just didn't get enough publicity or something. I don't know.
Yeah.
It's honestly a better version of Magic, but it's not enough people.
I like
play
what
it.
Runeterra does. You can buy wild cards in Runeterra.
They can make so much money doing that. It's crazy because like all these like
We should be able to buy wild cards right now.
Yeah.
The other thing also in Runeterra, you can buy.
Why can't we purchase wild cards? You
The
know?
other thing you can do in Runeterra is you can buy people the equivalent of gems. Like, you can buy gems
you can
to
buy
give your friends.
you can buy them a Riot card, but there's no like a gem gift certificate or anything. They have a code system in the. They have a code system.
Yeah. The fact that there's no gifting, the fact that
Why
the
can
friend
you not
system
have
is
the
fucked.
technology.
They have it.
It's there. All you have to do is
No.
like randomize. Do the exact same way you're doing it.
Strider, you know what that means, right? It means they don't want to because they'll make less profit.
Their UI UX department is
that's-
fucking atrocious.
Yeah, like
I'm just gonna say their UI UX is
That's the
Holy
weird
Would they,
thing though,
would
right?
they make
Here's
less
the-
profit if they allowed you to buy
Holy
wild cards? Like,
I don't think so.
I think they would make more
I
money.
think they would make more
I
money.
think they
I
would.
think that, I think they'd make a ton of money because imagine because I always find too like on Arena you always end up with more mythic wild cards than you do rares.
I
You're like,
the complete opposite. I can't even get all my mythics. I have 307 rares and 20 mythics right now.
Well, that's because Strider. That's because you play all the weird mythics and you make them
You
good.
make weird decks. I
I would
think the
also-
majority of people have the other way around, where it's just like they have so many mythics and not enough rares, and that's because of the lands. Honestly,
And we also have to think
Yeah.
about it also, like if now that we're in the spot we're in it, where this would be profitable, where it wasn't before, because think how many rares are in a historic deck.
Like the whole deck is rares.
Your entire deck is mostly rare. Your mana base is the most expensive fucking thing on the planet.
It's basically basic lands are the only things that aren't rare.
Yeah, and like it's not gonna be like occasional common and uncommon that's like playable, like Behold and Saw It Coming and that sort of stuff.
and even then your basic lands are rare because you want the full art, so you gotta get
exactly.
that.
That's why Wizards of the Coast is totally shooting themselves in the foot by with this dog shit economy. Because if they what they want is profit and to grow and to for more profit they need to grow more bigger player base. Like this is like they're thinking in such a short term like basis that they're like
It's not that they're thinking about it as an old corporation. They have the if it's not broken, don't fix it mentality. Even though it's broken, it's just been working because of their reputation.
They also
So
have to
If they modernize their esports stuff, if they had built-in brackets in the system, and you could make your own tournaments, you'd be like, okay, I'm gonna pay $20 to run a tournament, and the whole bracket system was built into Magic Arena, and you could join using gems, or you could join using gold, other people, or it could be free based on a password. Basically, everything MTG Melee does should be built into like the biggest thing about Magic is tournaments. Tournaments are everywhere. You have Friday Night Magic. There's always something going on.
gathering.
So,
You got it.
yeah, so if you allow people to host their own tournaments built in, it's fine running it off MTG Melee. However, if you could set your own rules that are already there in the game, and you submit your deck in the game, you can't change it. There's no deck list mix matchup. Like none of that stuff exists.
Wouldn't stuff like that hurt paper though? Like, if someone could play and like play in tournaments from their home, what would the incentive be for them to play paper as well?
I mean, if you look at standard numbers from when Arena first launched, they were at like all-time low.
There's already online tournaments. It's just you have to go through an external website. The thing is, they can actually monetize it in the game. And I would 100% do that. I would pay $10 to host a tournament with my community.
I think what that would unfortunately do is it would hurt game stores because the whole point of the tournaments in the store is that people will buy the cards and then play in the tournament.
Well, yeah,
if people are more incentivized to play online.
Okay, so make it to where you have to be linked up. Make it so you have to be linked up to an LGS, and you have to pay a subscription service to an LGS. They already have the Friday Night Magic code system built into the game. All that stuff can be linked up with a code or something that's with the LGS, because every LGS is registered with WotC as a certified reseller. So it's the technology's there, and they could say, okay, if you want to enter in these tournaments, if you want to be able to make these tournaments, you have to pay this LGS $20 a month or $50 a month or whatever. You know, and that's something that I would legitimately do. Just
no,
period.
like one thing I will say though is that
I was gonna say that does push out the budget player though. Like, and I know they don't want to do that. They want those casual
for people
players.
that want to host it. That's what I'm saying. It's if you want to host it, you pay the LGS. If you want to join, you can charge by gems, you can charge by gold. And so, or you can, if you're hosting the tournament, you can say, okay, this is an open tournament, anyone can join, or this is a, because the LGS themselves can charge gems, or there's a payout based on gems that are submitted, and then WotC pays the LGS. There's a lot of different ways that
there's ways to do it. Yeah.
Actually, you know what?
That's brought up a good
going
thing too.
Both ways.
I want to hear what JR has to say.
Oh, okay. Okay, I can see both. Okay, in some ways it could hurt the LGS because it would hurt cards, like actual physical card sales. But then, now that I think about it, it can actually help them as well, because if you're running more tournaments through this system, now you're running tournaments throughout the week, and in turn kind of makes up for the card sales in store.
One thought
you can probably get more people involved as well.
Yeah, and you can get more people, be like, okay, who's this person that keeps beating me? Who's this person that keeps using these decks? Okay, let's meet up at this LGS because we're joining this LGS tournament. And so it may actually bring more people that would usually play virtually and never go to an LGS, but they have to register with the LGS. And that
my fear would be that
if you get one extra person in your store,
it's worth it.
But it's the same thing with a stream. If I get one more pair of eyes, the biggest thing is attention. If you can't get attention, you're just doing it wrong. And that's why you have to aggressively market. If you're just going to sit there and pretend like you're doing nothing, if you're just going to do nothing and expect people to come in, why would they come in? They're going to come in. And
what could happen is that if you do what Strider is saying, like have these tournaments online, bring more attention to your store and be like, hey, there's a store I didn't even know about in this area.
Hey, we're running a sale this day, or hey,
or maybe they forgot about it. But if you have like a big tournament in paper at that store, like let's say, we have this massive tournament coming up this weekend. Everybody, there's gonna be a whole lot more people that know about it than if you never ran the tournaments.
I think eventually
it could be a season throughout the month, so you have a tournament every week, and the winner of the tournaments or the top 8 scoring of the tournaments.
I think that is a great idea. Yes, I think that finding some way to tie the two together. Yeah,
exactly.
That's the way they can do it.
It's the LGS that has to do it. They're the ones that have to put it together. WotC can implement the system. But if the LGS doesn't know how to monetize it or put it together, then and the thing is that as far as I know, they can do that now. They can have tournaments.
Technically, yes. Technically, those things are
on Arena. It's just I haven't heard anyone do it, and I just don't know why that hasn't happened.
We did. That's the problem. We did, and people weren't interested in it. That was the issue. Yeah. We ran them for I would say maybe a month and a half, and by the end of the last month, the player count was plummeting. It could have just been that Standard was in an unfortunate place. That's highly likely, actually.
That happens to tournaments.
It just died. People stopped wanting to do it.
When was this?
A really good thing too that I wish that Arena had, and you notice that when you're watching Magic itself stream and other streams too. It's I wish Arena had an actual spectators mode that you can go in and actually.
Get me started on this topic.
That would be.
That's what I was talking to the developer about when he was like, "Oh, it's literally not possible," and I was like, "I just don't know how to do it."
Spectator mode in every other game.
Because the way how they have the fucking ladder and how matchmaking is set up is it's basically just like a global direct challenge system, which is why the fuck spectator mode doesn't work, because how they fucking set up the matchmaking. Because it's unlike a regular matchmaking system where everyone connects to a central hub and they do the matchmaking. It's just like a global fucking. No, it's not.
What you're telling me is
it's a global direct challenge, and it's just randomly going to pair you with someone anything, and unlike a central hub that you connect to and then you match. Do that because
what you're telling me is that MTGA is peer-to-peer.
Yes.
Yeah.
Always
But
so if someone really wanted to, so how much is
hits that
client
waiting
side?
list.
Hmm?
Everyone hits
How
that
much is
waiting.
client side?
Very. Have you seen your CPU usage? And
So
your
if
RAM
someone
usage?
really wanted to, they could take the shuffler and make it their bitch.
No.
No.
No?
But what you
Okay.
can do, since it's very client side and very
Doesn't
CPU
the
side, is you
shuffler
can
make us
overload it.
their bitch anyways?
You can already overload the game already. Like I talked about this last week, how you can hover over your opponent's cards and just set a macro to do that a bunch, and you will overload your opponent's PC if they don't have a good PC.
That is true. That is true. You can actually you can actually like crash their game.
Yeah. And it crashes your game too. By the way.
You guys are all saying the fucking foundation.
Well,
of
if you it won't use much.
But like I want to touch on this also, just like MTGA is like there's two problems with MTGA. One is how WotC's system's at, where they work 2 years in the fucking future. That doesn't work in today's economy. That does not work in today's economy when things change on a fucking dime, like we just had the pandemic, where you need to have business models change on random occurrences and have things happen very quickly. How WotC does everything is they do everything 2 years in advance and they plan ahead. So that's how they make sets, that's how they do things, and that works for paper and that had worked in the past, and it doesn't work in today's economy.
Yeah, technology moves way too fast for that kind of model.
Exactly.
The other thing that works, we have a problem is that because I'm going to use, for everyone who's not here, I'm going to use League of Legends as my example here. When back in season 5, League of Legends hit an all-time peak of a ginormous amount of player base. I think they had a peak of like 50 million players playing in their game, and their client was using the best software available to them in 2007. Yeah, in 2007, and they had 50 million people playing the game. It's like, we have this player base playing our game. We don't need to get any more people. We don't need people to spend money. We have our player base. So it's time for us to look back and update everything so that we can keep our player base. We don't need to get a more player base. We have it. We need to keep it. So what they did is Riot Games went back, they updated their system, they changed their client, they changed their map, and they updated everything, made the game look fresh, made it look new, and then, because of it, they not only kept their player base, they got more. The game no longer looked like it was made in 2007.
Because the people who are currently playing the game are more willing to promote and say good things about it.
Yes. So when you do that and you look back, you look at your player base and say, we have the giant player base. We don't need more. We have it. We need to make sure that we can keep it.
Just imagine how much more money Wizards would be making if they actually
took a step back. You don't need to keep pushing forward. You need to sometimes stop pushing forward, look back and say, okay, it's just like the same way how you're playing a game of Magic. It'd be like, I won this game. But let's take a step back and see what I could have done different or how I could have improved this game. Take a step back and go, okay, we're doing everything good, but what could I have done better? And we're unfortunately going to reach this point eventually. If WotC keeps pushing forward and keeps pushing forward, where every patch and update crashes the game, it's going to come to a point where Magic Arena physically won't be able to keep up with what you keep pushing out, and will just break. And we'll have a point where they'll be forced to look back and be forced to do it, and your player base is going to flame you for it. Your player base is going to be already.
It sounds like you're talking about Scoot Swarm on Arena.
That's one example, sure, but that's a thing that's like actually just a thing that's going to happen also on Moto. It's just the moment you keep pushing farther and farther, you're going to keep pushing the limits of your program, and eventually the program's going to break. It ain't broke, don't fix it. Sure, eventually it's going to break, and you're going to fix it. You have to be forced to fix it, and when that thing breaks, how long do you think it's going to be down?
Oh, and you want to talk about if it ain't broke, don't fix it. I think when it first came out, Magic Arena was the big dog on campus, but now why is Hearthstone back at the top?
Why is Legend of Terra having so much success right now?
Well, you know what?
Well,
honestly...
so let's go by just Twitch numbers. Hearthstone is at the top, then Teamfight Tactics, which isn't even a card game, but is listed under card games on Twitch. Then you've got Magic.
Honestly, because Magic is cursed, dude. And you know what Magic's curse is? Is that it's tied to a paper product, and I think
Yeah.
someone brought it up in chat too. How it's like
That's true.
WotC has to plan ahead because of the release sets affects every other card in standard. Holy Elvis says, and that's true. It's because like the paper product is planned that ahead, so they also have to go with that in its digital form. And honestly, if like WotC really wants to grow Magic or Arena as a platform, they need to cut ties with its that's what like Hearthstone and like
That's
Legends
kind of
Artura-
what Historic is, kind
They
of.
have to.
Because they said they were curating that format like for just the format. They're going to include Pioneer, and then they're splitting off Historic and Pioneer into 2 different formats. And they said Historic is going to have a lot of the power level that Modern has. But they said the whole format is going to be curated, so they're going to do a lot of bans in Historic just naturally when set comes out.
That's why they love
that's
Historic,
awesome.
dude.
So all they have to do is include cards that are just Historic only. Just make cards in Arena that are Historic only, and that it turns it into its own digital game. Yeah, you can play Standard, the paper game, or you can just play the actual digital version of it.
It's eventually going to turn into digital, like the only digital Magic.
Yeah,
and honestly, like I thoroughly love Historic Magic versus like any other format.
Yeah, me too.
Other than Commander, because like
I like Historic, but that's only because I can't play Modern right now.
But like WotC loves Historic because they can do that. They can like, oh, this is a format that doesn't exist on paper. We can fuck with this if you want to. No, I mean they throw all sorts of. I mean, you know, the cards that they reprint, they have
they're
all
definitely
freedom
trying
to do
right now.
Yeah, it's like we're gonna give you
Kaladesh.
We're gonna give you the Kaladesh block, but not all the cards. We're gonna give you some of the cards in Kaladesh.
Well, because they just didn't give us the ones that were banned.
I still don't. I don't think WotC likes Historic. I don't even think they understand Historic. Look at the last anthology we got.
Agreed.
When we first got anthology, I was like, cool. We're gonna get this format. It looks like they're adding some cool cards. Maybe it seem like modern, powerful cards. Maybe some weird others. Then we got some other cards coming in. I was like, then when we first got a Modern Horizons card added in, first card ever added into Arena that didn't come through a standard legal set, added into Arena. I'm like, oh, this is interesting. Maybe we're gonna get Modern into it. And then we got this one, just like Commander.
I think they nerfed this anthology though, because I think they like we were talking about, they already knew in advance what kind of shakeup they were gonna do with this.
I don't disagree with that, but there were so many better
options. With Archive, they're definitely like, this anthology, we can't make it a real powerhouse because
something's gonna come out.
Archive is gonna turn Historic on its ass.
Exactly.
But I was talking about this before. If you want to have anthologies also pander towards your casual players, then just make a Brawl anthology. Don't make a Historic anthology, just make a Brawl anthology if that's what you're trying to target.
Yeah, I
just
agree.
do that.
I wonder if they're worried that they're going to be splitting it into too many different things for one client.
Yeah.
Like,
do you guys think that Brawl will become a tournament?
If you had a Brawl anthology, you'd make more money because you have a Brawl anthology and a Historic anthology. Congratulations, you're making more money.
Well, hold on. Listen, Floofies, I want to tell you something. In response to what you said, in response to saying there's too many things on the client, I don't think that's true. I think it's better for the game to have more things than less things, because that's fair. We actually originally had a lot less things to do, and if you remember correctly, Hearthstone. Why am I saying that? Historic actually wasn't available year round. It was available for like 3 or 4 months at a time, and everyone was up in arms.
It was. When a new standard set came out, Historic wasn't available for the first month.
Right, yeah. So
they
made Historic just not available. You just couldn't play it.
They forced us to play Standard.
So
they forced us to do that.
Which I kind of understand.
I understood too. Like you want us to play Standard, like, and that makes total sense.
Yeah, you can understand.
I just wasn't happy.
Yeah, you can understand why they did it, but like I think it's better to have more options than less.
Yeah. But at the same time, I disagree because their UI UX team is terrible.
Well, that's besides the point. Like they should have a better team. But
no, it's not. That's not besides the point. Because if you have a horrible UI UX team, they can't put everything into the game that they need to. Because if they put more stuff, it's just going to look shittier and it's going to look more confusing, and you're going to push more people out of the game because it doesn't make any sense. Because UI UX team just fucking sucks.
Well, yeah, my point is
do what you're good at.
Is the concept of it brings more people to the game.
Yeah.
But their execution is lacking.
So one thing I do want to say about
yeah.
like bring all of the things in is kind of what Strider is saying with the UI UX is not good. Where if I've got, okay, I can play this card but only in Historic, and I can play this card but only in Brawl, and I can play this card but in Standard and Historic, and sometimes it gets really, really confusing based on, like, if I wanted to play in Paper, I would go look up the ban lists. Fine, easy, it's all on Gatherer, and it's actually really nice to look at there. They need to have something like Gatherer in Arena. It's just, I don't know, it's hard to, I guess.
It's hard for any of us to say, but it's just like, it feels so much like everything feels half-assed. Everything feels half-assed, everything feels pushed, and
not only that, but
everything feels broken.
Seem like they care too much about what they put out there.
Exactly, that's what I'm saying. Is everything's half-assed. Everything's half-assed and everything's just pushed. Nothing feels like it's well thought through or well intentioned.
I have a good example.
Do you think when they make cards, do they actually do they take quite some time to test them, or do they just like, oh yeah, this looks fine?
So here's my
hold on. Before we go to the testing thing, we can talk about testing right after this. I do want to mention the fact I do want to piggyback off of what you said, Samson. I think you're right about that. I don't know if they're lacking on literally everything, but one thing that they clearly don't care about is the new cards that they're bringing in and how the player base actually interacts with them, because there are so many cards, if not every single card, that came into the new set in Strixhaven, especially Mythic rares, and a lot of rares that are very powerful do not have animations, and that shows that they don't really care.
Yeah.
Well, so hold on. I want to say, I wonder if some of the miscommunications and poor communications and some of the bullshit that's happening is just because it is actually really hard to communicate in the coronavirus, like where we all have to communicate from home. And once they're able to all get back to the office, maybe once they're all able to get back to the office, they'll be able to deliver a better product. I want to believe that, I know that I work not as well from home as I did from the office. As much as I like working from home, even if I were to be a full-time content creator, I think I'd want to rent out an office, because it's just like, it feels better to have a home space where I play with my friends and a workspace where I do streaming and
Dude, I think these developers just don't have enough time to do it. I think the people who are in charge are just putting so much on their plate that I think they would have made animations if they had the time, but they obviously don't have the time, so they didn't make animations because their fucking list is long, dude.
I'm not worried about animations, but
but certain people aren't worried about animations, but animations is a good sign of the fact that either they don't care or they have way too much on their plate and they're overwhelmed and they just need more people.
Well,
I
think it's more so of it's not necessary.
Yeah, it seems like they intentionally don't do animations for historic only cards.
Yeah. Just too much. It's just too much time and too much effort to put in for the historic cards.
Well, if you look at Historic's already a pretty fast format. So the game's usually decided by turn 4. Okay. So it's like, why am I putting in animations for a turn 4 format?
Saying that?
Well, I don't think I agree with that though.
Yeah, I don't agree with that analogy, but I will say that I think animations and that doesn't matter too much for historic, but it's also you're already putting so much time. You have a 250 card fucking set coming out. They have to do. You need voice lines, sound effects, and some animations for the new cards. And to add all the other historic cards, it's already so many cards you have to do.
Yeah, and with everybody working from home, it does complicate it. So I want to think that, okay, once we get back to working from offices, once we get back to all being in places together, they'll be able to, one, hire people a lot more easily. But I know that just hiring people is not the only problem. You can't just be throw more developers at the problem.
Yeah, it won't fix it.
I'm a software developer myself. I know that's how it works. But okay, once we're able to coordinate more easily.
What are the tattoos, Joe? Chaos.
Yeah. Chaos and order.
Chaos and order. Okay.
It's bicep and other bicep.
It's bicep and other bicep.
Yeah, it's. I was talking about this a lot of time during the early days of Arena. I was like, well, why don't they just add all these other cards? I'm like, do you know how much time and effort it takes to like code in all these cards and all these effects? Not to mention, since at the time we were having these animations and effects, like, well, not to mention, you need animations done, you need voice lines done, you need sound effects done, you need all this stuff done for all these old cards. There's a lot. Magic has a lot of fucking cards. I've been playing this game for 8 years. There's a lot of cards.
I would also imagine they've lost a lot of money, so like a lot of profit. So I would imagine that like the idea of like, oh, just hire more people is not something that's very easy for them to do right now.
I would argue with that, except that we had their reports and they've had the best year ever last year.
It was like super
I guess
high.
my question is, I remember hearing about that. Is the report saying that they had the highest profits?
Yes.
Okay, so but something having the highest profits doesn't mean that they made more.
Yeah, it doesn't mean each department made the more money. It's like certain departments made more.
It just means that overall,
obviously
the
Arena
cost
department made a fuck ton.
Yeah.
And the Midco department probably made a little more. Your paper department.
Oh, actually, I just thought of a thing that I was thinking about before, and then I wasn't able to say.
Your story department. No, that went through the gutter.
No, for going back to LGSs and cutting into their everything. What if there was a way that Wizards could give fully unlocked accounts to LGSs to do tournaments with, and then just we buy a couple of tablets and play Arena on those?
They can. Their excuse has always usually been time and effort.
Okay.
Yeah, because they have to custom make the accounts, but
it's so difficult. It's not like they do that every time for like the PTs for people who come from Midco.
All right, let's make it.
Can I explain this real quick?
Okay, go ahead, Joe. Go ahead, Joe.
So like what I meant by that is, so like say for instance a company makes like $100,000 profit, but they like they spent 80,000. That their profit on their profit on that is 20,000. But the next year they could have still spent 10,000 and only made like 500,000 or make 50,000. They had more profit that year, but that doesn't mean that they made more money that year. If that makes any sense. Like,
yeah, that makes perfect sense. You can have a higher profit and making less money. Yes.
The amount of money doesn't have to increase.
You gotta spend money to make money.
Yeah. So actually, the whole they made. If you talk about profit, they made more profit percentage in this year than any other year or whatever. That could just be a skewed stat.
That's my question. I don't know if that's true. I think
it's grouped up because it's from like a stock shareholders.
Okay.
Whatever. It's just like the company itself as a whole, which that means like we don't know which department made that. Well, I can guess. The Arena department made the most money, and then all that just gets funneled into just WotC as a company makes the most.
God, I hope someone from WotC watches this.
Probably. But
it's like you guys gotta see what is being said right now.
They hire all of us for salary.
Yeah.
You're hilarious. You're hilarious. I think they'll hire us on salary. They hire everyone on contracts.
just in case someone from WotC is watching, can you just put a
daydreaming
big
here,
remove the reserved list over the front?
So to circle back on do they test? They in fact do test. There's I remember last year we had a bunch of pro players that in fact are now WotC employees. I think Emma Handy is one, I believe. One pro player that is no longer streaming that I'm forgetting his name. He won LFM at one point. I'm forgetting his name. Not Sam. I'm forgetting his name. But a bunch of people are now working at WotC and they test. They in fact do test. Michaela.
No,
or whatever.
I feel like when they're when testing happens.
Yeah, Sam Black. Sam Black is on there now. There's another one.
When testing's happening though, I feel like they're testing with the with this set, or like they're probably testing with the standard format, I guess. But do you think they test with the historic cards? Because
I would imagine they do. I think their newest team does test historic, but here's the problem with the testing team: is it's the constant problem they've always had. They simply don't have enough people to cover what the player base can do. You can do as much testing as you possibly want. Your player base is about 100 times bigger than what your internal testing team is, and we will break the game before they do.
So
results will be different, and if you just look at the fucking Arena ladder right now, I think my best example was back in Core Set 2020 with the Elemental deck.
between the span of the day, the deck core changed from an Omniscience deck to a Cavalier focus deck to a aggro-ish deck to now being the deck, and that was a span of every 4 hours the deck changed. It was different every 4 hours in the same day. My deck in one day was good, and then the next day was bad because the player base is just a hive mind that constantly figures everything out. And
I think it's one of the reasons why I love Magic so much, because there's so many interactions and so many different things of how cards work together. Where it's where you thought of a busted combo, someone looks at it and they're like, "Huh, I can break that further. Let's do this."
Yeah. It's so freaking.
It is really cool to watch it evolve.
Oh, it's super cool and awesome to watch it.
The meta changes so fast when I'm climbing the ladder. I literally have to usually climb it with 2 to 3 decks because I'm oh my god, it's 2 o'clock. The aura is good right now.
The auras are on right now.
Mono red's good right now.
No, it's Herbie. It's like the 9 to 5 work grinders have now all played auras and they're coming home from work.
So
I have to switch
hilarious,
decks.
Dude. You literally need a new deck hourly, dude. It's so crazy.
It's like the boomers have come up. Okay, now it's blue white control time. It's
I know.
It's 6 o'clock p.m. right after the programmers get off work.
My biggest problem is the people
can you imagine
do.
it actually being like that though?
That's mono red on his phone.
Does that sound better?
You got the iPhone gamers right now.
Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah. Right now we have I don't even know who's up this late, but right now we have everyone trying to get to the next level before the next day, so it's all mono red on the ladder right now. I don't know, but especially towards the end of the month.
The
29th,
last
30th of the month.
Last 4 days.
It's you can just farm.
You're going against mono red.
You can just farm with a deck full of sweepers, like 16 sweepers. You're good at the 30th of the month.
Dude, can I?
That's a good idea.
Yep.
I would keep that in mind.
Who's not I'm gonna change the subject here a little bit, but who's not on board with the changing of the guild names, dude?
I'm not.
Dude, it's kind of annoying.
I like calling the old names.
Back when Ikoria came out with the Triomes, oh, Mario's gonna be called Savai Triome, and everyone's gonna call him this. I'm like, what? So everyone's gonna come to Savai Triome, and I'm like, I'm playing Savai midrange. I'm just gonna look at you, be like, what? You're playing 2 midrange?
Yeah,
dude. Seriously, these standard decks will have 2 freaking cards from this set, and it'll be Prismari Tempo. It's just no,
it's oh my god, it's freaking is it, dude? Is it?
You know what? Okay, so I can't remember. I was looking at it there today, and there's the one thing I don't mind the name of the colleges and
neither do I.
But the one thing that I am totally against, not to say totally against, but I think it's funny, is mana value versus CMC.
CMC is ingrained in my brain. It's gonna take me.
But the thing is, so right now in the new set, I'm pretty sure there's only one card. I can't remember what it's called, but it does say
mana value.
It says mana value, but then the other card says CMC, and I'm like, wait a minute, make up your. Isn't this the same set?
Okay, wait. You know what I think? Actually, you know what I think about that change? Actually, that I don't like about it. The whole point of the change was to make it technically less words or less words per card, converted mana cost versus mana value.
Syllables.
Okay. Some more intuitive.
But honestly, no one says converted mana cost in our own vernacular. Everyone says CMC, and that's actually
you're not thinking about the new players though. The new players will be what's CMC, and then you have to tell them converted mana cost when you can just be
and then you have to
what's converted mana cost?
And then you have to explain what converted mana cost means because
got MV.
The thing that I understand that and I agree with you, but the
MV sounds like a vehicle brand.
But when you're talking about it, CMC is actually less syllables than mana value, and that's what I don't like about it. But I do agree with it being a concept.
MV is fewer syllables than CMC.
Yeah. I can't wait for everyone.
Who's gonna say?
I want to weigh in on the colleges versus guilds and the triomes versus wedges. So okay, I didn't play during Ikoria, and I feel like the college names are really only going to matter during this standard rotation. After that, no one's gonna care.
No one out of the set is gonna say Quandrix. It will always be.
They're longer, dude. They're longer versions of what they're.
They are longer.
Yeah.
But for the flavor of the set, for the whole point of the set, I feel like I'm going to really attempt to change my own speech patterns so that I'm saying Quandrix instead of Simic.
I know, but it's not like this set. Like it's not like the colleges still only have like 2 or 3 cards in there. It's still mostly Throne of Eldraine. We're not fully in the college yet.
Well, but
okay.
shouldn't the colleges should have been Boros? Shouldn't like make the Boros College?
No,
shouldn't it just been that?
No, it's a different plane.
It's a different plane.
We're not on Ravnica, we're on a different plane.
It's a different plane, and it's the name of the college. Like Lorehold is the name of the college.
I think you'll just use the names for limited, and then constructed. We're stuck in our ways.
Well, okay, so maybe it's an overreach, but go with me on this journey. You have a friend. They come out to you as trans. They say, "This is my new name. This is my new gender." Are you gonna go back to calling them the same name?
Nope.
No,
so
I'm
you're
not
not gonna go back to calling them the dead name?
No, I accidentally
I mean, but it's just a person. We're talking about a magic block.
Yeah, but you're also talking into feelings versus an inanimate object.
I did open to saying it's an overreach, but like, it's not. I feel like it's not that bad to memorize one different. We memorize 10 guilds and how many fucking wedges and
10.
Whatever the 3 colors.
Wedges, 5 shards.
There are more than. Oh yes, 5 wedges. You're right. Never mind. Like, is it really that hard to commit one more neuron to going, oh, this is Quandrix for a year?
I think the question becomes, what is the benefit of doing that? Like in the example that you give, you're helping or validating somebody's like identity. So there's a benefit there. What is the benefit of changing these names?
I don't know.
I think the benefit is for lore.
Yeah, it's just like, well, let's RP that we're in Harry Potter right now, I guess, if that's what you're into.
I can try to kill you a bunch of devs that are not going to rename a bunch of names on MTG Melee because it's just too much effort. Like, fuck it, we already have the names, everything, and screw it.
Yeah.
Well, fair. And I'm guessing that no one's going to be like, oh, you can choose your color combination. It's going to be guilds because honestly, everyone likes
shorter and
Melee. You're not going to see Silver Quill humans.
Like they want shorter and cleaner. They already explained that with like changing CMC to mana value. If they want shorter and cleaner, like why are we going into longer college names? It's just like,
also the idea that Magic the Gathering has a habit of naming things after the first thing that's ever done it. That's why Mill's named Mill. That's why we have things. Yeah. That's why we have the Bolt Test. That's why we have Shock Lands. That's why we have the original Shards, the Wedges, and the original Guilds, because those were the first things to be introduced that do the stuff. Minus the Wedges, we had those, but those never really stuck with the old names, like Dega. Then I don't really remember Dega.
Like Junk, right?
No, but that was just the name that the community used.
That was a nickname.
Yeah.
I miss
It was never really like the actual.
Yeah, but like the community just has a habit of naming things from the first ever things that done it. So I don't really see that changing.
I mean, that's fair.
Yeah, I mean, it was Rug and Bug for so long.
The guild's been used for what?
Yeah,
name to it. I think that
Bug.
Yeah, Bug, Rug, and American stuff.
Imagine what they were saying when they were like, "What? Now it's like Abzan."
Like what if they just named the colleges like one syllable? Like
I think the only community right now that I remember that actually still uses Rug, Bug, and USA like terminology is the Legacy community.
Yeah,
just making it really short.
It's the only community that still does that naming convention. Every other community still uses the new wedges and chart names.
Yeah, what if they just named the colleges of one syllable, like.
Well, you also have to think about it. Like all the guilds, they're all like 2 syllable, minus Azorius. Azorius is their butts, and they can have their 4 syllable fucking name.
Well, Azorius anyway, blue white's not fun.
Azorius would do that. They'd be like, I want the longest name.
Exactly. Every other guild is like 1 to 2 syllables.
They would. Yeah, Boros, Gruul, Simic.
Yeah.
Like Orzhov, like but here goes Azorius, like
Azorius. Azorius.
They're just the most pretentious out of everyone. They're like, I'm Teferi.
Wait, hold on. Flavor-wise, are Azorius the most pretentious? They're the most annoying, but like Orzhov might be more snooty.
Orzhov is like yuppies. A bunch of yuppies, pretty much.
Exactly.
Just vampires.
Just think Silverquill.
Yeah, like
They're like the royal family.
Yeah, like
Fucking prince.
Orzhov like comes in with their Gucci wear and stuff. You're like, oh, okay.
You're like, come on, Kaya, again? You bought something else?
It's like, really? You're gonna walk in with that fit?
Look at this fucker. Just got the latest
you see,
trip.
like, Kaya's like coat in the it's like the alternate art of the Planeswalker.
So you're saying Gruul wears like the
yeah.
fucking Air Force Ones and shit?
No way, man. Gruul,
No.
Gruul in like the real world is like a construction worker just walking in with dirty ass pants.
No, Gruul's the people
They
that
wear Carhartt.
No, Gruul's the people that just like, I'm a bush in front of McDonald's, I'm invisible.
Gruul are the ones that they're riding the motorcycle down the road.
No, I think
Gruul are Hell's Angels.
Gruul is Kronk making his own sneaking theme music.
No, Gruul is the Hell's Angels. Gruul is the like, we're gonna fuck your shit up. We're gonna build.
Rakdos is more of a cult.
No, because Rakdos would be like, oh god,
It was like Charles Manson, dude. Yeah, fucking.
Yeah, like Rakdos are the
cult.
punk movement.
Yeah, well, Rakdos is like the punk movement, but if it was an underground cult.
Yeah.
Simic is definitely the tree hugger vegans.
No, that's Selesnya. I know.
Dude, no,
Yeah, I was saying, like,
Selesnya would be the fucking Mormons knocking on your door.
There are the Jehovah's Witnesses. Have you accepted Vito Ozzy as your Lord and Savior?
Exactly.
Do you have time for our Lord and Savior Heliod?
Okay, Heliod would be more in flavor with Orzhov than Selesnya.
Yeah. But I thought Gideon died for our sins.
You guys are killing me right now. You guys are killing me.
Gideon is indestructible.
I have a Shadow Spear.
No, Gideon actually died. Gideon died.
Yeah, Gideon dead.
Gideon died for our sins.
He sacrificed himself for Lily. He died for our sins.
He died for our sins.
You know what? Actually, you know what?
Definitely has to be like.
He didn't die for our sins. He died for Liliana's.
Actually, you know what I think Gruul is?
Yeah, but all of our dirty feelings for Liliana.
You know
our sins.
Some dirty feelings.
You know what I think Gruul is?
No, it's Professor Onyx.
I don't want to be horny anymore.
Professor Onyx.
I honestly think
Listen,
Gruul is
it's
like
only
that
Professor
one.
Onyx when Lily's. That's role play. She's role playing.
I
want to see what happens when you make Garrick Gruul instead of Golgari.
Remember when they made
then she
Sarkhan
goes,
Teamer?
"What will you do for this A?"
I would love to see a Gruul Garrett.
Remember when they made Sarkhan Teamer?
Wait, really?
Yes,
Yeah, in Dragons of Dark here. My favorite thing was like actually listening from a dev, and they're just like, "Here's what I have for Sarkhan." And it's like, "All right, cool. I like it. Why is he blue?"
No idea.
Lives in a blue little house with a blue window, and everything is blue for.
Gruul Garrick would have like a nose ring and shit and like a mohawk.
Set. He's like,
Yes.
Hold on.
Man,
What's Golgari? Is Golgari like the botanist?
Oh,
Golgari
no,
like the people.
Witherbloom.
Gary has to be Matt Damon on The Martian.
I don't know what Golgari is.
It's just that show, the fucking worst job ever show.
Oh man.
Golgari just a fucking
the
weird ass
guy.
people you'll see in the alley,
What is
dude.
it? Dirty Job. Dirty Job.
Golgari is just like everyone who like works on daily jobs.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
I didn't realize it was freaking 10 o'clock. So.
Oh, you got Heather? All right.
Yeah, I gotta do recording. I'm already
Dude, same here. I actually kind of have to. I'm gonna jump on the train of people leaving. I kind of have to hang out too. God damn. I'm sorry this happens, but I'm starting the train, I guess.
You guys are a bunch of sheep.
All right, so all right.
Trying to run train.
All right, guys, hold on. I want to shout you guys out. Stratostone ! Shout out. Go ahead and type in twitch.tv/SureWriterStone. He gave us a big dick grade, so you're probably already following him. But go ahead and follow him if you would like. I'm also going to shout out to JdoubleR2, the prettiest face on Twitch. Give a quick shout out to level 99 Herbie if you want to level up your everything game. If you want to level up your YouTube video game and your marbles game, please give him a follow for sure. Definitely
get to level up your marbles with Herbie.
Yeah, definitely level up
level
your marbles
99
for sure.
marbles only.
If you don't, you get shot off the map real quick.
True.
Yeet.
Also, if you want to learn everything land destruction, go ahead and follow Stratostone. What's up?
Do you ever do the battle mode, Herbie? In marbles?
No.
Why not?
I don't know. Maybe I'll do that tonight. We'll see.
It's funny.
I didn't even know it existed, to be honest.
Dude, it's fantastic. I put on the Mortal Kombat theme song.
I might have to fuck with that tonight.
Yeah, I'll probably join in, but yeah,
Mortal Kombat.
If you're going to go live, I have to review all the clips for the top 10. If you want to do that again,
hit me up.
Yeah,
I'll be around.
When are you starting?
I'm gonna go. Just maybe in like half an hour. I'm gonna go.
All right.
Yeah. Thank you for the follow, Adam. Adam is zero. Thank you for the follow. Have a great rest of your night, Strider, Herbie, and John.
Dude, thank you guys. It was fun hanging out. Again.
Take care.
It was awesome. I had a good time.
All right, so we have not finished talking about all of the guilds and what we think they would be, right? I want to talk about that still. That was
pretty sure we went over that. Pretty sure that was just a tangent we went on.
No, I'm still with the conversation. I think Boros are a bunch of
Boros still doing
Boros are gym jocks.
I was gonna drop as well.
You dropping out, friend?
Who just dropped out?
I don't know who dropped out, but
JDub said.
Oh, okay, yeah. I knew JdoubleR2 was going out. Are you leaving too, Flippies?
Yeah, I'm gonna drop.
All right, sounds good.
All right, see you later, friendo.
See you later, man.
Talk to you later.
All right, everybody, go ahead and follow Floofies. By the way,
I think we should probably. How long have we been going here for? Are we going for 5 hours? We should probably cut it here.
I'm gonna stay on for a little bit probably. I don't want like if I did anything else on stream, like I would be playing Magic, and I kind of still want to do the podcast for whoever's left.
I'm about to say 5 hours of a podcast is pretty solid, dude.
What's up?
5 hours of podcast is pretty solid.
Yeah, you're right. It is pretty solid.
Take it from me. You don't want to go too much higher than that. Like even that's like very, very high. Like
the whole thing's not really. The whole thing's not going to be put on there, to be honest.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm gonna.
Oh, it's gonna be on YouTube.
Yeah, it's gonna be on YouTube.
Yeah, just then that's fine.
It's gonna be on the tubes.
Mm-hmm.
It's gonna be on the tubes. Yes. All right, I'm gonna find.
Yeah, I think that's fine. We've already kind of dipped like with enough people. I think it's energy's already pretty much down.
All right. Yeah, I mean it's fine. We can stop it if you want.
I'm entirely up to you. I'm just giving my personal advice because I'm probably gonna dip as well.
All right, that's fine. All right, cool. Oh, as always, you can type in !YouTube to find out the other Streamcast podcast and the other episodes as well. Also, ! Podcast for our audio-only podcasts. For all audio-only podcast episodes are one-on-ones. What's up, Samson?
I was just about to say, unless you have any other topics you want to hit on.
The only other topic that was there was talking about deck building, but that was something that JdoubleR2 wanted to specifically talk about. We can touch on it for a second if you want.
Just if there's any topics you wanted to go on, then we can talk about it. Otherwise, I think we're fine.
Yeah, I mean, I don't specifically want to talk about anything else.
Yeah.
As always, if anybody wants to do this next week, you can hang out in this Discord and let me know if you'd like to be considered for the next one. I want to try to get it to the point where we have 6 people like on a rotating basis and always have 6 people starting at 7 with whoever can start at 7. And then whenever someone has to leave, then we have someone to fill their place, especially if they need to leave like in like an hour later at 8 or 9, just like, DoggertQBones or Cast Kvartek did today. Then we have people to fill in, which we did a good job with today. So if Jumpstick says if I take 9 turns in a row, am I... Wait, no, you're not. I mean, you take nine turns in a row, then you just like, take a turn, play a land, take a turn, play a land. That's it. Just 9 times in a row.
If you took 9 turns in a row, I'm pretty sure I would have already scooped 5 turns ago.
All right. Well, thanks for coming on the podcast with us here, Say, as well. And also Joe, if you like to join the podcast next time, guys, feel free to let me know in this Discord. And then Samson, as always, second time on the podcast. Do you guys want to do this as a constant thing, like every Saturday, just a bunch of streamers in here? I think I like
this.
this.
Yeah, this is really cool. I like it a lot.
I like it. That's a fun time.
Invite me on that. This is awesome.
Yeah, cool. I also like it as an opportunity to get people's names out there too. Like, I know that there's certain people that have like bigger followings than others, and it's just a good way to bring streamers together too.
Mm-hmm.
We shoot the shit. We talk all the stuff.
Yeah, we talk the stuff. Yeah.
The good thing, the thing I like a little bit too is like just like the gathering of minds of being like, this is the card I've been messing with, and you're like, oh, I've been thinking about this, but this is how I would do it. And it's like, oh, well, this is how I would do it. And it's like, oh, well, that actually, like, let's build a deck around it kind of thing, right?
Yeah, there's that too. And also, it kind of feels like we're just you know, kind of just friends hanging out again. And we like kind of missed that part of it when we just played all online during COVID, you know?
Yep.
So, anyways, have a good rest of your day, folks. I'll see you next time. I'm probably gonna play some. I'm gonna build some like Boros and freaking Historic for like an hour or something.
I'm probably gonna I can jam some Arena myself for a
I'm
bit.
definitely gonna be jamming some Arena. I gotta play some Storm, guys.
Jam in the back of my eye.
I need to test and figure out what deck I'm playing tomorrow for the 5K.
cheered.
I know, I'm so stuck. I don't know what I'm gonna play for the 5K tomorrow.
I'm either playing one of two decks, and I don't know which one.
Rakdos? Which version of Rakdos?
Neither.
Neither.
One's Mardu, the other one's Just Guy.
Oh yeah, freaking. Oh yeah, Mardu. Oh yeah, can you ship me your Mardu list? I might play that if you don't mind.
Yeah, sure. I can send it out. Now if I can find it.
Sam, you gotta decide what you're playing, because maybe I drop out of Storm and I'll play whatever you're not playing.
All right, thanks guys for hanging out. Wait, I'm gonna go ahead and shout you folks out again. Shout out to Samsoni1. If you haven't seen the stream yet, go ahead and give him a follow. Also, Hearsay MTG, give him a follow as well. Also, huge shout out to first time guest Just Joe Yo. If you want, if you want the variety content, and you're also here, so I'm not sure to shout out myself. Yeah. All right, have a good rest of your day, folks. Goose gang out for you to you, and make sure to stay in the Discord if you like another opportunity to come on this for the next time, and then yeah, I'll possibly see you next time.